This board meeting of the Board of Education for July 14th, 2020 is called to order. For tonight's meeting, any item that will be voted on has been posted as required by state law. This meeting is being streamed live on Channel 28 and will be replayed throughout the next 2 weeks. Please check the district website for replay times. This meeting is also being streamed live on our PPS TV services website. Welcome to our viewing audience. Thank you for joining us. Today is the first board meeting of the 2020-2021 school year, now that we have passed our budget. Tonight is our final opportunity to discuss the development of a 2020 bond package before asking staff to prepare a scenario for us to approve at our next meeting on July 28th. We will also hear an update on the latest reentry planning and preparations underway, vote on the revised search and seizure policy, discuss renaming and redefining our spaces, and vote on the board leadership. But first off tonight is the swearing in of our new student representative, Nathaniel Shue. Well, like many things this year, this is the first virtual swearing in of a school board representative, I'm quite certain. Nathaniel, let me get so that I can see your face. Where are you? Just a moment, please. There you are. Hi. Sorry, my error. Welcome.
Thank you.
Please repeat after me, Nathaniel. I, Nathaniel Shue, do solemnly swear.
I, Nathaniel Shue, do solemnly swear
that I will uphold the Constitution and laws of the United States and of the state of Oregon.
That I will uphold the Constitution and laws of the United States and of the state of Oregon.
And faithfully discharge the duties of the office of Director of School District number 1J.
Of the office of Director of School District number 1J.
Multnomah County, Oregon.
Multnomah County, Oregon.
To the best of my ability.
To the best of my ability.
Congratulations, Nathaniel. We are delighted to welcome you. I think I speak for everyone when I say we really look forward to working with you this year. And I think we're going to hear from you in just a little bit with a student representative report, the first of many.
Thank you. And actually, I believe I expressed intent to cancel the student rep report this time.
Okay. Makes sense. You haven't been able to get with your DSC, but we'll just look forward to hearing from you next time. But thank you for being with us. Congratulations again.
Thank you.
Superintendent Guerrero, would you like to provide your report?
I would, and hopefully we won't have a technical snafu and we can get my few slides posted. But I will start by saying congratulations to Nathaniel. Your voice is going to be critically important, as it always is, to hear from our students. Appreciate you dressing the part for the evening. So Roseanne, do we have a deck to post? I'll start by saying good evening, directors, and good evening to those that are watching our live stream. Thank you for joining us. I understand it's a beautiful summer evening out there, I hear. You'll see in this first title slide a picture of a young scholar. Reminds us how much we miss seeing our students. I'll keep it short, but we do have a number of important agenda items we'll be covering this evening with directors. I just wanted to briefly comment on each of these topics, knowing we're going to go into a continued, more deep conversation. So the first topic is, slide, the bond. So we're going to go into further detail about the proposed bond investment package for November. I think directors will note some areas of continued refinement, responsive to the board's last discussion, recalling just this past Thursday evening. So staff has been quite busy during yesterday's workday and today. Hopefully you'll see many of those suggestions reflected in this proposed package, which includes some key curricular and technology investments. We continue to believe that giving ourselves flexibility to do the work that we know is most important and that the community is most excited about. So whether that's technology upgrades or emerging work to realize racial justice for our Black students through ideas that are still emerging as we dialogue about the concept of a Center for Black Student Excellence, we see immense possibility and potential to advance our community's vision, PPS Reimagined, while making real strides to center our love for this city's Black children. And that's why I'm eager to get to the discussion tonight. I think we're almost there. I believe we have the incredible opportunity to advance deeper learning for students through curriculum and instruction, while resourcing innovative curricular work like Black African American Studies in schools, computer science for all, a tangible move forward with middle school redesign, part of that including the experiential learning that we've had discussions about, and portfolio and authentic assessment, and really supporting many of our special programs moving forward. These are some of the things that are exciting to me, and I think are going to excite our stakeholders, our students, and families. So, and again, we're very grateful for the very positive early polling results and the investment that our voters are prepared to make on behalf of the children and youth and PPS. So that topic's up on the agenda. We have another important topic coming up this evening. I know that if we go to the next slide, I know that we're continuing to hear from students and community members and certainly our directors demanding that we really take a critical examination at the names that our schools are named after in our portfolio. In some cases, it's clear that they seem to venerate problematic historical figures whose leadership includes a legacy of deep racism and colonization. The racial uprising that's happening on the streets of our communities, led in part by the energy of young Black Native youth of color, Black and Native youth of color, has raised our collective consciousness about the way in which our institutions, both big and small, pay tribute to polarizing historical figures. So at PPS, this takes place in the names of school campuses and some would say even the district's own headquarters. And PPS, like the other two larger urban districts that I've worked in, has had school communities named after persons of questionable character. And we're now in a new era. So young people today are really demanding that much more from our institutions, and the dispelling of wholesale veneration of racist figures. It really should be a thing of the past. So like many community members and certainly your advocacy directors, we're hoping for supporting a quick resolution here, but we also know that the meaningful dialogue that we want to have goes much more beyond the names of our campuses. There are many more deeper, complex issues of which that name is a symbol on top of a much bigger iceberg of cultural and institutional racism. So as this systems leader, I want to ensure that we sustain the long-term culture and systemic change that creates true conditions for racial justice here at PPS. Later, our senior advisor on racial equity and social justice, Danny Ledesma, she'll be presenting the work that we're preparing to commence, which includes what we hope is a meaningful process to really engage in this deeper dialogue around these issues of racial justice that are anchored in our RESJ framework and our plan that really aims to promote more culturally responsive pedagogy and really centers on our students' lived experiences. So it's a really big topic and it's a really important one, and we look forward to that conversation later this evening. And then the third topic, I hope that everybody saw what we think was a more comprehensive communication this past Saturday afternoon regarding our ongoing fall 2020 reentry planning. So our planning teams, and there's a varied bunch of staff involved here and many stakeholders. Thank you to board representatives who are listening in and participating in those conversations. But we're trying to be really dutiful about the Oregon Department of Ed's blueprint requirements for opening of schools or contemplating the continuity of learning this coming fall. PPS, along with our 4 larger districts in Oregon, are working as a collaborative group. We are getting technical assistance from district management group and outside consultancy group to help us think through as districts think about opening campuses, what are all the detailed considerations we want to make sure and be attentive to. So we're going to continue working also with our neighboring districts as well as those larger districts. One benefit of being a member district of the Council of Great City Schools is that we're in regular contact with the other 75 large urban districts in the country. We have made an additional effort to consult with public health experts. We're staying in touch with the governor's office and the Oregon Department of Education. We just had another dialogue just this afternoon to really talk out loud and share what some of the barriers, challenges, and our thinking are to really try to land on the safest options for the return of our students as well as our employees. So we're going to continue to work as critical thought partners as we think that through. I think our broader community understands that this is a very fluid situation. This is a pandemic. There's no superintendent's manual for, but we want to be responsible and prudent as we think about the health and safety of everyone. So that's going to continue to be our key consideration. And of course, our core mission is to think about the learning of our students, as well as supporting their social emotional needs, especially those that have been disproportionately impacted. And I'm referring to our Black and Indigenous students, our students of color. So we know that there are differentiated needs there. I'll include there our students with special needs. We're thinking about them. And no matter what school looks like this fall, we're going to continue prioritizing the primary supports and the basic needs that our students and families have. That includes supporting them with making meal distribution and any technology needs that we're addressing those. So I just want to reiterate, we know that families want to know our plans. We shared a major update this past weekend with families and staff, and we are going to remain committed to providing those regular weekly updates as we get clearer, and also as health authorities and other recommendations out there become clearer to us. So that we can plan accordingly. So you're going to listen to many more details later, but I also want to underline that PPS will only reopen school buildings if it's safe to do so. If we can't safely open school buildings, all teaching and learning for every student will take place virtually or online until it is safe to begin coming back to school. So I know that may not give everybody a big reassurance that we won't have a traditional school opening, but certainly all reasonable minds can agree. Our first priority is to keep everybody safe while we think about how we structure learning as we open the school year. So stay tuned for more details there. I'll just end with reiterating these are extraordinary times. And even while we deal with, last slide please, this pandemic, we still have important business that takes place every summer. So we're continuing to prepare for the school year in whatever format that takes place. We've continued with identifying leaders for our school communities. I think we're almost close to having a full roster of school principals set for the school year. I think there's just a couple assistant principals that we're interviewing. And we're excited to share with you or continuing to announce many of those school leadership positions. I'm glad to report, I think it's a talented balance of internal and external leadership appointees who are going to be leading our schools. So with that, professional learning continues to take place as it does every summer. It's just happening virtually. We're going to continue with our annual Summer Leadership Institute. Nobody looks forward to it more than me. And we'll think about how we get creative this time so that we have a chance to reconnect as an organization and the particular challenge and the call for leadership that we're facing as we open the school year. So Well, we'll look forward to sharing more of those details in upcoming meetings, but for now, that concludes my remarks. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Superintendent. There are many complex challenges on our plates at the moment. Thank you for that report. And now we will move on to student and public comment. Before we begin public comment, I'd like to review our guidelines. The board thanks the community for taking the time to join us and attend this meeting virtually and provide your comments to us. We value public input as it informs our work, and we look forward to hearing your thoughts, reflections, and concerns. Our responsibility as a board is to actively listen. Board members and the superintendent will not respond to comments or questions during public comment, but our board office will follow up on board-related issues raised during public testimony. Guidelines for public input emphasize respect and consideration of others. We request that any complaints about individual employees be directed to the superintendent's office as a personnel matter. If you have additional materials or items you'd like to provide the board or superintendent, we ask that you email them to publiccomment@pps.net. Please make sure when you begin your comments that you clearly state your name and spell your last name. You have 3 minutes to speak. You'll hear a sound after 3 minutes, which means it's time to please conclude your remarks. We appreciate your input and thank you for your cooperation. Ms. Bradshaw, do we have any people signed up for public comment this evening or student comment?
Yes, we have a couple students. We'll go first. So we have Devay Doichet.
Welcome. Devay, are you with us?
Hello.
Hello, there you are.
Yes, my name is Davai Doichet, Dabaidoche, and it is all last name, no first name. All right.
Welcome.
Hello. And may I start?
You may, yes, thank you.
All right. Bennett, Gandhi Nani Shindehai, Nani Doichet. I introduced myself first to you in my traditional language. It is also a way of honoring myself and my history. Hello everyone, my name is Davai Doichet and I'm going to be a senior at Madison High School. I'm a part of the Madison Indigenous Alliance and I'm here to speak with you today about the impact of current Portland Public High School's names have on me as a student of color. Let's look at Portland's foundation. In 1844, Oregon was declared an all-white state which was strictly enforced. The effects of these past laws in Oregon's constitutions can still be seen today in your school's Black and Indigenous people of color student body. At Madison, we have a very diverse student body, and I want all my peers to feel like they belong and are proud of our schools and that the schools are proud of us. But these names hinder this, not only for PPS students, but Portland as a whole. People of color's concerns and propositions are constantly being overlooked and put on hold. This has been a continuous issue within your school system. I do mean your school system. I do not feel like this is my school or represents me to its best ability. Going back to the early 80s, students of color in Cleveland High School fought for the name change of the Cleveland Indians. There was also a recent issue with Cleveland's dance team name, carrying the name of one of our sacred ceremonies. This is just a carryover of the 80s name change not being thoroughly addressed. This should not have taken almost 40 years. I want my voice to be heard when I'm telling you that all your high school names should be changed. This action should happen as a collective and not one by one or any trial periods. I would like Portland Public Schools to listen to me, to listen, hear, and take action when other students of color, such as myself, bring forth their voices and real concerns within PPS, like offensive names, artwork within our schools, and wrongful or misleading historical depictions. There are 8 of 9 main Portland Public High Schools named after white presidents. These are presidents who do not have the best history with Black, Indigenous people of color. I want to be proud of Madison and my school's name, but the knowledge of who James Madison was lingers on my mind when I walk into school every morning, when I attend games and attend other school activities. Just think, his name is the first thing I see every day before I enter the school doors and start my day of learning. This is the building that is preparing me to be a productive human, and schools are supposed to be molding our future. What kind of future are PPS schools molding? The names of the schools carry the state's and men's history along with them, and even more in the eyes of our BIPSC students and staff. This action should happen all at once and immediately, not in waves or a pilot run. We are here now, and we are currently a part of your school system. We deserve more than a test or a pilot run of school name changes. Who would that benefit? Who is PPS trying to appease? It would not be your POC students. That would only be putting us on the back burner and telling us our voice and us as a people are not valued and our voices are not heard. I'm here today to ask you to finish what you started in the 80s and change 8 of the 9 school names and other campuses' names, allowing all students to be proud and feel included within their own school and that the school is proud of them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Bradshaw, any other student testimony?
Yes. We have Jaya Probasco Mitchell.
Welcome.
Hi. Can I begin?
Yes, go ahead whenever you're ready.
My name is Jaya Probasco Mitchell. I'm a rising senior at Madison High School and co-president of the Peace and Justice Club, funded by the Community Care Project. I want the PPS school board to give their support in the club's efforts to change the name of the school from James Madison to a name that properly represents the students and teachers at my school. Attending Madison High School has been a very positive experience for me, but knowing the history of my school name is disheartening because there's still that lingering history of racism and slavery in all parts of the country, and it feels like a constant reminder that my people are still not truly free. I want to be proud to explain the name of my school instead of feeling ashamed of having to explain that the person my school is named after is part of a group of people that practice slavery, when I can still see the effects of the aftermath on my people today and every day in America. I won't truly feel comfortable being anywhere where white supremacist culture is allowed. I don't want to feel like that in a school that I attend and my parents pay taxes for. I want to give Black youth a school to be proud of and that makes them feel like they are worthy and powerful people, showing them that there are no limits to what they can do. With the different name, empowering all students, but specifically students of color, I can see that being possible. In 2019, the Peace and Justice Club did a poll on changing the name with our student body, and we got 40% of students responding and 87% supporting our changing of the name. We also came up with Madison Washington for a name to change the name. He was a man who took over a slave ship and freed 138 enslaved people. But we want the voices of the community and the whole student body to be part of the process of choosing a name. The time to change is now. There is no reason why the name of one of the most diverse schools in the state needs to keep the name of someone who owned 150 slaves. Keeping the name would be allowing the microaggressions towards an oppression of students of color to continue. Black students and other students of color should feel comfortable with the name of their schools because the history of that name is one of freedom and power to the people, not one of oppression and dehumanization. This is a chance for Madison students and the community around us to be able to come together and choose a name that represents our core values at the school, with those values consisting of community, respect, education, equity, and diversity. Keeping a name that does not fit these values is offensive to the whole student body. The Madison campus is being rebuilt right now. This is the perfect time to change the name to a new campus to welcome all students back. I think changing the name of Madison would make PPS leaders in truly diversifying the schools in Oregon and will allow all students, no matter what race or ethnicity, to feel pride for the schools that they attend. Or can take this chance to lead a process that respects the voices of all youth involved. It is time for the district to allow youth voices to be heard and to help us use the power to make changes that we want for ourselves. Got it? And future generations.
Your remarks.
Done? Is it done?
No, go ahead and finish your remarks.
Okay. PPS can truly help students by letting youth use our power to make the changes we want in our school district to further equalize and diversify it and our world. This is possible by having your help following through with our ideas and proposals. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can we have Alicia Blackburn?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hey, my name is Alicia Blackburn, BLA-C-K-440. And you guys are doing an outstanding job.
Alicia, excuse me, just one second. Alicia,
Yes.
I'm hearing a lot of feedback. Are other people hearing that? So Alicia, I'm not sure what it is, but it's very difficult to hear you and there's a lot of feedback.
I'm going to mute my speaker. Can you still hear me? May I avoid the phone though?
Yeah, but there's a terrible echo and it's hard to understand you. Is there anything else you can do?
No.
It sounds like they have a telephone and a computer both on.
No, I'm on the computer.
Could you call in?
Yeah, I'm
Okay,
I'm calling.
we'll move on to someone else for testimony and then we'll come back to you on the phone. Sorry about that. Okay, thank you. Kara, do we have any other students?
No more students. We are in this general public comment. And I have Brady Bennon.
Hi, I'm Brady Bennon, Bennon, a history teacher and Peace Club advisor at James Madison High School. Can you hear me?
We can. Welcome. Go right ahead.
Okay. As my students were learning about the origins of America's slave system, several asked why James Madison, who enslaved over 100 people, is our school's namesake instead of someone who tried to end slavery. Embarrassingly, I had no answer. I realize now that PPS's school naming is part of a nationwide disease that honors and uplifts white supremacy, and it's time to change that. Some say we cannot judge past leaders for racist actions using a modern lens. Saying that ignores that there were many from Madison's era who pushed to end slavery, like Governor Morris, who spoke of abolition at the Constitutional Convention. But the founding father we brand our uniforms with is the one who rewarded slave states with more representation, the one whose compromise extended the slave trade for decades and legalized hunting of escapees like animals. As plantation owner, he sold family members away for punishment or profit and spent incredible effort to track down escapees. When the leader, Tecumseh, unified indigenous peoples to hold on to the remaining lands of the Ohio River Valley, Madison said they were savages and sent the army to attack. PPS proclaims Madison is the one worthy of our veneration, and generations of students, alumni, parents, and community members are taught to revere him. How did the school come to be known as James Madison in the first place? Context is everything. In 1957, when our school was built, Arkansas Governor Orville Faubus used the National Guard to bar Black students from Central High School. In response to the NAACP's victory in Brown versus Board of Education, white American institutions moved to reassert white supremacy. In 1957, the Army Corps of Engineers drowned Celilo Falls, destroying salmon runs, the lifeblood of Columbia River Native American tribes. Our school's naming that year was just one more brick in the structural reinforcement of white supremacy. So when students walk under the words James Madison High School, they do so to the rhythmic drumbeat of racism that pervades society. The racist inculcation continues unabated, even as the school board passes resolutions in support of Black Lives Matter. How must it feel to be a Black or brown student hearing teachers claim they support Black lives, learning our school's values, while we hypocritically honor a man who codified slavery and actively participated in genocide? What must it be like to organize your peers in a fight to change the school's name in time for a new building, only to be told that the process will likely take 3 to 5 years, long after you'll sit in the new seats that bear the stamp property of James Madison High School? At what point does this extinguish the idealistic hope of a young mind and ossify the reality of being, as Ibram X. Kendi argued, stamped from the beginning like those classroom chairs? Turning it around, how must it feel to be a white male student walking through the doors of a school that proclaims hero status to a white male slave owner? What subtle messages of white privilege and superiority permeate that young mind? How does this contribute to the arrogance, the kneel on your neck above the law mindset of tomorrow's white law enforcement officers? Desmond Tutu said, "Those who are neutral in situations of injustice have chosen the side of the oppressors." Follow the advice of the 4,200 signers of the petition calling for changing our school name. It's a great way to show that you do not choose the side of the oppressor.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your work. Alicia,
Yes, do I sound better now?
we can hear you perfectly. Thank you.
Okay. My name is Alicia Blackford, Blackford. I knew that our students would do an outstanding job outlining why Madison High School needs its name changed, so I'm instead going to spend my time focusing on the district procedure for all building and facilities name changes. We all have a role to play in dismantling white supremacy in our school systems. The school board and school district have a huge role to play, and it starts with creating policy that supports the work of our BIPOC students, families, staff, and their accomplices. It means you need to go through all of your policies and procedures and make them pathways to equity rather than bureaucratic roadblocks to change. Students of schools across the district have been trying in pockets to change the names of their buildings for years. We heard since the 80s. They ran into hurdles created by policy that slowed or stopped their momentum. They had to wait for a nationwide movement for Black lives to get that momentum back and to get to where we are now. The school district and school board is made up of educated adults who all claim a commitment to racial equity. We all already know the harm that it can cause a Black student to go to a school named after the person who originated the 3/5 compromise. We don't need to wait for students to be harmed, write petitions, and come to us to tell us about the harm they've experienced. Not to mention that in the process of creating these petitions, our students and alumni of color have been exposed to more vitriol from angry white people. We know the erasure of Black and Indigenous students' culture and history that happens in curriculum in our buildings. And we can all make the logical connection of how continuing to have our buildings carry these names only adds to that erasure. So why spend all the time and energy that was spent to make board policy 2.20.010 for naming school district property and then sit back and wait while knowing this harm and erasure is continuing? The school district has the ability now and has always had the ability to reach out to schools and offer a name change and then facilitate a restorative, inclusive process for choosing a new name that honors our students, their history, and the history of this land. Do that. This process you are putting schools through is sucking the energy and life from people who need to be giving their energy to other areas. The students who are forming committees to push these name changes through are powerhouses, and they are the same students who had to put energy into pushing the district to remove SROs from our buildings and fully adopt restorative practices, and the same students who are organizing their peers to strike for climate justice and to march for Black lives. Imagine how much more they could accomplish with the district and board on their side. Changing racist names is an easy thing to do. It's low-hanging fruit. If you make this harder, how are we supposed to get on to the real work of equity? School renaming is just one example of the ways the district needs to use its power to get out of the way. How many board and district policies are there? I counted. There are 351 plus 3 draft policies, one of which is still open for public comment, which I only found by Googling PPS board policies and then a whole bunch of clicking. I also urge the district to get input from students and families about how to make public comment both more accessible and a process they can feel they trust. Go through these policies and directives and break down the barriers. Lift up BIPOC students, families, alumni, and staff, and don't make them jump through hoops and red tape when they're working to create the schools we all deserve.
Thank you. Ms. Bradshaw, do we have further public comment?
Yes, we have Megan Graves.
Hi, I'm Megan Graves, and that is spelled MEAGANGRAVES. I'm an alumni from Madison High School. May I begin?
You may. Go ahead.
The alumni of James Madison High School call on you to change the name of our alma mater. In 2020, no school should honor the legacy of a slave owner, and ignoring the harm that such a school name causes detracts from the district's equity goals and damages communities of color. Our school's mission statement affirms that all students will access an engaging and inclusive education defined by diversity and respect. Our alma mater is one of the most diverse schools in the state of Oregon, and we take pride in that diversity. We also appreciate the openness, support, and inclusion seen in our student, staff, and faculty members. We value education, but our education must be defined by this diversity and the multitude of perspectives and experiences shared through a mutual, deep-seated belief in our respect and equal treatment of each other. However, our school is named for James Madison, the fourth President of the United States and writer of the Constitution, whose legacy as a founding father is completely overshadowed by a long, vile history of bigotry against Black people and Native Americans. Madison owned over 100 slaves. He created the Three-Fifths Compromise, cementing systemic oppression into the Constitution through the racist ideology that Black people were less than white people. As president, Madison referred to Indigenous people as being perfidious and savage, and he unleashed the United States Army against Native Americans during the Battle of Tippecanoe, after which he seized their land and forced them to flee west, voiding their rightful claim of the land. James Madison's racism and cruelty even extended after his death, when he expressly stated in his will that none of his 100 slaves be freed. Madison's actions as a founding father and as president are embroiled with a deep, irreconcilable prejudice and enmity towards people of color in America. James Madison was a man whose life and career was marked with bigotry and racism while hypocritically touting the American ideals of freedom and equality. We can no longer honor a man who so represents the hatred that targets so many in our community. We demand that our school be renamed to appropriately honor these ideals and to honor and support our community, staff, and students. A petition has been circulated in support of this name change and has already garnered the support of 4,200 people, while this letter has been signed by 119 alumni. Only when we are represented by a figure who embodies our values of diversity, inclusion, and equity will our students and community feel safe and proud of our school. Now is the time to take action. As institutions across the country reevaluate their own racist practices, as Confederate statues are removed, and as millions of Americans rise up against white supremacy in our society, Portland Public Schools has an opportunity to be a leader. Rather than protecting the status quo of institutionalized racism, we urge you to do the right thing. Rename Madison High School now and affirm that Black Lives Matter right here. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have Colleen Ruland.
Hi, my name is Colleen Ruland, Reuland. I have 3 children in Portland Public Schools, a high school student, a middle school student, and a grade school student. I empathize with the terribly difficult and hard decisions that you are having to make and the countless hours and sleepless nights that I know you are spending. That being said, I appreciate and implore you to continue to put in the work. We have children who are experiencing a trauma and being negatively impacted. They're not at risk for an impact, they're being impacted at a time in which their brains are developing and the consequences are lifelong. While I constantly hear it's just a year of change or a year of suboptimal education, I would propose that we have a design principle that this is a full year of brain development that will have a ripple impact on the rest of their life. In reviewing the fall 2020 proposed plan, there's a few places I would like to comment on. The first is sports. I ask that you please coordinate with PIL to achieve the best possible scenarios where students can be present for the limited days they may have in in-person school and still be able to participate in sports. Sports are a critical component of physical and mental health for many children. I can't find PPS specific data, but across Oregon for adolescents, at least 1 in 3 play sports. That's nearly 100,000 high school students who have been impacted, not at risk for an impact, but who have been impacted. The Aspen Sports and Society program shows that 40% of youth 6 to 12, so middle school, play sports. So again, every single one of those kids is being impacted. If the proposed model is kept, I ask that you please work with PIL to consider sporting events to be held on Wednesday and at times that don't require a child to have to miss school. Particularly for my high schooler who attends a school for which there are no on-site facilities for his practices or games, I fear the games will be maintained and he will be asked to pick between academics and sports. And that seems particularly cruel and unhealthy for a child. The second is please maintain grade cohesion within the high school cohort model. I understand this is so logistically difficult, but I implore you to consider models by which the split days maintain a full grade. These children have been socially isolated from their grade level peers for half a year, and to extend that to a full year seems dangerous in terms of their social and emotional development. I'm concerned about the viability of completing a full year of an IB class in 3 months. It saddens me to see that missing from the guiding parameters with any priority placed on how to ensure children whose needs are to be academically challenged in this environment. Lastly, I appreciate greatly the parameters you set forward related to social and emotional learning and the health of our children. I greatly hope that ODE and PPS look at the data that demonstrates the relatively low risk of child-to-child spread and think about the positive value and impact on development of children in order to have social interaction and coordination. Thank you again for your time, your heart, and your commitment to our children in this unprecedented time.
Thank you for joining us.
We have Seamus Linsky.
Thank you. My name is Seamus Linsky, Lynsky, and I'm a parent of a class of 2020 Roosevelt High School graduate and a rising 8th grader at George Middle School up here in St. John's. I'm here today to talk with you about the inequities of the Roosevelt High School Modernization Project and the board's continued failure to deliver equitable services to the most underserved schools in the district. COVID-19 and the Black Lives Matter movement have been reflecting a lot about what we can do, each and every one of us, to reverse the decades of discrimination that have brought us here. Up in St. John's, a local artist has painted the phrase Black Lives Matter in bright orange yellow letters on the street just under our iconic bridge. And in each of those giant letters, there's a brief passage chronicling Portland's racist past. It starts with the story of the first Black American to visit Portland, Clark Slade York, and it goes all the way up to 2018 with this blurb, quote, "Students of color stage a sit-in at Roosevelt High School to protest falling diversity and rising inequality. Rising inequality. Roosevelt students know that they're being treated unfairly. The PPS board planned a modernization for Roosevelt that was millions of dollars less than any other school, built for fewer students and with less cutting-edge STEM classroom space than any other. And this was a conscious decision, and it's shameful. After much pressure from the community and a little bad press for the board finally agreed to make up for some of that inequity by adding 10,000 square feet of additional STEM, CTE, and traditional classroom space. But the community had to push further for you to find the money to actually move forward and break ground this fall. But it still leaves Roosevelt too small for current enrollment projections and with less classroom space than every other modernized PPS high school. Everyone likes to talk about battling systemic racism. This board came to Roosevelt last year and told us, no, those past decisions were made by the previous administration. We're different. We care. But you continue to make decisions that reinforce systemic racism. Look at Jefferson. We took the recent 2020 bond survey, and unbelievably, one of the options is to delay Jefferson. Again, there wasn't an option to delay Wilson or Cleveland, just Jefferson. That's unconscionable. What do Roosevelt and Jefferson have in common? Anyone? They have the largest population of students of color in the district by far. And Roosevelt is given the least money and space, and Jefferson is put last. History is now. You're making decisions to uphold systemic racism now. Do you want to be racist or do you want to be anti-racist? You're discussing changing some school names to address past racism. That's something, it's a start, but that should have been done long ago. Real change is giving students of color a quality learning environment, at least as nice as that what the white dominant schools have got. Changing names is just window dressing if the inequitable treatment continues. If you want our support for this next bond, you need to stop repeating the mistakes of the past and actually prioritize equity for our most underserved schools. Build out Roosevelt to at least the standard of the white dominant high schools and prioritize modernizing Jefferson next, not last. You can fix the past now if you actually can. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have Gerald Scrutchins.
Welcome.
Hi. Thank you for having me. My last name is spelled Scrutchions. Is it okay for me to begin?
Yes, please do.
Okay, today I speak on behalf of current historically underserved PPS students and families, as well as former PPS students and families who have experienced systemic racism within our district. I am a former social studies teacher at Harriet Tubman Middle School, as well as a co-organizer of the student-led Harriet Tubman Environmental Justice Club. In addition, I am a parent of 2 PPS students, one who attends Harriet Tubman. In late June, I began circulating a petition to remove the name of Robert Blanchard from PPS headquarters. Although there is no statue of Mr. Blanchard, I find it offensive and disrespectful, as well as do so far up to 1,200 other signees, that his legacy is on the PPS headquarters, that his name represents the legacy. PPS, as well as our board, represents nearly 50,000 students and families, as well as many former families that were traumatized by PPS's mandatory busing system of the 1970s. Students like Tina Williams and Lisa Arsenault. Blanchard's resolution 3553, the Blanchard Plan, implemented mandatory busing of African Americans to predominantly white schools. Blanchard's ideals mount to an assimilationist, racist ideology, and it also supports the thought that Black kids could only improve themselves by attending white schools. I thank you to Mr. Ron Herndon, Reverend John Jackson, and former board member Steve Buell, as well as Herb Cawthorn, for beginning to dismantle the racist system of mandatory busing and firing Mr. Blanchard. In learning Mr. Blanchard's actions towards Portland's African Americans, I find it, again, highly disrespectful to allow his name to remain on our district headquarters. After reading an email, I see that the first bullet point of PPS 2020 plan says, prioritize our BIPOC students and engage groups who have been disproportionately impacted by the pandemic, which in my mind and many others include systemic racism as being a pandemic here in the United States and around the world. So I ask again that you hold yourselves accountable as board members. And if it is your intention to begin to right the wrongs of PPS and build trust, please start here. Remove his name from our PPS headquarters and allow students to come up with a name that represents our cause in PPS, which should be education and justice. With this statement, in response to the prospective boycott, Blanchard stated, responsible Negroes will not pay attention to this boycott, meaning responsible Negroes will remain submissive to matters of inequality and injustice. Is that a statement you want to represent? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That's all the public comment.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, everyone who joined us this evening. Superintendent Guerrero, our next item speaks to the process that you and your leadership team are proposing regarding consideration of renaming many of our schools. And I know this is something that is very important to you personally. So would you like to introduce this item?
I would. I think public comment tonight has warmed us up and provided quite the transition here for Danny Ledesma, who is going to provide our directors with an update on our proposed work in this area. So we definitely want to hear from the board how best it would like to be involved and how it would like to continue to stay informed on our progress as we commence. So Danny?
Oops. Good evening, Chair Constam, Vice Chair Moore, and directors. Thank you so much for the opportunity to talk a little bit about some of the thinking behind our naming and defining PPS places. I believe the fabulous Roseanne Powell is going to help me with a slideshow. But before I get started, I do want to take the opportunity to thank you for a couple of things. I think that we are where we are tonight because of a lot of the work that you've done on policy, specifically around the naming policy that happened 2 years ago. And I believe that it's this policy work that you've done that's really sort of paved the way for us to think about that next level of administrative work to be able to remove some of the hurdles and the barriers that you've heard testimony about today. And I think the other thing I want to thank you for, I want to thank you personally, and certainly I know that my colleagues at PPS feel this. I do really want you to know that I do feel your support for our work around racial equity and social justice. I had the opportunity to meet with colleagues from across the nation who sort of have similar roles to me. And when I shared the amount of support that we have from the board that really allow us to sort of push on changing our system, people recognize how special and unique that is. And so I just wanted to thank you for all the work and support that you do, because we certainly are going to ask you to continue to make sure that you're holding us accountable to pushing our system to achieve much more racial justice. And as you've heard from our public testimony, and as you hear from every day, the stakes are rather high. The impact of our cultural and institutional racism have a direct impact on our students, on our Black and Native students. And I can say with a lot of confidence that our superintendent, our leadership team, we're all very committed to moving and disrupting that so that our students can achieve the vision that our community helped lay out. So I'm going to go through a quick slide deck and then sort of open it up for some feedback and questions. But I'd like to start with what we would like to do is in response to a lot of the feedback that you've heard, and that really is around how do we create some wholesale change that is responsive to the urgency and the energy of our young people who want to see change. And I would say that I was nodding my head vigorously with all of the testimony and feel excited about being able to work in collaboration with the folks who testified, especially our students, because I believe that we have a process that can really achieve some of the change that folks are desiring. The one caveat, though, is that I'd like us to think about how we make sure that as we are changing names, that we avoid the trap of that being a gesture, and really try to think about how the name changing processes are anchored in our larger work around racial equity and social justice, in community engagement, and in our work to be more student centered. So I'm just going to quickly go through to the next slide, which just reminds us that, we've done a lot of work around racial equity and social justice. We're not where we need to be, but this work is something that, in order for it to sustain, has to be embedded not only in each individual, in our culture and in our systems. And so the next slide, our community helps lay out our vision, which you are very familiar with. The thing that I'm really proud of our community and our work is that in each key element of our vision, there is a clear, unequivocal statement on racial equity. From our system shifts to our educator essentials and our graduate profile, we are ensuring that we want to make sure that not only in our core values around racial equity, but that we are really trying to build a system that has that all in there. So the next slide. We have been embarking on an emerging strategic plan where we're focused on our system shifts, and chief among that system shift is how do we make sure the racially aligned systems and structures within our district. Next slide. And so the work that we've done really resulted in our theory of action that says that if we integrate, if we are intentional about making sure that we are integrating strategies that we know are effective for racial equity with our instructional work, with the business of teaching and learning, then we believe that we can achieve great things at PPS, particularly for our students of color, our Black and Native students, because by doing this work, by integrating these strategies, we're really living out that value of targeted universalism. We're removing barriers for folks who experience them the most to be able to build a stronger system for every student. So next slide. We did some big visioning. We're thinking about our system, but what lies beneath that is a lot of planning around that has to do with our racial educational equity policy. the implementation of our updated racial equity and social justice lens, where we're developing a shared analysis, a common muscle, if you will, to really interrupt our decision making to ensure that we are thinking about how to create the most opportunity for racial equity at PPS. We have, as you know, a framework and plan that centers around 5 key areas. And in the next slide, I want to show you 2 places where I think that where this work is important. And you know, I want to, before we talk about the specific goals, our approach has always been about an organizational development approach. It is true we need individuals to be aware of our own privilege, of our racial identities, and to be aware of problems. However, it really is in that building of culture, that shared critique, that shared analysis that is going to help sustain the work that helps us build on a racial school system that is underpinned by racial equity. And the one there's a link to in the slideshow around culture, and what we've committed to at PPS under the superintendent's leadership is really how do we interrupt white supremacy culture? And you heard quite a bit of testimony about how insidious it is, how it impacts so much of our work at PPS. And so that application of our racial equity, social justice lens is about making sure that we're interrupting those narratives, those stories of racial inequity, so that we are moving towards a culture that can sustain justice. But equally important, and this is where, you know, we have some more dialogue to do, is that when we look at the tenets of white supremacy culture, one of those tenets is about reacting like this, that everything is urgent, and because the majority says go, then we go. And what we're proposing is that while we can collectively say that there are things that we need to improve upon, one of the key ways that we can interrupt white supremacy culture is to, in fact, slow down, to be reflective, and to anchor our work in our values and our shared understanding of how to move forward together. And while there are things that we agree on, there are multiple perspectives, and I'm not saying that those perspectives are all right, but as a system, we have to be able to base our decisions and be able to contend with those multiple perspectives in a way that's inclusive, that honors our students of color, particularly our Black and Native students, and helps point us into a direction where we're building on a collective. And that takes a little bit of time. So one of the things that we want to anchor our process into the next slide are 2 places from our framework and plan that focus on student voice and student identity development and affirmation. So we really want to make sure that students feel empowered in district decision making, so that they have opportunity not only to discuss how they experience school, but they can express a multitude of viewpoints, even if they're counter to what, dare I say it, the superintendent might think at the time, or our deputy superintendents, but that we really want them to sort of be part of the discussion, be part of the dialogue with all of their viewpoints, and be able to provide feedback and leadership on how to move forward on important issues. We believe that by cultivating and sort of enacting those goals around student voice, that in fact identity development, the key thing that veneration of problematic figures gets that sort of has a potential to have a negative impact. So we want to make sure that students develop positive social identity, a positive cultural identity. And research says that one of the best ways to develop that positive cultural identity is to be able to participate in advocacy and be able to celebrate and tell those stories of their experience. Another goal that we want to make sure that we're anchoring this work to in the next slide has to do with teaching and learning, right? We heard great examples of our educational leaders talking about history, and we heard students talk about their understanding of that history and their critique of that history. And so we want to make sure that our work is really grounded in instruction and curriculum that is culturally responsive, that does have instructional practices that are supporting that work. So what's in a name, you say? We say a name has to, our naming process should include at the procedural level, at the administrative directive level, should be anchored in our goals that sort of really affirm and include and take the cues from our student leaders, and that is anchored in our instruction and our curriculum. So the next slide is this idea of culturally responsive and sustaining pedagogy. We throw this a lot. We throw these terms around a lot, and I think that part of our culture is building more common understanding of what this means. But one of the ways that we want to make this this work around naming and defining spaces more powerful and more connected to our graduate profile is to make sure that we're really looking at that second tenet of cultural responsive pedagogy that disrupts the idea of Eurocentric or middle-class forms of discourse, knowledge, language, culture, and historical interpretations as normative, right? That that students are prepared to do that disruption, and that's part of our instructional model at all levels, at all schools, so that the critique of names is sort of embedded in that pedagogy. The other thing that I point to is thinking about critical race theory is this concept of counter storytelling, that removing a name of a problematic figure is one piece of changing the experience for our students of color, but also providing opportunities in our curriculum and in our instruction for students of color, particularly Black and Native students, to have the opportunity to tell the counter story, to tell their specific experience and history, so that they are better prepared to counteract racial inequities. And it goes back to that goal around positive cultural identity. If students are engaged in this positive counter storytelling, their cultural identities are more likely to be affirmed, and they'll be able to have a more positive experience. And it's our belief that. So next slide. So what does this mean? We sort of walked you through as quickly as possible about some of the work that we're doing around racial equity and social justice. What does this have to do with our name, right? So we've talked about how we have a policy around naming that gives us quite a bit of opportunity to make name changes. But as you heard from testimony, this is something that has to happen school by school and site by site. And our superintendent has sort of charged us with sort of thinking about what is a process where we can really improve those procedures and those protocols that come out of our administrative directive, so that we can, in some cases, fast track names that need to be changed in a more comprehensive way, but also include more of that connection to culturally responsive pedagogy, to critical race theory, to our goals around racial equity and social justice, and most importantly, where students are actively participating in that, so that they are doing all the things that we've got to witness tonight. So the next slide. You've heard this background. You know, we have problematic historical figures that are venerated in our schools. For example, Wilson. We heard really powerful testimony about how problematic the BESC is. And throughout our state, throughout our community, there are so many problematic historical figures. And not only do our students attend not only are they inside the walls of these schools that venerate these figures by naming them, but we've heard that they seldom get to see or learn about other BIPOC leaders, Black or Indigenous or people of color. Only in the last 5 years has Oregon as a state adopted legislation requiring ethnic studies or even tribal history as part of core curriculum. And what we know is that as a system, culturally responsive instruction is not consistently practiced, and often school communities lack a counter narrative that's told by our students. So we do have a policy, and what we're proposing is to focus on our administrative directive to engage in a process. Next slide, please. Where we're heeding the call to action. We heard from students who talked about Madison's not on this list, but we've heard, and you've heard particularly from folks at Jefferson, at Wilson, at Lane, Alliance, Kellogg. There's so many school communities who are wanting more. And we've also got to witness this summer powerful student advocacy, the nod to my favorite blazer. The next slide. So what we propose to do is to try to have a process where we are integrating all these concepts around racial equity and student voice into a process that looks at the administrative directive, that tries to strengthen the administrative directive in a way where we can hear the concerns of the students that we heard today and try to come up with a more streamlined and easier process that again is anchored in some of our values. So you click on the next slide. So we're going to continue to operate on these principles. We want to make sure that we're centered in racial equity, that this is not only student-centered, but that the process is student co-led. We're going to apply equity-centered or liberatory design. We'll talk a little bit about that, what that means. We're still very much engaged in culturally responsive and sustaining pedagogy, and that there's coherence and alignment, so that you're not hearing about this great process that happens over here and something that's less impactful over there. And ultimately, we want to make sure that we're moving and preparing our students to lead a more just world, as outlined in our graduate profile and our vision. So, next slide. So we want to utilize equity-centered design. Many of you are probably familiar with human-centered design, which basically takes an empathetic approach to designing processes where a multitude of perspectives can be heard, hoping to come out with a more inclusive and effective way to look at policy, procedural, or protocol changes. So the folks at, next slide, the folks at at Stanford, excuse me, have taken that sort of classic human-centered design. Oh, the superintendent's so mad at me. It's not Harvard, it is Stanford. Apologies to all the Harvard graduates. The geniuses at Stanford, though, have taken this human-centered design and anchored it in racial equity. And what they propose are a design process that not only has methods to be able to achieve tasks, but really gets at sort of like changing mindset. And I want to sort of I want you to reflect on some of the testimony that we heard from students and from educators and community members, and think about how the empathy interviews can help to build more relational trust, that can help us embrace complexity, that can help us focus on self-awareness, that can help us recognize where there might be bias, so that we can make sure that we're sort of moving beyond that. So the next slide. So this is just an example of what this could look like. Here's our process. Because students are not in school and we want this to be student-centered, we're going to propose a launch in September where we're going to ask a sort of diverse committee of students and staff and community members to help kind of refine this charge, to look at the current administrative directive and procedures, and to start conducting some interviews with folks to see what's not working, what's not compelling, and sort of how we can improve the administrative directive so that ultimately we can facilitate a more impactful renaming process. We will sort of employ case study methodology. So the Wilson High School has, their renaming folks have triggered the administrative directive. So we're going to go ahead and utilize their experience to draw some lessons. They've got really strong student leadership at Wilson, just like at Madison and other places. So we hope to sort of learn from what they're doing. We anticipate that by as soon as the end of this year that the Wilson renaming will be completed. At the same time, in our third phase, we'll be asking the committee to brainstorm new and revised solutions to be able to accomplish those high-level goals that you got to hear a lot of testimony about. And we'll propose some changes and propose those to the superintendent. One thing that I'd like to comment on is that it's possible that the purview of this committee may move beyond the administrative directive, at which time we would like to sort of think about how we can continue to engage with the board and particularly the board policy committee to make sure that if there's additional changes and or maybe even new policies that come out of this that we're sort of nimble enough to be able to engage quickly. And then at the sort of tail end of the process, we'll ask the committee to make sure that they're thinking about how we have a adaptive review process, so that we're continually checking in to make sure that the process is meeting its goals and is continuing to work. So next slide. So we're proposing that the team consists of students, and we believe that it's important to have both middle school and high school students. And we want to make sure that we're thinking not only of sort of like typical leadership, but that we're also thinking about cultural clubs. We got to hear from a couple of those members from Madison, which is thrilling to me. And then we want to make sure that we have staff that is broad from all areas of the organization. That includes our, sort of our community engagement team, which will be leading this effort, as well as like our instructional team, like Office and Teaching and Learning, our school performance team, and comms. There's much more. We want to make sure that facilities and our Office of School Modernization is also engaged. And then for partner, I think we would want to start with some of our partners for racial equity, but there are certainly many community organizations that would want to take part and have expressed some interest in there. So I would say my I believe this is the last slide. So my main takeaway, one of the things I hope you take away is that we're trying to be as thoughtful as possible, while also responding to the energy that's in our community about these name changes. We want to make sure that we are disrupting our own culture at PPS, so that we're not sort of responding to the thing of the day or doing the easy thing, but that we're really being intentional about not only getting to the name change, but also seeking to figure out how we can also change the student experience so that it's much more affirming, so that their participation and leadership is driving processes like this, and that we can learn from that, and that we're also anchoring our work in the culturally responsive and sustaining pedagogy that we believe can make a difference for our students of color ultimately in achieving our board goals. So I know that was a lot of talking, and so I think I wanted to kind of sort of ask the board for two pieces of guidance. The first piece of guidance I'd like to ask you is, sort of any feedback or advice that you have for myself and all of the staff that will be engaged in terms of this process, knowing that this is work in our administrative directive, so it falls just beneath your policy purview, but we still want to make sure that we're taking your good advice, and that your experiences are really honored, and certainly through your own dialogue on the policy work, we know that you've got a lot to share there. And then I think the other question I have for the board is, as the process evolves, what can we do to make sure that because you are definitely hearing from constituents from our community about these issues, how can we really make sure that you're communicated with effectively about what's going on, and if you have maybe a discussion amongst yourselves about how you would like to sort of like be engaged in this work. So I'll turn it over to you all. Thank you for the time.
Thanks, Danny. It's Director Lowry. You and I had this conversation yesterday about this work, but I think that as a white person, I often want to fix it and make things better. And I really appreciate this process because I think it seats the decision-making in the community, and the idea that I think we heard from our amazing student leaders tonight. What I'm worried about in this process is that we'll try to do it so quickly and change the name so we feel better, that we don't actually take this as a learning moment to really challenge those deeper systems that permeate. Like, I think the names are a symptom of white supremacy, and that by doing this process, we're actually getting to the deeper work, that yes, we will change the names, but sort of elevating student voice, talking through the racist past, will make more significant changes. I really appreciate the work and the plan you've outlined because of that. I think the thing I want to know, like the rubber meets the road. So we heard from Madison tonight, and I see in the phases sort of where Wilson lands. So as we look at this timeline, like what do we say to Madison, the young people who spoke tonight? Like when are they going to have a new name? And when can we kind of say the timeline looks like this will be sort of worked through and resolved by 2025? Like give us a sort of target that we can help people know that we are being responsive at the same time as we're doing this slow and well. We are being responsive, and there is some urgency to the work.
Yeah, thank you for that, Director Lowry, and thanks for all your feedback leading up to this. I think the question I would pose to the Madison community, and we've been working with our chief of school, Sean Bird, on this, is we're respectfully asking our school communities to take a healthy risk, if you will, and to pause for a moment on this, in hopes that in taking that pause, we'll be able to come up with a much more streamlined process to be able to do quite a few name changes at the same time. So that is the healthy risk that we're asking them to take. And I think that given what I heard and am hearing from our leaders, I think we're really well positioned to get a group of participants in this committee who are going to bring a lot of really powerful input and leadership into this process. And so I'm really hopeful about the impact that this can take. And I think that what we're saying is you may not be able to get want now, but we think you can get something equally as meaningful later that you can drive and be part of. So I think that's the healthy risk we're asking folks to take.
I want to jump in and say that I really appreciate the thinking that's gone into taking the longer view and the slower approach, because one of the characteristics of white supremacy, how it shows up in organizations, is this sense of urgency. And I know I live in a traditionally historic Black neighborhood, and there are just on my morning walk, there are hundreds of signs and sidewalk chalk and signs in people's doors and windows about Black Lives Matter. And yet there's no Black people in the neighborhood anymore. And so I want to say I agree with the slower approach. And I also wanted to encourage you to reach out to alums. As an example, because alums are going to be very tied to the names, but I know just for an example, Jefferson went through this renaming process 2 years ago with the help of the neighborhood association. And it was the alums that shut the project down or decided to keep the name of Thomas Jefferson. I think if we would go back, in fact, I know if we would go back to them today, because I just talked to one of them today, their thoughts have changed. And so I appreciate that this is an iterative process, that we need to slow it down. We're not doing the process to make people feel comfortable. We're doing it, with the best intentions of coming up with a process that works for all of our communities. And so I just want to say thank you for your work there.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Julia.
Okay, great. Well, thanks for the presentation. I do think names mean something, and I like that this presentation connected the work, this particular work, to our racial equity and social justice work, and connects it to the new vision and the emergent strategic plan and student voice. I think those are all great things. I guess as somebody who, I'm going to take the long view, I'm going to go back to my previous service on the board. In 2002, the community members called for changing of the names of some of our high schools. And then 3 years ago, there was, when the board was responding to a complaint about the mascot at Franklin, and we went through the process and redeveloped the new policy. at that time, people asked us to consider changing the names of the high schools. So it's not a new issue. At the time, 3 years ago, obviously it was we'd had significant turnover in the board, a new superintendent. We just developed a policy. But I think there's been a conversation happening in our community for a long time about the names and what they mean. And I'm glad to see the student activism around the names. In terms of process, I think it's important that the board with the superintendent jointly commit to embarking on a comprehensive community review of all of our schools and facility names, and share a roadmap with the process. I think some of the student testimony tonight and teacher testimony maybe calls into question whether there's a commitment to do a comprehensive review, or what the board position may be, or what the staff's position may be. So if I were looking at the slides on the presentation, I would just move up one step to like a phase 0 to have a sort of level setting of a agreement of the superintendent with staff leadership and the board leadership, the board agreeing that this is a process we want, a comprehensive process we want to go through, because I really like the focus on the administrative directive and getting students engaged in that piece of it, and the learning opportunities, because actually I think frankly our community will be shocked when they understand some of the individuals who are honored every day by our school system. But I do think we should back up and not, I don't believe that we should be passive and just be getting updates. I think we should signal our support for a comprehensive review, use the process that the superintendent and staff have outlined to get student engagement. But there may be school communities that are in a school with a name that we all think, that we all, if we knew what that individual had done, would not support having that school be the name. But there may not be an active student community or community members who call for us to have a change, but that doesn't mean that that school should still have the same name. So I just think we should take a more comprehensive approach at the very beginning, and it's fine to start with one. I'd support starting with one school and then iterating from there and taking learnings from that. But I think we should indicate at the very beginning that we're not going to count on schools to have to, and students and teachers to have to come petition the board in order for their potential to be a review. So I think this is a good foundation. I would just add a step at the very end of the process of our board policy. It does come, any renaming comes back to the board. And I think, to me, those are the two places where the board engagement at the very beginning, sort of setting the framework. And then when we get the recommendations on the back end, hopefully with full student engagement, and we'll have a student community that is empowered, engaged, and know a lot more about our local history, the good and the bad, and that we all have schools that our students and our school communities support. So that's my feedback on the process.
And Director Remembers, I don't mean to disagree with you. I do just want to clarify that the process that is, that I want to just make sure that I was clear, that while we're using Wilson as a case study, the idea is that this would be a comprehensive review of all of the sort of like names and spaces. And I listed those schools as an example of sort of what we had been hearing. It's clearly, not comprehensive because, we didn't have Madison on there. So apologies for that. So I just wanted to clarify.
Yeah, I guess I'm just thinking of, I believe the work on the administrative directive obviously is definitely a staff work stream. I'm just looking at the work plan, and it starts with a proposed process to amend the renaming of the administrative directive versus like clicking up a level of we're going to undertake a comprehensive review. So I'm glad to hear you say that's what the intention is. I think we should just state it so that we're clear. So as people come in, and I think there's a way to address some of the urgency with we're going to do it, and we're going to do it in a thoughtful, inclusive way, and it's comprehensive. But you may not get that from this unless we explicitly state it. And I think it's good for our community to hear that there is support for that, so you don't get to the back end of the process and it be like, well, where was the board, or how come this isn't moving ahead? So again, I'm trying to look at what the right roles in the process would be, and that would be so I think we're in agreement.
So this is Andrew. I'll go ahead and jump in. Thanks, Danny. I really appreciate the presentation and the briefing earlier this week. And I'm going to echo a lot of the comments that we've heard from board members so far. What I really appreciate is the focus on deeper change. As a number of people have said, names are really important, but the deeper change in a school system and breaking down that systemic racism, breaking down the white dominant culture is more important. And that's what's really going to have an impact on student achievement, and particularly the student achievement of our Black and Native and students of color. And so I think the fact that you've taken this moment, which is really important, and you've grounded it in something larger, I think is where we're going to get the sort of systemic change. We've heard tonight, we've heard an email, I talked to people about the desire to move quickly, and I understand that desire. And I want to assure people who are watching, the board is very much in support of this work. And so I think sometimes when we start talking about these processes, we do get a little bit of this feedback of like, why aren't you just moving more quickly? I mean, we could introduce resolutions tonight that change names of schools, but I think we miss a really important component, right? And you've outlined that of really involving the communities that are most impacted, and that's one of the things I heard a lot when I was running, and a lot of people said, if you get this seat, you have to promise that you're going to come back to our community and talk to us and listen to us and involve us. And I want to make sure that I'm true to that. I want to make sure the district is true to that. So the process is really exciting. I think we're hearing, and I'd like to hear from some more board members as well. I think we're hearing about board support for this process moving forward. Just getting to Director Brim Edwards, comments. I actually would be a little bit, I think that the district's outlined a really good process. I think you're hearing that overall support. I agree with her comments about making sure we're clear that there's going to be a systemic review, because a comprehensive review, because I think that is important to communicate. I think that's what we want to see. I'm a little nervous about any sort of formal board action, and I will tell you why. Local leaders of color, particularly Black leaders, have been convening a call every Friday with elected officials over the last few weeks in this moment. And really talking about the need to make change and the need to make concrete systemic change, the type of change that we're really talking about here and that your process is laid out. One of the things they said very, very early on was that it would not be appropriate for elected officials to get credit or try and take credit for the changes that are being made. And I think that comes from a place of it has been so long that we haven't done this that and they obviously weren't talking about just renamings, they were talking about everything, right? All these sort of global changes. And they were saying, standing up, particularly white, leaders such as myself, standing up now and saying, oh, look, I support this, I want to take action, would really sort of be inappropriate in this moment. And that really struck me. And it's gotten me really thinking about how this is a moment for us to lead, but not lead through sort of the traditional, like being out there in front, but more lead through the overall support for processes. And so anyway, I've been marinating on that for a couple of weeks, and it just sort of, it highlights it a little bit here in terms of what's the right approach for the board versus the staff. And obviously we have to be supportive. And I think that's what you're hearing tonight. And that's certainly where I am. I want to move, and I want to move quickly. And I want to be clear, as much as I think the process is important, I do also think we need to be clear about what our timelines are and then be accountable to the public for those timelines. Because I think that's an important part of this as well. But I also want to make sure that we are, I don't know if the right term is leading from behind or leading in support of these efforts as they move forward. So anyway, thanks, Danny. I appreciate what you laid out.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hey, go ahead.
I
wanted to say, Director Scott, thank you for for saying that. And also, I was like, how'd you get the memo about that team meeting on Fridays? You're in the know. But thank you for, yeah, we need to be supportive, but not take credit for the work that precedes.
Danny, I wanted to again thank you, and I thought Julia did, Director Brent Edwards did a great job of summarizing the real positive context that this is happening in. And two things. While I appreciate being careful and deep going along, we also have an opportunity with Madison reopening in a year. And it would be pretty sweet to open with a new name. So just wanted to put that out there. And you know, hearing the testimony of our students also, I feel the tension of, hey, we've been active on this, and now you want to process it some more. I think we need to keep that in mind going forward. And the second thing is, could you, again, we heard some compelling testimony tonight about the Blanchard Center. Could you speak to the challenges we face around that name in terms of the building? Somebody else on staff?
Yeah. Before I get to the Blanchard Center, I do want to, I don't want to geek out on this, and Shanice Clark, our Director of Community Engagement, is gonna sort of already has like so much deep content around this, but I do think there's an opportunity for both Madison and some of the other schools that are sort of that are getting rebuilt to kind of be part of the prototyping. I don't know if you saw that on the design process, but there comes a point where after you do the case study, after you sort of look at that, you can sort of do some prototyping. So without presupposing the outcome of the process, because I do want there to be some, I want the people to be able to run this. There is some opportunity, and we've talked a little bit about this, of we could maybe use Madison and maybe Kellogg as a prototype. So in that process, so I think there's ways that we can have lots of wins in this. As to the Blanchard site, I understand that as part of as part of an employment settlement, and tell me. Our general counsel, Liz Large, will just do a hook if I misspeak, but I understand that the renaming of the Blanchard site is made even more complex because of a settlement with the Blanchard family, and so part of that. Nope. That's
Danny?
Okay. Nope.
Danny? This is Director Constam. I had asked General Counsel Large to look into this matter a couple of weeks ago, and I think they did some fairly exhaustive research. So, Liz, would you like to share what you learned in that?
Sure, I can cut to the chase pretty quickly. There was a settlement with the family, but we've run down every possible path and some pretty credible ones, and we're not finding any evidence that there's a restriction on the name of the building, which has had a lot of folklore for a long time, but actually I don't no evidence that restriction exists.
Oh,
that's awesome.
Thank you.
Oh.
Director Bailey, I agree with you that, oops, excuse me. I agree with you about Madison and how compelling that is, that we have this incredible opportunity for rebranding, if you will, with a brand new school. So I do want to just put that very pragmatic plug in for Madison and Kellogg, that it would seem a little, it would seem like a missed opportunity to have that process lag from our great celebrations and all the hope that's embodied by the opening of those new schools. So I just want us to consider that in this process. And otherwise, really want to thank you, Danny and Shanice and Superintendent Guerrero, for really thinking more deeply and thoughtfully about how we can connect this process to empowering our students, particularly empowering our students of color, and really connecting it to teaching and learning. And I think I agree that we don't want to leave the onus for the advocacy to our students. We want to make it very clear that we actively support these efforts, and that considerations are not going to lie unattended to just because a school community isn't actively advocating. Appreciate this process and all the complexity that it embraces. And it's one more thing that contains both challenge and opportunity in virtual land, in terms of public engagement and in terms of empowering our students to lead on this.
So I had one other thing I wanted to just add.
I'm sorry, can I haven't had a chance to weigh in. Can I?
Go ahead, let's go after you.
So I actually wanted to kind of speak to what you had mentioned, Director Brim-Edwards. I think the board has played a role in facilitating this process by changing the policy in 2018 that outlined a series of value statements about the kinds of names and mascots and signage and logos and mottos that would be consistent with the values espoused by Portland Public Schools. And an administrative directive was developed to align with the new policy. And so I think to a large degree, the board has already fulfilled a good portion, a significant role in creating an environment or creating the processes that will allow this renaming to occur. And my understanding is that some lessons were learned from the Franklin renaming process. So the administrative directive may need some changes. But in addition to that, what Danny is bringing, what she's talked about during this presentation, was really going much deeper into a process of durable change within a school community. And I will never say that symbols are not important. I think they're enormously important. But just changing a name is not necessarily going to change the student experience. And the process that's being outlined tonight is, I think, going to allow school communities to really engage in a thoughtful, intentional, deliberate, inclusive process to address the conditions within schools, within school communities that have often limited opportunities for some of our students. And I think it's an opportunity that we cannot miss. So even though there is, I completely agree with everybody who has talked about the tension between making stuff happen and doing the really deep work that is going to produce really durable change in school cultures and in systems. That tension is going to be there, and I have confidence that the staff are aware of that tension and that they're going to be working diligently to to balance those two. So I'm very happy actually to hear that the naming process is going to be a more comprehensive and richer conversation within school communities. And I think it is going to help advance the cause of improving equity for students who have been poorly served by this district. So that's all. Thank you.
Yeah, so the last thing I was just going to say, but I guess I'm going to respond a little bit to Director Moore's comment about the board already playing a role. So as chair of the committee at that time, and obviously you were a member of the committee as well, as we, I think, spent a lot of time, and I think we have, there's a couple tweaks I'd make, but I think we did a pretty good job on landing on a process. And it was with a lot of feedback. And the one thing I would just say is, like, creating a process, it doesn't in fact begin a comprehensive review. It, you know, what I would say is one of the things, you know, looking back on it, maybe it's more one-off, like you have to petition to start it, to start a process. And that means, like, every building, like, who would be petitioning at Blanchard, or, you know, if there's nobody at Lane who wants to petition to get rid of the name of, you know, a segregationist off our middle schools, who's going to do that? So the policy is not, it's a good foundation, but just it in and of itself doesn't begin the process or provide for a comprehensive review. But the last point I wanted to make is that I would just encourage us to be very public in the process. So the comment that they're hearing a lot of support from board members tonight, what I would say is, like, tonight's the first time there's been any sort of discussion about the topic by the board as a whole and with the staff. Sometimes when we have individual conversations or private conversations, not private, but just individual conversations that aren't in a public meeting, the community doesn't get the full sense of the board's perspective. So I think it's really important on something like this, and it's going to be important because, like, believe me, everybody's not going to agree with all of these changes. We're hearing from advocates for the changes, but there will be other people with different perspectives, and I think it's just important, especially if we move ahead, that we're being completely transparent in the process by which we're going through this, because at the end of the day, you know, the best, most sustainable way to make change for something like this is to be very transparent in your process. And people at the end of the day, they can disagree with where you landed, but they can't argue you didn't have an inclusive, transparent process. So that would just be my last thing, as you look at the sort of the work plan or the timeline, to just make sure that we have that be open and transparent what the process is and the various milestones.
You know, there's an amazing tool, and in fact, there's a number of amazing tools that allow for organizations to have an online presence for a specific project. The one I'm the most familiar with is Bang the Table. They offered the city of Portland free use of their software for 2 years. They have a place that has a project landing site. I'm not a salesperson for them, by the way. I just know about that one. There's multiple vendors. But you can have a project site, landing site, and then a place to take in comments, a place to update the public on the work that's happening currently. And it's once you get the site set up and you update it, it's a great way or one tool that you can have in your toolbox to help keep everybody updated that wants to know about it. And it does reduce some of your responding to emails, etc. So just a suggestion that we have a place on our website that we have project updates that people can go to, because this is a very hot topic right now.
That's great. Thank you for sharing that, Director DePass.
Yeah, as we were speaking, our community engagement director, Shanice, was sort of like, oh, has so many ideas for how we can really kind of be transparent about that. So I appreciate all those comments.
Any further board discussion on this?
I know that we will be hearing regular updates and have opportunities for input in this process. And Nathaniel, is there anything you'd like to chime in on this conversation?
I don't think there's much I can say that hasn't already been said. Just like to say that I think that it is critical that we begin this process and that we reach out to all those who we need to, obviously, students and stakeholders at large. And, you know, we cannot let that process of reaching out take longer than it needs to. We need to be aware that, you know, the longer that we sit on this issue, the more time that students continue to go to school in a school that is named for someone who does not.
Yeah.
Yeah, you get what I'm trying to say, right?
Yeah. Yeah, and I'm sure that the district student council will play a significant role in this as we move forward. So we look forward to hearing back from you about how those conversations are going too. So Danny, thank you very much for your work and for this presentation and for, you know, being courageous enough to suggest maybe unconventional, but very thoughtful approach. Superintendent Guerrero, is there anything you want to say to conclude this conversation?
I've really appreciated Director's comments. It's clear that both we as district administration, as well as our board of directors, share core values around not just the names of our schools, but availing ourselves of the teachable moment to really get at those more systemic issues that we know that there's been an outcry for more dialogue around. I think we will end up at the outcome that we all want to see, that we heard again tonight, and certainly that folks have been advocating to see changes. And I'm confident that we'll find more appropriate, respectful, and affirming names for the places where we want our students to attend. So appreciate the conversation, and I know that our community engagement team, thank you, Danny, also for outlining this process and making explicit connections to our racial equity agenda. We'll keep everybody up to date, and we'll be as transparent as possible about how the conversations are proceeding. And I know it'll grow exponentially from there once we get a facilitation and a process down with this first one. So thank you.
Thank you very much. We're coming back at you next for an update on the incredibly important work that you have been leading with your team on what fall of 2020 is going to look like for our students and our teachers. This weekend, PPS families received communication which shared preliminary plans for this school year. And tonight we're looking forward to hearing your update on reentry, which we know will continue to evolve and is very dependent on the daily changing and evolving health conditions. So could you brief the board, please, on where we are and also how your teams are structured into making sure that every corner and every base is covered with regard to not just our structure of reopening school, but our student well-being generally?
So we certainly committed to keeping directors in the loop about how this pandemic and our school opening plans continue to proceed. So, and as we shared previously, we're not doing this alone. We have lots of critical thought partners supporting us with that, both other large urban districts around the country, here in the state, and a lot of staff I have to give credit to for being very thoughtful about a lot of nuts and bolts that maybe folks wouldn't think of that have to be attended to. So we have a little bit of a lineup to walk through some of those pieces, which includes our Chief of Student Supports, Brenda, who's kind of playing a coordinating role for us internally. Dr. Cuellar, our Deputy Superintendent of Instruction in Schools. Because there's such a communication component here, we also have David Roy on the line. And we think it's important to hear from our school leaders and how they're absorbing and assimilating the guidance, some of the preliminary plans, and the task of populating a blueprint that has been asked of us from the ODE. So we have the esteemed Mr. Curtis Wilson Jr. from Benson Tech here joining us as well this evening, making an appearance. So I'm going to turn it over to Brenda, and she'll guide us through, I think, a short slide deck that we have for you.
Yes. Thank you, Superintendent, and thank you, Chair Constam and Board of Directors. Good evening to our community and all of those who are listening tonight. The fall 2020 reentry is something that there's no blueprint for, and so we are planning and listening to health professionals and educators and national experts all across the nation in order for us to provide a healthy start to the school year, provide well-being for our students and our staff, and making sure that we are connecting and building relationships with all of our students, specifically our students who are most marginalized, specifically our Black and Native youth. So next slide, please. What I want to do is go over our guiding principles. This is really what has been guiding our reentry plans from the very beginning. So what we need to do is make sure that we are centering all of our decisions and all of our thoughts and plans on racial equity and social justice. Based on that core work that we're doing, we're focused really on three areas. One is to ensure the health and wellness of our staff, our students, and our buildings. Two is to strengthen and innovate the instructional core. And three is to cultivate that connection and relationship. All of these are crucial in order for us to successfully open up in the fall. Next slide, please. What we have done to date is we have organized ourselves into 5 work groups. One is our instructional and social emotional learning component. We have operations, our resources, our stakeholder and engagement, and then care for children. What we believe in these 5 work groups is by assembling these teams and having teacher and principal advisories, engaging with our community, specifically our Black and our Native students, our Black and Native families, and other marginalized groups, we're going to really be able to get that feedback and input in order to make sure that we are providing the best services for our students, regardless of location. And so I do want to reiterate that a little bit in regards to what the superintendent started out with at the beginning of the board meeting, that we will continue to provide excellent services to our students and our families. We just don't know for certain right now if it's going to be in a hybrid model or virtual learning. And we will only bring students and staff back when it is safe to do so. And so one thing we've been doing, next slide please, is aligning our work to the 8 components of the ODE Blueprint Guidance. So for tonight's discussion, we're going to talk about the first 3, which Chief of Operations Dan Young has been really leading that work in those first 3. And then we will turn it over to Principal Wilson at Benson Tech so we can really get a look at how that looks on the ground day to day and in a high school perspective. And then we will finish with our communication plan and how we're going to continue to roll this work out in a meaningful way where we're really engaging and communicating with our staff and our communities. So Dan, I will turn it over to you.
Thank you, Brenda, and good evening, everyone. So what I'm going to do is talk a little bit about the process that the operations group has organized around in achieving, submitting the blueprint and getting the schools ready for students. So we've identified 5 key deliverables that need to be completed between now and when staff and students return to the buildings. And those are completing the ODE blueprint, creating standard operating procedures for all of our new functions, creating site-specific plans that will show how our sites will be modified to support staff and students, and physically changing those spaces and ordering materials and products and contractors and going out and making the physical changes, and then training staff on what those new procedures were. So if we had as much time as we'd like, we would do these more in a linear fashion. But because we have a compressed timeline, we're effectively doing all these at the same time. So what we've done is, the way that we've organized is we have a large operations group. It's an interdepartment group. It includes district staff and site staff, as well as including teachers and principals of about 40 individuals. And we meet every week. But we've also identified 12 sub-teams or subgroups that are looking at specific tasks or functions related to the operational components. I won't read all of them, but some of those teams are our building capacity team that's looking at how many staff, how many students can we safely fit into our buildings. Our individual site plan team looking at every site plan. Our transportation team looking at the transportation functions, our routing, how to safely transport students, how to get students off the bus safely, how to get them back on the bus at the end of the day. Supplies, procurement, and distribution. With the new model, there's going to be lots of new materials, cleaning supplies. So how are we going to procure those, and how are we going to distribute all of those to the sites, plus a number of other teams. We have a very compressed timeline to complete all of these deliverables. As an example, from the operational side, we took our first crack at the first draft of the blueprint and sent that out for internal review here about 10 days ago. We're looking to have our second review done this week. We expect to have the first draft of our probably first 12 standard operating procedures done and distributed for internal review this week. All of our site plans have been distributed out to all of the sites, and Curtis is going to talk about that a little bit too. We're looking to get all that feedback this week and have a first draft of those plans by this week, or that might be into next week. And we're also just making assumptions and looking to get out in front of things. We've ordered lots of materials already. We've ordered desks, we've ordered signage, we've ordered PPE, and we're also standing up a beta site. So one of our schools where we can go out and we can do walkthroughs. We've been bringing buses out to site to see how transportation might function out there. We've moved furniture in classrooms, so we can see how the classrooms might operate, signage, etc. So all that information will feed into the blueprint. And on the screen, you can see what those first 3 components of the blueprint are. And within these components, here's where you're going to find our protocols for items such as social distancing, how I plan to achieve that, the symptom screening, how are we going to screen staff and students as they come into the building every day, our meal service plan, how are we going to serve lunch and breakfast to students who are on site, how are we going to distribute meals to students who aren't on site in our hybrid model, cleaning protocols, mechanical systems, how those are going to operate, amongst many others. I'd point out that most of these functions, if not all of them, are very heavily influenced by the state's Safe Learners Plan and MESD's Communicable Disease Management Plan. That has been a great tool. We're relying on these tools that we have to give us specifics of how we want to operate. That, of course, has to turn into a broad plan into actual changes and functions on the ground. And I think Curtis is going to talk about what that's going to look like a little bit at them.
Thank you. Next slide, please. Curtis? Did we lose Curtis?
I can still see him, but I can't hear him.
Curtis, you're on mute.
I can see that he's still talking, but I cannot hear Curtis.
Principal Wilson?
We may need to have him call it in.
Yeah. Curtis, can you call in? Thank you.
Do you want to move on to someone else first, Brenda, or shall we wait?
Yeah. No, I think what we'll do is I'll go ahead and start with the reentry, the progress to date, and then Curtis, just let me know when you're in. So our reentry progress to date, I just wanted to talk about how we're progressing in the blueprint. So we, again, have two processes, right? We have our ODE blueprint that we have to submit by August 14th, which includes a plan for every school. Then we also have the continuing reopening of the school district that will continue past August 14th. So the progress that we're making is for both components of that. So there, I just wanted to highlight 8 things. I could have probably listed 100 more on here, but we did complete our analysis for physical distancing measures with all of our school buildings. That just was completed on Monday. We have finished our assessment of our busing capacity. We have also looked at how we're going to review the blueprint process with our principals, which is what Curtis will be talking about. Our communicable disease management plan is in its final draft. I also want to talk about that we will be meeting with other experts in the medical field. We'll be talking with them and having them help us also guide our work to ensure that all of the things that we plan to do are reviewed by multiple medical providers and that we're doing an ongoing consultation with them and also making them available for other staff, teachers, and potentially the community to engage with. The other things we're doing is making sure that our surveys are all finished and completed, that we have professional development that will be outlined in modules for our staff to feel safe when it's time for us to re-enter the buildings, and that we are in collaboration with licensed childcare providers to look at how we can meet the needs of families who need to get back to work and for our staff, teachers, and other staff employees who need childcare in order to provide virtual instruction.
Hello, Brenda. Can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you. Okay, if you could go back to slide 6, that would be great. Thank you.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Wow. Okay. All right. So again, thank you, everyone. Good evening. So as I said, I'm Curtis Wilson, principal of Vincent Tech, and I've been charged with just talking about what I've been doing at the building level in regards to trying to figure out how to get the buildings back open based on the ODE guidelines that were sent to the district and then filtered down to the principals. So, well, first of all, I am on a few committees that have been charged with trying to figure out this whole blueprint building level opening. So I am on the PPS Reentry Advisory Committee, and I'm on the PPS Operations Work Group Committee, and I'm on the DM Group Steering Committee. And all those groups are charged with just trying to figure out what is the best way or mechanism to open up the buildings that will allow our kids to be safe. So with that being said, what have I been doing on the building level? I'm working right now on a site plan for our buildings per the ODE guidance. And what we're trying to do is be able to show that we're going to be able to mitigate the spread of COVID-19 if it works its way into our building by having protocols in place that will be, I guess, a safe avenue for our students. And then once we figure this out in our site plans that the district has sent to us, we'll be able to share that information with district officials. And again, these are all the principals who've been working on these site plans. And then the district will try to figure out a way for our buildings to be safe based on the guidance that they're receiving from the principals. Some of the things that we have to figure out that I've been working on, I spent the last week trying to put this together over at Benson, was, for example, bus loading zones, where we're going to drop off kids in the morning to come into the building. Where's the parent drop-off and pickup spots going to be for kids? Where's going to be the main entryway that students will be allowed to enter the building? Because, again, trying to get all the students into one access point, we're also going to now think about secondary entrance into the buildings as well, because we can't have students coming into the building from all over the building. We won't be able to manage that at all. So right now, I've been trying to figure out, they come through the front door, and then we have a couple of side doors in the front of the building as well that we can use as backups for our kids. A big one was, how are students going to move through the hallway? We've been trying to figure out, can we make our hallways be a one-way, access point, where students would actually just walk one way throughout the entire building. That took me a couple of days to walk Benson and kind of really see, could our students do that? And our hallways at Benson are pretty big to where I could make it where our students could do a one-way. And worst case, we can also have a two-way as well. And so I've pretty much set up in my site plan, most of our hallways are going to be one-way. Now, again, kids are going to be walking a long way, but they will be able to go one way. And then we have certain areas in the building that the hallways were just too narrow, that we're going to have to make those two ways, and we'll have to figure out how to deal with that as well. Other issues that I've been working on with our site plan was the health student screening that we'll have to put in place as students are coming into the building. We've got to be able to check them and make sure that, they're not sick. They got to be able to sign in once they enter the building. And then if we can notice just from visually looking at students that they may seem not well, we have to put together an isolation/quarantine room where we will have these students away from everybody else as we try to figure out what's going on and contact their parents and et cetera, et cetera. So we've put that in place in our buildings. And then the big one is the classroom capacity based on social distancing of students. So, for example, in Benson's site map, my rooms for the most part got reduced from holding about 30 to 35 kids. With the social distancing that is now in place, we're now able to hold about 7 to 10. So we got to figure out, what is that going to look like, knowing that my classroom has been cut into a third, pretty much, as far as students and the teacher that can be in that room. That's going to be a huge thing to figure out. Converting our learning spaces as needed that are non-traditional, like the gym, the cafeteria, the band room, into more spaces where kids can go and learn, because it's looking like now we may have to use other parts of the building to be teaching, since we can only have 7 to 10 kids in certain spaces throughout the building. I do have the luxury of having a lot of shops over at Benson. So worst case, I can turn some of the shops into actual classrooms as well. And we'll have to figure that out as we move forward. And identify spaces, for example, childcare. We have kids who have kids. And so for the most part, if they need to bring those kids to our building, we got to have a place set up for them as well. So again, these are just the peripheral things that we've been working on as principals with our site plans, trying to figure out how to make it safe as possible for students to enter the building and be able to still access learning based on the COVID-19 that we have to deal with right now. So that's just kind of a snapshot. There's a lot more that we're still working on, but that's kind of where we're at right now as principals working with our buildings.
Thank you, Curtis.
Thank you.
All right, next slide, please. We talked about that. If you go into the next one. Next steps, we are continuing to partner with our district management group to include a focus on a special education discussion, which will happen next week, and planning around multiple different components of our reentry plan, including virtual programming. We're also rolling out engagement opportunities that Jonathan Garcia will be rolling out in coordination with Shanice and their team. We're finalizing the communicable disease management plan that I already talked about. We are finalizing some learning options to include the online or the virtual programming. And then we need to identify our high risk populations, specifically for health concerns, and develop plans for how we accommodate those students. So next, I will turn it over to David Roy, our Director of Communications, and he will go over communication plan, and that will be the end of our presentation, and then we'll be open for questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Brenda, and good evening, everyone. I just want to take a couple of minutes to sort of talk about communication plan and what we have planned and what our approach is in support of fall 2020. So much like spring with COVID and with, all of us having to suddenly shift in very big ways and close schools, we're mindful of sort of look and feel of all of our messaging as it pertains to fall. In March, we transitioned into being this sort of one-stop location for resources and information related to COVID and to school closures, to health information, meal sites, housing assistance, access to technology, and sort of a gateway to much of what comprised our distance learning platform that our instructional teams coordinated and hosted. We're taking a similar approach for fall. You saw the logo at the front end of this presentation. You probably saw a version of it on the message that went out Saturday. We want all reentry messaging to be easy to find, easy to identify, and look like it's part of, sort of this larger continuum of sort of comprehensive messaging and information. Our focus remains on updating and informing students, staff, and families, and making resources and supports known. We're committed to a weekly cadence, as the superintendent mentioned. We had our first major message go out last Saturday. And we're committed, like during the spring, as we were committed, and as we always are, to reaching every family. Now more than ever, it's incredibly important for us and for our information to be accessible, for us to be proactive in reaching out to families so that they know the latest information and how it might affect their students. And so what does that mean? A number of things, including multiple platforms. We know, and there's no one answer when it comes to platforms. So that's why you will often see when we have something important to share, especially if it's family and student facing, that may be by email, but also web and social and text and robocall and a number of other platforms. It certainly means language access. I think I've mentioned in a previous meeting, I think last year we translated about 4,000 messages and communications during the school year. And we are now looking at ways that we might be able to expand our language access capacity, including possibly increasing the number of supported languages by the district. And so we'll have more to come on that, hopefully sooner than later, and can share that with you. As you know, our translation and language access work, from translation and also interpretation, is very important to us and is something that we've been able to leverage to share resources with other districts, with government entities, so that they can have a broader reach with their constituencies as well. And then, trying to ensure that we're reaching every family also means working with and leaning on a number of our community-based and culturally specific organizations, especially as it pertains to connecting with Black and Indigenous families and families of color. And so partnering with and staying close to Danny Ledesma and Jonathan Garcia and Shanice and a number of, and really our language access team as well, as they have feelers and connections out in the community. And so working with those great organizations who can reach their constituencies that have so much overlap with our school communities is another way that we really is really important to us to make sure that everyone who needs to know what we're having to share gets that information. And throughout, we really do strive to be informative, but also my team, I'm sure, rolls their eyes and behind my back when I keep saying, but warm and welcoming, right? We want our information to be accessible. We want it to be easy to digest. We don't want, this can be really intimidating when we share information about what we're doing when it comes to public health constraints. Even the technology piece can be intimidating to families. And so we really try to make sure that that's not the case and that it's digestible, accessible, and again, warm and welcoming. So as far as the plan, I think what I would like to share is really kind of next 10 days and then beyond that. Over the next 10 days, just really briefly, many of you have seen a number of what we kind of think of as flagship pieces that other districts, especially across the country, have shared with their district and school communities over the last couple of weeks, 3 weeks. And so I think in the next week to 10 days, you will see that we will have delivered that flagship piece for PPS about fall and about reentry. And what I mean by that is a large, anywhere from 20 to 50 pages that is downloadable, that we upload to our website, that we share through email, that can be updated, but is still, even with updates, is sort of the messaging of record and kind of the communications piece of record for the district as it pertains to this. I think what we also plan in that window of the next 10 days is video. We know that obviously video has a lot of advantages that other platforms do not. So you'll see a lot of that. And then I think when we get beyond that 10 days and land the flagship pieces, what you will see is we'll continue to inform, we'll continue to update, continue hopefully to do the things that I've talked about, but also begin to transition more to supporting onboarding and orientation for all audiences. So that's students, that's our educators, and it's our families as well. And I mentioned this example earlier, but we're not necessarily relying on parents to help fifth graders with their math, but we do need parents of second graders to help their second grader, whether we are all online or a hybrid model, access the technology, be able to reach a teacher, that sort of thing. So we are really, really getting ready to support all of the functions who are involved with that internally at PPS so that we can get their onboarding information and their messaging and all of the important information they need to share with families. And that will look like some of what you saw in spring, including one-pagers and infographics and multimedia and TV and utilizing this fall for sure our television station and then also our YouTube channel. So that all you need is internet access to see that. And then, finally, I would just say we are, again, ready to support, make sure that we're getting everything out there that needs to be. We have a lot of work that's coming. We're ready to partner with all the appropriate functions and departments with our neighbor districts across the state and others. We're all facing the same challenges, right? And we're all seeking the best way to reach our audiences. So you'll see a lot more coming again this week and beyond, but just wanted to give you an idea of what our approach is as we look at the next few months and going into the start of the school year. So thank you.
Thank you. And then if anybody has questions, we're happy to do so or move on with the agenda, however you'd like to do that.
Let's move on, and then we can go to questions for each of the various areas together. Did you have more to your agenda on reentry, Brenda?
Nope, that was it.
Okay, excuse me, I misunderstood you. So yeah, let's open it up for board questions. I think first, Superintendent, I'd like to come back to you because to me, one of the most critical elements here that we heard about is really preparing for a very different kind of virtual learning than we saw in the spring. That was so heroically pulled together in just a couple of weeks, but really a much more engaged and much more accountability in the academic program for the fall. So I don't know, Superintendent, would you like to speak to what your expectations and hopes are regarding just the way student learning will be delivered in a virtual environment? You know, whether that's part of the week or all of the week?
Sure, I'm happy to sort of start a description there, but certainly we'll invite our CAO or our chief of schools or our deputy to round it out. Just to wrap up the communication that was sent on Saturday, I think what we tried to present is, you know, really the three options that are out there for school districts. One that contemplates 5-day a week, full day, just as ever before. I don't think there's anybody that's contemplating that right now as something that would be healthy or safe. And yet we see states and districts around the country that are actually plowing forward with that, I think at their own peril. Secondly, there's a hybrid model that the districts are working hard at being able to implement, observing health and safety protocols and physical distancing. The only way to break down the full student body is to serve only a portion of them. So cohorting students to lower the class size per se into student cohorts means they could come onto campus for probably 2 days a week. So what we've described to families is one preliminary plan entails a cohort of students who would come in Monday, Tuesday, and the second half of the class that would come in Thursday, Friday, which would afford us Wednesday an opportunity to address some specialized instructional needs, to case manage students, to make sure everybody's staying engaged. And then just as importantly, making sure that our teachers have enough time to really engage in some training and collaboration on their lessons. And then the third option is the full virtual. So no one's back on campus, and that we rely on a technology platform to really organize the teaching and learning. And so we know we're going to have to be prepared with that model because regardless of the changing circumstances, everybody will be engaged in some level of virtual learning. But we also have had this short summer to try to pull off something school districts have been working for years on, and that's to adapt to using technology as the backbone for organizing learning, which requires the infrastructure, the hardware, the connectivity, but just as importantly, what you do with it in regards to the content and how you organize lessons. And so the vetting and the curating of a lot of curricular material so that it's high quality and so that students have the opportunity for in-class instruction, as well as are able to manage more or less independently for students when they're not on campus the other parts of the week. So there's a lot of challenges in there, depending on the age group, of course. You heard us talk about the desire to differentiate support for certain groups of students. We know that our special needs students in particular, they already are in smaller classes. If it's possible to bring them in not 2 days, but 4 days a week, that's something we're interested in pursuing. But we are in a fluid situation here. So we have very, we think conservatively proposed a later start date. So instead of just before Labor Day, we would push off bringing in our first cohorts of students till the 14th of September. It's becoming increasingly apparent that maybe that's not even realistic. So we may have to push that off a little bit further, but we're really relying on the status of health and safety recommendations from the authorities. So we're going to stay in consultation with them, but I'm just giving directors and the broader community a heads up that that could very much change to a later date. There's also an advantage to that. We can deploy the bandwidth of the team here and everybody that's involved with developing that virtual backbone, the additional time to really be ready to not just reconnect with our students, which will be a new class for our teachers, but also become familiar with those online curriculums. But before I get too deep into that, I want to have Deputy Cuellar speak to that and other members of our team.
Thank you, Superintendent, and thank you, Chair Constam, for surfacing the question. I just want to reiterate what Superintendent Guerrero was saying is it's going to be of utmost importance that our virtual platform is absolutely going to be focused on being a rigorous, tech-enhanced, optimal learning environment for students. This is going to look extremely different. It has to look extremely different than how it did in the spring. In the spring, this was something that happened. It was spontaneous. It happened extremely quickly, and we had to be able to react and respond. But also under extremely supportive and loose guidance from the ODE. Moving into the fall semester, we know that experience is going to look different for children and for staff, especially in a virtual environment and also in a hybrid environment. Our focus is going to be virtual because even in a hybrid environment, just like the superintendent stated with a cohort model, you're still going to have half of your students experiencing a virtual online learning experience. And then if we have to pivot, is say we do, like to the superintendent's point, whether we start off virtually for an extended period of time, or we start off with a hybrid and we have to pivot to a virtual, our staff and our students and our families will be ready for that experience. The idea of it, with all the planning and preparation right now in the summer, is that we don't have to take an exorbitant amount of time to be able to stand this up. I think that the team has gone through a lot of professional development. We've gone through a significant amount of training to be prepared for this moment. We have time this summer. We've been working in various work groups, just like Brenda Martinek talked about earlier in the presentation. We have principals, we have teachers, and we have a number of staff that are involved in lifting up this very, very important work. But I want the focus to really be centered on the virtual experience, because that's going to be extremely important. A lot of the variables that are going to look different now is, taking active attendance. Grades are going to look different. It's just not going to be a pass or fail. Now how are we holding everyone accountable for making sure that the learning experience is robust for every single student? Really, really also important to this model is the way we're making connections with students. That's really, really important. And I know that was touched on a little bit during the presentation as well. But with that being said, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to our Chief Academic Officer, Dr. Valentino, who could talk a little bit more about the mechanics of the virtual learning model and kind of what is being thought around in that work.
Thank you, Dr. Cuellar. Good evening. So as has been shared, there is a structure and the system in play that will allow for us to implement the instructional program virtually. And so it is premised on the idea that we will ensure that the continuation of our scope and sequence in the core subject areas, as well as the other areas, it maintains a standard that was in place prior to the pandemic. We will be housing all of our curriculum on the Atlas platform like we were prior to that. These units and lessons were co-created by both central office and by teachers. And in fact, they have been shared across the district, with teachers beginning to share the resources. We will be providing the digital backpack for the first time. That includes a digital toolkit of applications that are both within the discipline, the subject areas, but also generics like Worldbook that will support the teaching practices, the planning, and the student tasks that will be generated as part of the instruction. There will be support for teachers through professional development on the practices that introduce and expand interdisciplinary methods, but that also create for opportunities for students to engage in project-based learning, work-based learning, more authentic learning experiences. These are things that we learned from the spring closure, that there are these opportunities that allow for the individualization of instruction more directly. We will continue to be using the Seesaw platforms because for K-5, because there was a familiarity there. And so we're actually adding now pre-K that is also going to be offering online instruction. And we're moving to Canvas for K-12. And so part of the professional development for teachers will be based on the Canvas platform where they will be uploaded on our Pepper learning management system. We will have enhanced teaching and learning options for our teachers and tasks for our students, believing that students are going to be engaging in a full day schedule of both synchronous and asynchronous teaching and learning experiences. Over the course of the summer, as has been said, we're going to be working through the month of August with professional development for our teachers to ensure that as we enter into the virtual environment, that our teachers are prepared with the tools that they will need to effectively do that. And so our focus has been on K-8, but Dr. Bird can speak to the high school as well. Dr. Bird?
All right, good evening, everyone. I also want to just talk about a little bit about summer school. We have a fantastic group of principals and teachers in our CSI schools that are planning summer programming, and part of that will be virtual, and part of that will be to work with families to show them and expose them to the tools that we have, so we make sure that we're connecting with all of our families and setting them up for success in the fall, in the event that we would have to either start virtually or go virtual at some, or for their virtual experience. So we want to make sure that we are reaching families and working with as many families as possible towards the end of July, beginning of August, before school starts. Also give us a chance to work with the students who we didn't always connect with last spring, so that we can begin to close those academic gaps. In terms of our high school program for the fall, we're working with our high school principals to ensure that those students are set up for success. As you may know, normally high school students take 8 courses at a time. It's an A-B schedule, alternating block schedule. That we believe is difficult to manage for most students in this type of environment, given the uncertainty of it, and also given our experience with students who had ended the year with incomplete grades last year. They're continuing to work to make those grades up. So we are working on modifying that schedule and offering a 4-by-4 schedule. Students will still take 8 classes throughout the year, but they'll take 4 in the fall and then 4 in the spring. There are some, as you may imagine, no schedule is perfect, and there are complications with pretty much any schedule that you propose. But we are working out those issues, particularly for students in IB programming that are required to be in the course at the testing time. So we're working with the administrators at Cleveland and Lincoln High School on those issues. And also for students who are taking AP classes, we want to make sure that they are prepared for the exams in May. So we will have some options for the students who take the class in the fall, and they wouldn't have it in the spring. So we'll have some lab classes or something to assist them and prepare them for the test. So we're troubleshooting that right now with our principals, and as we move forward towards the fall semester. Also, the other issues, if we are going into a hybrid situation that we're troubleshooting with our principals, is the size of our high schools obviously is much larger than our elementary schools. So how we work out those cohorts is really important. Grant has a student body of nearly 1,800. So even dividing that in 2 is going to be challenging to do half the student body like you can do in the K-8 grade. So we're working with principals, as Curtis mentioned earlier. All of them are working their plans for their building to see how that would work. And so every high school will probably look a little bit different, although we're going for as much consistency as possible. We have to tailor the plans to each school. And so that's our preliminary thinking on high schools, and we'll have more updates coming soon.
So I hope, Chair, that answers your question, giving directors more of a description about the kind of experience. I want to manage all of our expectations. There is no substitute for in-class, face-to-face instruction and the relationship that gets cultivated between our students, among our students, and the adults. And so anything other than that is sort of a poor substitute. But we're going to do our best to ensure that there is a continuity of learning. That's our goal. We know that we want it to have an elevated sense of rigor and quality of experience for our students to an improved fashion than what was experienced in the spring. But that requires a lot of careful planning and a lot of deliberate lesson planning with our educators. And many of those conversations need to happen at the school level, at the direction of our principals. Our central office task is to make sure they have the resources, the platform, the material, the online content to give that guidance so that there is a default lesson plan Monday through Friday. That's a new concept generally, whether we're virtual or not. So this is only accelerating that work moving forward. So more to come. This is a very, as I said at the beginning, fluid situation. We know that virtual is going to be something by default we're going to have to try to get done as well as we can.
Superintendent Guerrero, I have a question about the instruction. I appreciate the explanation. I'm going to go back to David Roy's comment about, was it warm and inviting? Because often what happens when we're talking about the time when students aren't in the building, we talk about asynchronistic learning. And my understanding of that is that's like student-led doing their own work. And I'm interested in, I guess, just from looking at from a parent perspective, of just like a very plain English explanation of, so like if we have the hybrid, you have 2 days, I think people understand the 2 cohorts, what that might look like when you're in school. But the other 3 days in the hybrid time period, like what exactly that looks like, or if we're in a fully distant learning mode, what those 5 days look like in terms of like how much actual instructional time, not a student-led doing their work or working through a program, but actual engagement with their teachers. Do we have like a minimum level of expectation for those three days in which they're not in school, or if we're fully distanced, the 5 days? What's the minimum amount of what's the amount of instructional time the student will actually get from a teacher?
Sure. I'll let Dr. Bird, who's really been collaborating with our labor partner on this. Of course, we have our educators 5 days a week, so we want to maximize their connection with our students in a combination of direct instruction as well as independent work that our students would be doing. But Dr. Bird, do you want to elaborate?
Sure. So yes, we are working in collaboration with our labor partners to work those details out, but it is it will be a full instructional day. So that doesn't mean a student will be sitting in front of a computer screen for all day, but there will be instruction for every content area. And so some of that will be face-to-face with the teacher doing direct instruction, and some of that will be independent work that they're practicing on their own. But we have requirements to take attendance and to take grades. So there will be some instructional time each day. We are also, we've talked about with our high school principals in particular, it's very hard to teach chemistry from your kitchen table. So we've talked about our high school teachers having access to the building to go into their classrooms to be able to do demonstrations in their classroom. Some teachers just need a whiteboard to do some work. So there will be opportunities for staff members to, in a safe and socially distant way, of course, they'll be by themselves in their classroom if we're fully virtual, to be able to deliver instruction with more tools than they had access to in the spring. But we in terms of like time, we're still working that out with our labor partners. But every student will be taking a full schedule, and they'll have instruction that's live and some asynchronous work to be done independently.
So just to be clear,
Dr. Bird, can you say anything about?
Sorry, Amy, can I just? Is asynchronistic mean that it's like without a teacher?
Yeah. So
you throw that word around. And just I'm
sure. So that means
parents understand what that.
Yeah, that means that means not live. So so in some, for example, if let's take the hybrid model. So if you're there Monday and Tuesday, so the teacher, we would expect would pull small groups and focus on those key standards that really need direct instruction. And then on, if you were not there Thursday and Friday, you weren't there. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, you weren't there. You would have some assignments to do. There'll be some other aids though. It's not just by yourself. For math, we have some tools that we use, Khan's Academy, some other tools that we use to help kids do the work. But they'll have this time, what they didn't have the advantage of in the spring was they didn't necessarily have the advantage of as much teacher time as they'll have now. So, but there will have, because on the days that the one group is home, the teacher will be teaching the other half of the class. So obviously the teachers can't do two things at one time.
Right.
So that's why there'll be some need for independent work. And then of course we want to also prioritize students. And that's why the summer programming of the CSI schools is really critical, because we want to really work with those families to make sure they understand all the tools that are available and how to access those tools, use those tools. There's some new tools we're introducing this year, this fall. So we want to make sure that everybody gets off to a good start and has appropriate access to the tools. But yeah, so, and I think Chair Constant had a question, I think, too.
Just regarding assessment and grading.
Yeah. So it will not be a pass-fail situation. We have guidance from the ODE that grades will be assigned. How that looks and how those assessments look, we're still working on that plan, and we'll be in discussions with PAT about that, but also just with our assessment department and how we'll be monitoring students' progress. And I would just also say that I know the OTL team and Dr. Valentino may want to jump in here, but I know they have been working since the spring to realign the scope and sequence to make sure that we're closing the gaps that children may have from last year, because when school ended. So that there'll be some assessment at the beginning of the school year to see where kids are, teachers will be completing to see where their students are, as they do every year anyway. But this year will be really critical because there was the 9 or 10 week period where they were out of school. So we want to make sure that they are getting caught up with everything that they need as we start the new school year.
So these are a lot of really great questions. We have them as well. We're working through them. We're involving our educators. More details will emerge. And we have some time that we're trying to dedicate to really having well-articulated responses to these kinds of questions. So stay tuned. We're going to keep updating you and our families about what they can expect.
So Superintendent Guerrero, it seems like we're getting lots of questions from the community. We had a very brief period of time tonight. I appreciate the overview, but only a brief time to ask questions. I would hope that we will, before we get to the board meeting in which the final plan is presented, that we would have an opportunity to have a much deeper work session on what the plans are. Just I think we're getting lots of questions from the community about how things are going to roll out. And I know things are very fluid, but just given tonight, just the limited amount of time we had to have the opportunity for two things. One, a place where we have an FAQ or frequently asked questions. So I'm sure a lot of us are getting the same questions from all our different community members, so they can have that posted, but also an opportunity for just a deeper board discussion about how we're going to roll things out, and opportunity to ask more questions and get a better understanding of what things will look like, so that we can be ambassadors and ask their questions when we get them from parents in the community.
And I think that's the goal, to make sure that we're very clear, that we keep an updated website, that we maintain a real-time FAQ, that as things become clear, that we're sharing information. So one of the things that I heard very clearly in my conversation with the other larger superintendents and state leaders today from the governor's office was the limited bandwidth and the need to concentrate staff's energy on this important task. We know that there's a lot of questions. We have some guidance documents regarding all of the nuts and bolts that we need to attend to. We suggested to board leadership that the advisory committee or the steering committee for this reentry effort, it'd be good to have representation on there from the board. I'm going to open that up as an open invite. If folks want to get into what I call the sausage making of our reentry planning, that might be a good place to get a sense of some of those details. And I'm happy to share with the board some of the templates and some of the checklists. They look like flight checklists around some of the managerial aspects of the planning that goes into preparing for 50,000 students to have some semblance of quality continuity of learning. So We've committed to these regular updates at board meetings. They'll continue to be written and posted information sharing with families as these things emerge. So we welcome the board's questions and can always feel free to forward those as you have them. We'll do our best to equip directors with talking points. We certainly appreciate your ambassadorship on matters like these, big initiatives, but certainly something as big as the opening of schools. So that's part of our communication thinking as well. If I sound a little bit reserved, it's because there's a million moving parts here, and I want to make sure and keep us focused on the main thing, but want to open it up to our board. And I know Director Bailey, Director Constan have been able to listen in on some of those conversations and have a sense of sort of the depth of some of those details. But certainly we'll let you know when we meet in case you want to listen in as well.
Nathaniel, did you have a question or a comment that you wanted to make?
Yeah, I did. I'd just like to follow up on what Director Bloom-Edwards said, that I think it would be beneficial to have a work session dedicated to the reopening before any plans are finalized. I have a number of concerns that I'd like to raise, but I realize that we do not have time tonight, so I think that could be beneficial.
And this is Jonathan Garcia, Chief Engagement Officer. Nathaniel, welcome to the board. We have been meeting as a team and are working on some focus groups directed to ensure that we hear directly from our young people, our students, and so including our DSC. So you'll hear a lot more about ways in which we can ensure that your voice and the voices of our students are reflected in our planning. So we'll reach out to you here. I know we're just starting to get you involved in everything that is PPS. So I'll make sure that Shanice and Yan and our team, our engagement team, follows up with you.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that. I also wanted to add, I went to the doctor today and she had not just one mask on, but two. And luckily doesn't have kids in the PPS system, but asked if I'd heard about the second strain of COVID. And I was like, there's a second strain. And she explained that the second strain is just kind of emerging information. It is much more infectious, not as deadly. Where a typical influenza, one person may infect, up to 3 people. This new strain is between 9 and 27, which makes gatherings inside much more tenuous and potentially risky. And so, I just heard that this afternoon. So I want to say that I think the work session would be important. And also want to just appreciate the staff for the complexity of having to manage this, where the information can vary all day long. It's like open, close, open, close. The LA superintendent was in the news today saying he's absolutely not going to open until it's safe to open. So I just wanted to put that comment. I agree we should have a work plan.
Can I follow up on that? I think it's important for everybody to keep in mind that all of this is happening within a public health context. And to a very large degree, whether or not schools can reopen is not up to schools. It's up to the community. Schools can safely reopen only if the public health environment in the larger community permits it, which means that everybody needs to stay vigilant. In Oregon, we have so far gotten off pretty easy, but the newest projections are looking pretty dire. And the reopening and 2 holidays, social gatherings are producing a pretty significant spike in infections. Everybody needs to wear a mask. everybody, always. We need to physically distance, even from neighbors and family members. I mean, everybody needs to stay serious about this. And if I am deeply grateful to all the work that's going on within PPS. I cannot even imagine how complicated all of this is. But I think in every communication that we have with parents and community, we have to put it in context of the public health environment. So that's my little soapbox. Everybody needs to wear a damn mask. Thank you.
This is Director Lowry. I would weigh in that I don't feel like we need a work session because I don't think this is the work of the board. I think this is the work of the superintendent and the staff, but I do think the board needs to be really well versed in the thinking behind this. And I think we've heard a lot of that tonight, that the number one is keeping our children and our staff safe, and that we will not reopen unless it is safe to do so. And so the more we can have clarity around, I mean, I loved what Principal Wilson shared about, the one-way hallways at Benson. And so I'm picturing kids whose class, is next door to their classroom, but they can't go that way. They have to go all around the building to get back, and just the hilarity that will ensue as we try to make teenagers, go one way. But all those kinds of details, and it helps to think about, okay, I understand why you're thinking one way and why that's a priority. But I'm leery of a work session because I think, especially in a time of crisis, we need to be really clear about our role as a board, and that we are ambassadors, that we need to be well informed, that we need to be able to share what PPS is doing with the community. But I don't think it's our purview to create the plan. So I think if we change the language to like a briefing or a time to ask questions, like you said, Director Brim Edwards, but a work session to me is like a time when we like work or create something. And I don't feel like that's the role of the board in these times. But I do think it's our role to ask questions and get to a place of deeper understanding of the thinking behind things like Sean was saying, with using Seesaw as some of that asynchronous learning, because it's a platform that students are already familiar with, and that we can help translate, like you asked Julia, that question about what is asynchronous learning and how do we articulate that. I think that's all where we should be headed. But work session makes me nervous.
So just to provide clarity, a work session is somewhat of a term of art. It's a more informal gathering where we're not actually voting on things, but an opportunity to have an informal discussion. And I'll just say, I think it's really inadequate to have a 20-minute presentation and then an opportunity for like 3 questions, because even the question of like, what health guidance are we going to be operating under? Is the CDC with the CDC's real guidance, or is it the guidance with the pressure from the White House? Are we using the standard that aerosol is a way of transmission and thinking about that in our planning? I mean, there's a whole host of issues that I think that I get asked about every day. And I think I'm not suggesting we're creating the plan. What I'm suggesting is that we actually have an opportunity to understand the thinking and the planning that's happening and be able to ask questions.
So I just did
that directly.
Oh, sorry, Director Lowry.
Go ahead, Andrew. Sorry.
No, I was just going to say, I think we all want more information, but I am going to back up what Director Lowry, I think what she was trying to get across, as it would be a very bad thing for this district if 7 board members, the 7 of us, started making decisions about which health guidance to use and what different protocols to use in public health decisions. And so I just want to be really clear that to the extent we do schedule a work session to get a more in detail briefing and have questions, that we as a board are very, very cognizant of that line. And we're very, very cognizant that the questions we're asking are simply for clarification and to help explain, but not to kind of come back and say, well, actually, I want to second guess these decisions, because I think that gets into a very dangerous area, that frankly, dangerous, and I mean dangerous in a public health standpoint, like truly dangerous.
I'm not sure what the
I also want to recognize.
I'm not sure what the misunderstanding is, but that's not what was suggested. It's just, I don't think having an opportunity to have like 10 minutes of questions about the biggest issue facing our school is enough time for us to be adequately informed. And apparently some board members were able to participate or get a better understanding. And I think it'll be imperative for us all to be walking together and to have an understanding so that we can communicate in an aligned, coordinated way, because we're all going to get questions. I get them every day.
Superintendent, I want to recognize and thank you for inviting all board members to listen in to the steering committee meetings, which is where each of your lieutenants goes through the complex planning in his or her work area. My understanding is those happen on a weekly or twice a week basis. Obviously, everything is evolving. So thank you for that opportunity for board members who want to take advantage of it, because that is a very deep level of detail.
I want to jump in and thank Director Lowry for clarifying that our roles need to be they're already very clear. I think when I said work session, I was wanting to have a space where there's a more space for dialogue and more space for questioning and more space for getting information in, we know that it's a rapidly changing communication and information landscape, but I would find it helpful to set aside a time when we could meet together to informally to ask questions, to get clarification, not so we could direct the staff in any way because they're already doing an amazing job, but to get information that we can share with people that are contacting us, because we're getting a lot of contact already.
So directors, we were following through on providing some brief updates at every board meeting. It's clear that there's an appetite for learning more details and having an opportunity to ask questions. We might not have the answer to them, but we'll note them so that we end up having answers or responses to those questions. Chief Martinick will share with you our advisory committee days and times. So if you want to hop on for 15 minutes and hear how the conversation's going and some of the questions, we'll also be sure to send to you in advance some of the tools and the templates that some of which we've shared with you already that we have to sort of be mindful of. And then to the earlier comment, what we don't want to get trapped into, and I think some board members have already said this, is, and I know you didn't mean it this way, Director Moore, around the community will decide. I think we're finding places around the country where the community is deciding, and it isn't based on health recommendations and medical expertise. And we want to assure our families that we're being prudent and responsible and keeping not just the children and youth, but also our employees safe. And so any plans we have for reopening are going to be guided by those recommendations. And when it's safe to do so, then we'll begin to phase in the reopening of our campuses. No one wants to see our students on campus more than we do. We won't have a chance to teach them if we can't keep things safe.
Can I just?
Can I weigh in?
Sorry, Scott. I just want to clarify what I meant by saying that the community decides. The community decides by its actions and behaviors. If the community starts doing stupid things, like hanging out in bars inside and having parties with 30 of their closest friends and relatives, standing next to each other, that's going to determine what is possible. Because if we don't maintain the adherence to the public health recommendations, this is all going to be a moot point. And we were having to do distance learning.
I very much, as the educational leader in the area, appreciate that PSA, Dr. Moore. Please, no potties. No potties. We can get back to class.
We got to hear both bas and potties in the same sentence.
Yeah. So
you missed that, don't you, Superintendent?
Yeah. I just noticed that my mask was actually around my neck. So here's some good modeling. I was on and this is a scary thought, a call today with a group of economists with Greater Portland Inc. And it's the same is true about the economy. You want the economy to recover, it depends in large part on how we behave. And Tim Dewey from the University of Oregon said it's pretty ironic that the priority in reopening was to go to a bar in this country. Says something, not reopening schools and thinking how to do that safely, but getting to a bar. On the work session, so I've sat in on 2 committee meetings, and what's very apparent to me is that we haven't made very many decisions so far, that this is incredibly complex, and we can go kind of so far in decision making, and then there's details we haven't settled on yet, and then go so far, we get more details, and that's going to play out over time. So I think if we are talking about some kind of question and answer session, I think it's important to recognize that and I've done this myself, go down a rabbit hole of wanting really detailed answers on something. You know, I get some information, but I want more, and it just isn't there yet because we're still sussing this thing out. And anybody listening to this, to our staff presentation, incredible work, by the way, staff. You know, what Dan was talking about, for example, and Curtis, incredibly complex, and it takes time to work through this. So I would hope if we do have that Q&A session, that it's structured for the depth that we've gone so far, and that we don't spend time trying to, you know, that urge that we all have for pure clarification. We're not going to be there yet. We're only so far in this process. And I just think of the Sideways School books, Curtis, about where if you're going down the stairs, you go on the right side, and if you're going up the stairs, you go on the left side, and nobody could figure out why the stairways were such a mess. Okay, somebody have had to. You didn't read the Sideways School books?
Yes, that was very funny, Scott. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Agreed. This is the most important question facing our district that anyone could possibly imagine, and would encourage any board members who are available to jump in on this advisory committee, steering group committee calls, because that's where you really can hear the thinking evolve. It is 9:03. I am going to adjourn this meeting for 7 minutes. Our next item on the agenda is conversation about development of the 2020 bond package. I want to give everybody just an opportunity to stretch, maybe get some fresh air, and to also ground themselves in the materials for this conversation. They came through a little late. I don't know if anybody had enough of an opportunity to really familiarize themselves, but we've got 6 minutes. Take a look at those things, come back refreshed for this important conversation about our bond. I'd encourage you to stay on the call and just close off your camera. Okay, thanks everybody.
Hey, Dan. Dan?
Yes, I'm here.
Sorry, can I just ask you a quick question?
Sure.
So we got a bunch of materials at different times. What materials are we supposed to be using?
this meeting of the Board of Education. I see Director Lowry. I see Director Bailey. I see Director Moore, Director DePass, Director Brim Edwards, and Director Scott. All right, thank you very much. All right, we are getting down to the wire, getting close to our discussion about referral of a bond package for 2020, which we anticipate at the end of this month at our next board meeting. This new bond would maintain the current tax rate and continue our capital investment in our school facilities. The PPS Board of Education has proposed 3 options for community feedback. And last week, we heard the results of the community engagement opportunities, which included surveys, focus groups, polling, and a virtual town hall. After addressing some of the questions that came up during last week's work session, we have now landed on a draft option that most closely resembles the earlier option 3, with a few adjustments in some key areas, including increased investments in curriculum and accessibility. Most notably, this option includes modernizing Jefferson High School, planning, design, and pre-construction for our other 2 comprehensive high schools, Cleveland and Wilson, and focused investment in supporting and realizing a community vision for a Center for Black Student Excellence. Dan Young, you didn't get much of a breather there, but I'd like you to please walk us through the details of this latest draft. Thank you so much for all your work. I know you've been busily engaged in this incredibly important topic, as well as our operational plans for re-entry. So a lot of gratitude for your many long days and nights lately.
Thank you, and good evening again, and happy to be here. I think we have a presentation, and it's just a handful of slides, so, well, it looks like it's starting right there. There it is. So we'll go ahead and jump right in. As noted, the goal of tonight's agenda item is to review updated data and then to receive direction on preparing a bond referral. Roseanne or Kara, if you don't mind going to the next slide, is the one here. Yeah, I'll talk to this one. So here is a summary of the option that is presented tonight. The director should have received some late-breaking materials this afternoon. There was a couple emails with materials, and I believe they've all been posted, it sounds like. And much of those materials are budget-related materials to the scope of work. And what they are intended to do is 3 things, really. Provide just an overall summary of the budget process that has happened to date over the last 6 to 8 to 10 months. Also provide an update to estimates that have really some fine-tuning and sharpening of our pencils over the last few weeks, and then also highlighting the updated scope, the curriculum scope. So I will quickly walk through and hopefully effectively hit the highlights, and then happy to answer any questions. I think one thing to note, if you look at the option that was reviewed last Thursday, the roughly 1.1 billion, and that exact same scope of work, if you looked at it today with the updated cost estimates. So there's going to be a number of puts and takes, but down in the bottom right-hand corner, it's a delta of about $2 million over the 1.1 billion, so less than 1%. So the option that you're seeing tonight as far as cost changes is very much substantially similar in both scope and in both cost to what we looked at last Thursday.
Dan,
yes.
May I please interrupt you and ask you to, as you're walking through this, I don't think you can post that prior version of option C, but if you can just go through at some point line by line what is different here from the last time we saw this option?
Yeah, I'm happy to do that. In the materials, and I totally appreciate there's a bunch of them and they came out pretty late. There's the budget summary, and it has 3 exhibits. One of the exhibits, I believe, is posted as a separate document. It's called, or it says at the top, let me look, Bond Options Comparison. And that has 2 comparisons. But if if you can find it. Column A is the exact same option we looked at last Thursday. Column B is the same scope of work with the updated cost estimates. And so that's the one, when you compare the two, they're only $2 million off. And column C is the delta. So it shows every change per line item. Column D, which is the blue one, is the updated one for tonight. And that has the updated curriculum costs. And then that last column is just the delta between the updated estimates and what we're looking at tonight. So it probably doesn't make sense if I just say that. If you see it, hopefully it's explanatory. But I'll happily walk through every one of those deviations right now. So one I'll start with because it permeates through most of the lines. Over the last couple of weeks, we reached out to 3 of the professional construction cost estimators that we work with to get their current forecasts on cost escalation in this unique market that we're in. And it's certainly fair to say that there isn't consensus there. Some of them anticipate seeing some increases in escalation in coming years, while others see decreases. But overall, it appears that the trend is anticipating a 3 to 5% cost escalation over the next year, and then a slight decrease after that. And once it gets too many years out, even our professional estimators, don't really aren't interested in putting too fine a point on it. So what we are estimating in all of these costs are a 4% rate for the first year, and then 3% for all following years. So really tracking more in the middle of those options or of that range, and skewing a little bit conservative, I think, there. So that will explain a lot of the changes. Another item to point out that isn't one of the deltas here, in another exhibit, we provided an update to the high school modernization cost summary. And as requested, we went to one of our cost estimators and asked for a conceptual estimate for Jefferson, if instead of modernizing the original structure, we replaced the whole thing with new. And so that estimate is in there. It is a cheaper option than the renovation options, but as a staff is still recommending budgeting for the renovation option.
Hi,
that is
a couple text messages. Did you get them?
Hey, Chief Reese, I believe you're not muted. Chief Reese, you might want to mute yourself.
Staff is still recommending budgeting for the renovation option. One, because during the conceptual master planning process, we got a lot of feedback from the community that was an important feature that they wanted to retain, was that existing building. And 2, if we budget for that renovation option, which is the more expensive option, but as we go through the master planning to a final master planning option, if ultimately the decision is to proceed with the new construction, that option is still on the table. And what it would mean is then we would have some budget savings that could be allocated to other projects. So I just want to point out that estimate is there, but the recommendation remains the same. There is a decrease in the overall cost of Jefferson, and that is attributed to the escalation change. It impacted Jefferson by far the most because it's the largest scope and it has the longest timeline. Most of the other scopes have a much shorter timeline, so the change didn't impact them quite as much.
Dan, can you say that again? So that was the change in the Jefferson cost estimate was due to the new escalation factors, 4% year one, 3% years after. And did you say, I'm sorry, what were we assuming before for cost escalation?
It was 5% for the first year, 4% for the year after. And I think I said that wrong. I believe we are 4% for the first 2 years. Now we are 4% for the first 2 years, 3% after. Before we were 5% for 1 year, 4% after.
Okay, so given the expense and the timeline of the project, that was the main driver in dropping from 320 to 305. Were there other drivers in there? That was the main driver. There other things.
That's the only change.
Great, thank you. I appreciate that.
And I had a question too. Did you say that the renovation of the building and maintaining the facade was the more expensive version versus deconstructing and starting new?
That is correct, and there's probably multiple factors. But one is the existing building is really big and not overly efficient. So
Yeah.
a new construction option would be smaller, or we're assuming it'd be smaller. It also would potentially give us some options where we could construct it quicker. But yes, it is estimated as a cheaper option.
Because I spoke with a Jefferson alumni who's very involved in the Alumni Association, and I'm guessing that if we went back out, just like we go with the renaming process, that they might have, they might feel differently about maintaining the facade than when we asked them back in January.
Yeah, I think that's a fair point, and the budgeting for the higher amount, I think, gives us, it's more conservative and still leaves all the options on the table. And so I would recommend that we pursue the new construction option through the master planning and see if ultimately that is the one that is the preferred option, both by the community and by, district and the staff.
Thank
so
you.
Dan, what talk about the time, construction time for Jefferson being longer?
With the renovation option, and Marina's on this call, so I want to make sure I'm not confusing the options, but with the renovation option, it's a larger building and it's a phased construction as well, of course. So it's a fairly long process. I believe when we looked at the new construction, we thought we could construct it a little bit faster, not substantially faster. We're certainly not cutting half the time off. But I think there were some phasing efficiencies there. And if I'm wrong, Marina can just yell at me, but those are part of the assumptions.
And correct me if I'm wrong. One of the issues with Jefferson is there's no softball field. And that if we kept the existing footprint, that would still be true. Would want to confirm that, and two, if we did a rebuild or a new construction, and this may be too detailed to answer tonight, that there would be possibly have room for a softball field on campus.
Those are great questions. I will, if Marina's still on, I'll see if she can answer some of those. I know the site is very oddly shaped. It's long and skinny. It also has some height restrictions that change the further you are from their setbacks. The existing building's grandfathered in, new construction would not be. And so it creates a unique scenario there. And we have not gone through the process of doing a conceptual plan of what a new construction option would look like. So the numbers we're dealing with are very much assumed square footage and assumed dollars.
I think we can move our board conversation on to the broader topics.
Exactly. Yes, thank you.
If we want to come back and revisit whether we as a board think it's appropriate to keep this number here for Jefferson, which contemplates renovation, or whether we want to
Okay, I'll keep moving along. The other larger change to call out is in the 2017 bond balance. So as noted in the materials, sometimes we refer to completing the 2017 as Benson or Benson MPG, but really what it is, the amount is the delta between the budget we have for all the 2017 scope of work and what the estimate at completion is. As in quarterly, the OSM reports out what that delta is. And as of the most recent report out, that was $202 million. Included in those estimates are anticipated interest revenue from invested bond proceeds. And we had been carrying a number for what that assumed interest would be Well, here just over our last couple of weeks, we've taken we've taken another look at that, and I'll say largely due to the COVID epidemic, though I wouldn't say exclusively. Those interest rates have changed dramatically, and they have changed dramatically down. And the short end of the story is they have reduced our forecast for interest down $12 million. So that is probably the largest single mover that we see in here. So it's good that we were able to update this now and not later. And hopefully our estimates now, I mean, I think they're very conservative, and we'll be able to see a better return than that. But the market is not something that we have a lot of ability to influence. Moving on to the educational improvements, the changes, we have a slight change in technology. That I don't have the detail on that. It's $700,000 out of $128 million. And I think that was mostly just sharpening the pencils that Don and his team have done over the last several weeks and even several months. The SPED classrooms, we want to call that out because that is a decrease in the cost, but is not a decrease in the scope. So that's another one that we looked at in closer detail. And really what we found is some of the cost assumptions that we were putting into that category of work were being covered elsewhere. So we were able to lower that cost estimate significantly, but have not changed the scope of work. Of our 3 options we had for the SPED classroom, that is still the highest of the options. So just want to clarify there that no scope change. On the facility improvements, most of this is changes from refining our numbers, which the team has been doing over several months, and updating the cost escalation. I would say that the only one that I would call out a little bit separate than that is because it's a increase is the ADA. We took a look at the cost per square foot we were using for our ADA, particularly our elevator improvements, and realized that those numbers we had been using were too low based upon some of the elevator projects that we've completed recently. So we updated those numbers. And I think the last one to note is the admin percentage. So since 2012 bond, we've been running somewhere in the 5 to 6% range for administration. For all the models that we've used since we started preparing scenarios back at the beginning of this year or late last year, we've used 5% regardless of the scope. That was just sort of an easy number to look at. Right now, 2017 project is running about 6%, and OSM did a fairly quick staffing model and administration model based upon the 1.1 million scope of work. And again, we would anticipate it to land somewhere in the 5% to 6% range. So we are recommending using 6%, being a little conservative there. It's always easy to transfer funds from administration into projects. It's a lot harder to go the other way. So that's what our recommendation is, and this model shows 6% versus the previous 5%.
So Dan, if I'm not mistaken, this overall number is a wee bit higher. We were under 1.15 last we looked. Is that correct?
Correct. So we went from about 1.14 to 1.19.
1.18.
Sorry, 1.147 to 1.149. So roughly a $2 million change.
Largely coming from the curriculum boost.
That doesn't, I apologize, that doesn't include the curriculum. So that is just the delta in the cost. So I want to call those out differently because there's a bunch of puts and takes. So all this refining we've done on cost, when you look at the bottom line, that's less than a 1% change overall. It's less than 0.25%.
Got it.
When we factor in now, when we look at the curriculum, that is an increase of scope. And so that's why that has a cost increase. And so with the curriculum addition to the more robust curriculum rollout, that is a total change between what we looked at last week to what we're looking at now of approximately $28 million when you include everything.
Dan, one of the issues that was raised last week that's been raised by various board members over the last 2 years is money in this bond for the conversion of the second middle school in outer Southeast. Is that baked into, I think when it got raised last week by Director Bailey, again, I've raised it several times as well. Is that baked in here somewhere?
That's a great question. It is not in these numbers in the materials and in the verbiage part. So I certainly haven't expected directors to read that all. It just makes a note that there hasn't been any specific capital improvement identified needed for capacity or enrollment changes. That said, we acknowledge that we're going through a multi-year enrollment process right now that could produce capital needs. So there could be a number that's identified specifically for capacity, or we might recommend just making sure that we have a robust program contingency that we think could support a future capacity need if and when identified.
But I guess
or the third option there would be, Claire, we have a more flexibility with our construction excise tax fund, and would that be an appropriate use from that that separate fund of the general fund?
Well, it's a separate capital project fund, but it is an appropriate use. It's just I believe we have a lot of other work earmarked for those funds already. So I would want to work through with the facilities team to verify what they've earmarked it for.
I guess I'm confused. Like we're talking about the bond going forward. Why if we know that we are going to move, I mean, we have all these under-enrolled K-8s in outer Southeast. We know that we're going to do that. It never is a no cost move. We know it's going to happen sometime in the next 4 years. Why wouldn't we plan for it? Or can we plan for it? Which I think is why the question has been asked several times, because we don't want to get into a position like, well, we actually can't open another middle school in outer Southeast because we didn't allocate any money. And I know there's a lot of pressure on the construction excise tax, so why wouldn't we just put it in the bond?
I think there's probably not a perfect answer to that. I think so. The challenge is what amount would be put into the bond. If there's a specific scope of work, that can be estimated. But we haven't, and we've estimated some different scenarios over the last few months. But my understanding is none of them have said that, yes, we're going to need that. Therefore, allocate funds for that scope of work. If there's a high level of confidence that the district is going to need X dollars, I won't pick an amount, then I think it would be appropriate.
I would say that what has repeatedly been discussed is the Harrison Park conversion to a middle school. And so when we think about what we did in terms of cost for converting, we recently opened several middle schools. And so that would be might be a similar cost entailed there. We do anticipate that being part of the decision-making process when we do the enrollment and program balancing process. The process has not been completed. The decision has not been made, but certainly the board has commented on that multiple times in public meetings. So it could be a possibility to set aside for that specific. That is one that in many of the models, as we're preparing to start that work this fall, that is part of the models that we'll be bringing forward for community engagement.
Thank you, Deputy Superintendent Hertz. I mean, I just don't want to miss this opportunity. I know the amount of pressures that's on the construction excise tax, and I'm looking at the curriculum enhancements, and there's a lot around the middle school redesign, but you'd actually have to have the students in the middle school to actually benefit from that. So I just want to make sure that we're thinking several steps out, and if we could put a plug number in there so that we're ready and prepared for those students in outer Southeast who have a very different middle grades experience than anywhere else than most other places in the district. I would appreciate that.
I think if I can just sort of ask a follow-up question on that, or just sort of comment, I guess my concern maybe is that if we don't know yet, I'm not sure I'm in favor of putting a placeholder in for one particular school in one particular area. What I think I'm hearing, but Deputy Superintendent Hertz, correct me if I'm wrong, we're going to go through this enrollment and balancing process, which is going to generate potentially a number of these types of requests. I mean, I know that I get emails weekly about reopening Smith School, and that is potentially an option as we go through enrollment and balancing. But I don't think I would advocate for taking money from some of these other line items in order to put into that without a little bit more certainty. And so, Director Brim-Edwards, this has come up before, although I will say it didn't come up in sort of the specific way during our committee hearings to say, let's, asking staff to develop or what that cost estimate would be. So I'm a little nervous. It feels a little last minute to put a placeholder in that we don't know what it's for.
So I guess
at this time,
I'm just, with all due respect,
this is last minute. We've been bringing this up.
Yeah, for 3 years. Thank you, Director Bailey. I mean, and I recognize this. So go ahead, Scott.
So, looking at, some of the improvements we did, for example, at Roseway Heights, probably some accessibility, a bunch of technology. Again, if we're doing middle school redesign, we have to have the technology in the building and in the classrooms to make that work. So I'm pretty comfortable putting in a placeholder and then flexing from that. And I think we're talking on the order of 5 to 10 million. Maybe staff can correct me. And if it turns out we don't make that conversion for whatever reason, there's plenty of other needs within this bond that we can divert that money to, whether it's technology, we know, whether it's ADA. There's no shortage of need out there.
We have had a line item in this earlier in the process just called capacity. And I can tell you in the several years I've been here, we have spent quite a significant amount in capacity. And I'm hoping that we don't have to add portables. That wouldn't be something that I would recommend. But it's certainly the capacity component, having a set aside for that allows for flexibility. One of the things that this pandemic brings is something Director Bailey spoke about earlier, was the economic impact. What I can say is when we have schools open with the pandemic, as well as families are during an economic recession tend to move. So we don't know yet what that's going to look like for the fall, but having that ability to respond to possible capacity concerns as our enrollments will rebalance due to both the pandemic and a recession. So it doesn't have to be earmarked for a specific site, but it is something that is something we need to consider in the long term.
So I would just say maybe that potentially we have for 2 years the board has added additional funds. So this last year was done by staff for those schools in the outer Southeast, which is the largest concentration of students who are in under-enrolled K-8s and have a very different middle grades experience. And when we added those funds, one of the observation was it's not a very efficient way to do it, because you end up actually adding more FTE probably than needed in order to get that equity. So in some ways, by making this last conversion, and it really is just a unique spot. We have a number of one-offs around the district, but this is the one spot where there's still the largest concentration of these under-enrolled K-8s, is that you actually will gain some efficiencies when you're able to staff it at a normal level, because you have a greater concentration of students. So hopefully there'll be some give and take in the budget, that there's a capital expenditure, but we actually don't have an inefficient use of staff in order to try and provide greater equity for those students who are in those K-8s.
Dan, before we, I want to make sure that you're done with your presentation before we go on to specific board questions and concerns about the specifics of the option before us, and ideas that board members might have about modifications.
Yeah, I'm ready for any other questions. I know Claire is going to walk through the financing plan. So we could do more questions on the option now, or if you'd like to go through that part, we could go through that and then take questions at the end.
I think it probably makes sense to stay here and work through questions and any potential revisions, and then go through the financing plan. So we've just had the suggestion around capacity, which I'm trying to remember exactly why that fell off of our options, but it did so through board discussion. You know, I think it's safe to say that we are not going to look at bumping up the number for this bond overall, based on our conversation that we had in our work session last time. So any new ideas that people are bringing forward, I think we need to look at in the context of where funds are showing up as committed on this option. But I would say let's open it up for questions and clarifications.
So I guess the only thing I would say to that is, I raised this Director Bailey raised it last meeting. I raised it as well. It's been raised a number of times. We've asked for how much it would cost, and we haven't got that. And it's not that much money in the overall scheme of things. So I don't want to be in the position of take it out of something else, because it's not a new issue that's being raised. So I feel pretty strongly about that.
Director Brim-Edwards, then where does the money come from? Are you proposing that we increase the total by 10 million? Or, I mean, because it has to come from somewhere.
That's fine. If that's what people want to do, we've raised it multiple times.
So Director Brim-Edwards, I want to be really clear, and Director Bailey as well. You have raised it occasionally as sort of an offhand remark. We've had a number of committee meetings, and I could go back to look at the minutes of those. I don't recall a request from any board member specifically saying we'd like to include this as one of the options. It didn't go out to the public as part of our process over the last couple of weeks, as part of the draft package, which we all reviewed that draft package and the multiple options before it went out. I didn't see it there. I'm not saying it's unimportant. I guess what I'm coming back to is what I don't like is the sort of last minute, let's just throw something in. We all as board members could come in and bring something. And what I'm hearing from staff is that they actually don't know what the cost would be. It's not that they don't think it's important, it's that we don't yet know what the cost would be. So I kind of like Deputy Director Hertz's suggestion. Maybe as a board, if we want to include something for capacity, right, which we then would need to make a decision on what it would be, but it wouldn't necessarily be for something. I'm not comfortable including something specific for something that we don't have staff estimates on, that hasn't gone out to the public for briefing, and that we haven't been briefed. I haven't been briefed.
Well, I'll just say we've talked about this issue for 3 years, and I know there are some part of the board is new to the discussion, but we've had this discussion, and we have asked, and I'm not sure any other way to do it. And
so let me
do it.
Yeah. When we were 3+ years ago, when we were brand new on the board and we were heading towards opening Tubman within a year, And we knew, or it had been well known, that significant investment was needed there to get the facility in shape, and it hadn't been budgeted. Our new superintendent got a couple of gray hairs right off the get-go. And that was like 17, 18 million. This is similar in that we know, or we're pretty darn sure it's coming. So, and we have been bringing this up consistently. And in fact, in one of the options, I remember talking to people out, there was a $10 million fund for kind of stuff.
That's right, Director Bailey. In one of the options that went to the public, I think it was the $785 million option, there was $10 million for capacity building.
Yeah.
It just, unfortunately, the issue wasn't revisited in our work session last week when we were really talking brass tacks about building a specific package that we have here. You're both absolutely right that we've been having the conversation for a long time, and it's unfortunate that it wasn't brought forward as we were really trying to winnow this decision-making process. But that said, it's not a lot of money. I think Deputy Superintendent Hertz, I think, in my opinion, the right approach is to have capacity monies not specifically earmarked for a facility, and that gives us a little breathing room around how it might be applied. We just need to work through the other elements here in this option and see whether there's any other discussion on other line items about things that people have questions about or don't feel comfortable with, and then see where we end up.
Yeah, just to close the loop on that, if we're talking about something for capacity building, which was in option 2 that went out, something generic that the district can use on a lot of different purposes, I would be in favor of that, and this may be one of them. I would not be in favor of a very specific application if we don't yet know what those costs would be.
So those students in outer Southeast are in the zip code with, if we want to look at this from a racial equity and social justice lens, are in the zip codes that have the lowest incomes, average incomes in the city. And, you know, I think Deputy Superintendent Hertz has a reasonable way to estimate some costs. And I don't think it's unreasonable. If I look at the other investments that are going to be made that were, you know, just since last Thursday, we had another, 15 million or so just added into curriculum, which some really worthy things, and some worthy things around middle school redesign. But if you're not in a middle school and you have, you know, less than 150 students in grades 6th, 7th, and 8th grade, because we haven't changed the K-8 model, then you're probably not going to get an opportunity to take advantage of that. So I would hope that staff could come up with an estimate of what would be reasonable.
So,
I guess I'd like to go back to I'm sorry, Director Moore. I'd like to go back to our superintendent on, I mean, I don't want to go down too much of a rabbit hole here, but, you know, that's not about middle school redesign. That's about middle grades redesign. And it is appropriate to tie it back to this number for curriculum, because that's what our educational experts think is really important on our commitment to equity and student achievement. We really haven't heard from our educational experts that the configuration of the building is the single most important for serving historically underserved students or for student achievement. Now, that said, we do know that we have work to do, but that's, you know, that's not the only answer there. I'm sorry, Director Moore, I think I kind of cut you off there, so.
Yeah, I was just going to make a suggestion that I think we were approaching an emerging consensus position, which is to add $10 million under a general category of capacity that would allow the use of funds to cover, to defray costs of, you know, a wide range of capital improvements. And I think the objection that I heard from Director Scott, at least, was a hesitation to earmark a certain amount of money for a particular project when we don't have any real understanding of what the projected cost might be. Is that a fair summary, Andrew?
Yes, it is. Thank you.
So, yeah, I want to kind of bridge the gap here. In the last enrollment balancing meeting, while converting Harrison Park is one option that we will have the community consider as we go through this process, another possibility is to have a multilingual or a bilingual K-8, in which case the other K-8s could become K-5s and all fit into Kellogg. So we aren't necessarily headed for a middle school option there. So I think it's prudent to have this, we'll call it capacity, keep it flexible, and go from there. But I would hope that money gets prioritized and sort of a hold gets put on it until we get to a point in the enrollment balancing process where we have an outcome and know if we'll need to devote that to a middle school modernization or not modernization, but
conversion.
Conversion, thanks.
Director Bailey and Director Brim-Edwards, would a $10 million contingency or capacity line item satisfy the issue that you're raising?
I believe so, just based on our experience with Roseway Heights and Tubman. And Tubman was over 20 million, but a lot of that was in the health and safety because of the air purification.
So Dan and Claire and the other folks, what I heard you say, Director Brim-Edwards, is you don't want to pull that money from anything that's already listed here in the bond option. So is what you're asking for is that we would go to 1.1, let's see, I have to do math, 1.187.
Hey, Director Lowry, if we could, I'd like to walk through and see if there are other questions or concerns about the individual line items and amounts and see where we end up. I think I'm hearing consensus about restoring the capacity line item that's been in previous versions and that was put out to the public. I support that. I'm hearing consensus. So let's just make a note of that and walk through these other items and then see where we are when we get to the bottom of it. Thank you.
I have a couple of questions. One is about in the information you shared, Dan. There's someone had requested a budget cost on building Jefferson to capacity of 1,000 students versus the ed spec of 1,700, and I'm wondering if our cost estimate here of 3.05 million is for 1,000 or for 1,700. My second question had to do with the mechanical systems, considering the COVID crisis. Wondering if 75 million gets us to those air exchanges that we want to see. You know, I know that many of the systems, the HVAC systems are in really bad condition and repaired and taped together. And I'm wondering if I'm just curious about that figure. What's included in that? Is that an upgrade? Is that brand new replacement or what?
Yeah, two really good questions. The Jefferson one, I'll answer first, I think it's a little bit quicker, is that the number that's in there is for the full 1,700. So one of the many documents that went out today is an update of all the high school options. And so Jefferson has 4 potential options, 2 renovation options at 1,700, a new construction at 1,700, and then a renovation at 1,000. But what's included in these numbers is a renovation option for the full 1,700. And the question about the mechanical system is a great one. Of all the scopes of work, our mechanical system are the detail where I think I'd say we have the least. We don't have a lot of detailed assessments on our mechanical systems. we know we've got a lot of detail on how poorly they function. We've got lots of work orders and we've got lots of complaints, and we know when they fail, but we don't have a lot of professional engineering assessments on, so we know what the fixes are. So the number that you see for the 75 million, and I guess I'll back up one thing, and it's not a scope of work that we as a district have done a lot recently. We don't have a lot of familiarity with our system. We do know that a full system replacement, including all scope, controls, and everything, can be north of $10 million. We don't think all of our failing systems are going to need that full replacement. They just may need controls addressed, or they may need their boiler addressed, or some other things. So the mechanical estimate is as generic as any of these scope of works, where we're saying a significant replacement or retrofit is going to cost us somewhere in the ballpark of $5 million. But we also need to develop what our criteria would be for which schools we would go after first. We wouldn't just go after the big projects. We would go after where the need is. And we need to further define that criteria, because it's not a scope of work that we have done much of in recent years.
Thank you. And I was guess that's what I was wondering, like how these would be, how the projects would be determined, and also recognizing that with mechanical upgrades are great opportunities for energy efficiency improvements.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And also some amazing deals with companies that offer like a pay-as-you-go options for large projects like this.
Mm-hmm. And we've done some of that in the past. I'm on the bond side, there hasn't been a lot. So I think it's more on the facility side before I got in the position where there's been some in the past. So we can probably get you some good data that will be new to me as well, Director, to pass on some of the work that we've done in recent years. But also kind of a more global, to quickly answer the question about how are the projects prioritized. Once we've landed on a scope, OSM is going to go through a process of creating really a bond completion plan. And we've done a similar process after the 2017, where for individual scopes of work, for example, our asbestos abatement, we identified what our assessment was and what the criteria was that we would use for how we would prioritize the projects. Then we reviewed those. So we brought in the education side and we brought in other stakeholders to review that criteria, identified what projects those were, and then we presented those to the board and said, here's how we plan on going after all of these different scopes of work. So that is one of the next steps that we will take once we land on a scope on a bond package.
Thank you.
Dan, as part of the facilities assessment that's been going on for reopening, have there been, my understanding is that there have been areas of some schools that have been identified as unusable because of poor ventilation. Would that, is that true? And would that be, thinking ahead, one of the criteria going forward?
Certainly criteria as far as, the health and safety, air quality, are going to need to be part of the criteria for where we prioritize our work. We have not gone through this summer and identified areas that we've said that we would not occupy, which isn't to say that there doesn't need to be some discussion about what that would be in a hybrid model going forward. We have prioritized our mechanical systems. We have prioritized fixing our sinks over the summer because we know hand washing is important, and we have prioritized some of that scope of work that maybe in a normal year wouldn't be the priority.
Okay, thanks.
Other questions or comments on these other line items?
I have two.
Go ahead.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Nathaniel.
Okay, thank you. So first is about seismic. It looks like there's been about a $2 million increase. And I was wondering, just one, where that money is going, and two, if we might be able to increase it, as I said in the work session, because they'll have such a great need there.
You want, okay. Do you have another question, or I think you said two, or those are your two?
Yeah, I was just wondering if you might want to answer that for us?
My apologies. So it's a great question about the seismic. Seismic is a challenging scope of work. What is in this particular scope is we've identified, I'll back up, give a little bit of context. Over the years, I'm not exactly sure how many seismic grants we've received. We received probably 7 or 8 in the last 7 or 8 years seismic grants from the state. And so those require full retrofits of schools, and that amount has increased from 1.5 million to 2.5 million over the last handful of years. We've been very successful at getting those grants and providing matching funds and taking those schools and bringing them up to current building code. Though that's been great, what that has also done is it's sort of taken away our inventory of the low-hanging fruit of schools that were able to fully retrofit for a relatively small amount of funds. So what we've identified here in this scope is schools that are on the state's unreinforced masonry list. We believe will also, because of their roof need, will get a roof improvement, which is a good time to do seismic improvements. Also, our roofing itself is very seismically important to the structure. So if we coupled a poor performing building that's getting a roof replacement, we're saying we might be able to add some funds to do a seismic retrofit and bring that school up to full building code at that same point in time. So really, we're targeting just a handful of schools that this might apply to, versus a more broad brush of doing some sort of limited improvements throughout the district that wouldn't bring it up to any identified standard. Does that, I feel like that's a lot of words. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so you're saying that really adding more money wouldn't do anything because we need to add a whole bunch to have any substantive impact.
Great way to put it. We're starting to add more money, and it's substantially more money, but it's not getting us to that many more schools. And so certainly our modernizations is our best, most cost-efficient opportunity to bring buildings up to code, because we're effectively tearing them apart anyway, and then we have the economies of scale.
And just wondering where the extra 2 million is going that was added in from the last one.
Good question. That was from when we had the original estimate of 15 million. We went and took a look back at some of what those cost estimates were and the assumptions around square footage. And it's really more of a refinement than it is a specific adding another scope of work.
Okay, thank you.
Absolutely.
Rita, can I follow up with that? Thank you for bringing that up, Nathaniel. I had almost forgotten about this. So among the options that you've provided for Jefferson is one with a seismic upgrade, adding about 2% to the total cost. So instead of 305, it would be 311 million. Can you talk about what that additional 2% would get us?
Yes, yeah, great question. So all modernizations are brought up to current building code, which is referred to as Category 3 life safety structural. Our PPS's standard is all our modernizations, our new modernizations. So this didn't happen with the 2012, it happened with 2017 modernizations and new construction. There's also a space within the building that structurally is increased to the additional higher level Category 4, which is called immediate occupancy. There's one space in each building. Usually it's the gym or the cafeteria, and we don't specify what space it is. So when schools, especially when they're retrofits, they can look and see what's the best space and what's the most cost-efficient space that can be used for an emergency shelter if needed in the case of emergency, and but also be the most cost-efficient option. What has been requested, and this originally began with the Bond Accountability Committee, is recommending to increase all of the structural from code to the immediate occupancy level for all new construction buildings. They're not recommending for retrofits, they're recommending for new construction. And so we asked our cost estimator to give us a number for what that would be. Due to the complexity, more the simplicity of the master plans and how the costs are estimated, even our modernizations have components of new construction and retrofit. So what was applied was a 2% to the hard cost of all the projects. And so what that represents is increasing from our standard of meet code, have one area that's a higher level of stability, to anything that's new, the whole thing would meet the higher level of structural stability.
I mean, that seems to me a worthy goal for a relatively small amount, additional increment of money. And so can we consider that as part of this bond?
Rita, just to chime in, if we're going to be philosophically consistent here, if we are to consider that for Jefferson, we should consider it for MPG, which is on here as well, because this MPG number does not contemplate the higher seismic.
And just one note to that, we did not estimate for MPG what that cost would be. When the recommendation came, I might not remember this exactly, but I think it came sometime late last year, late 2019. The MPG budget was set prior to that in June. So, and when the recommendation came, and this could have been my error, my assumption was that would apply to new projects going forward, not projects that were already on the books. So just making the note that we don't have an estimate for the MPG building.
So if Jefferson were a modernization, would that mean the building would be kind of a patchwork of level 3 and level 4 protection?
If we increased,
and
yes,
sounds a little pejorative, but I meant a mix.
I see what you mean. Yes, if we said we want to do the increase for anything that's new, yeah, any new structure that would go out there, which they do have some new structures, would be a level 4, whereas like the existing building would be to level 3.
And again, for the folks at home, level 4 means reusable, and level 3 means not necessarily reusable in the case of a major earthquake, but everybody can walk out safely. In shorthand, it's a little more complex than that, but
that's a great plain English explanation.
Yeah.
So I really appreciate Nathaniel and Rita's questions on this, and I think the difficulty we're in is that we've kind of put staff in a tough spot because we don't have the district policy. Board has not said we want to be at level 4. The BAC has asked us, I think on multiple occasions, to take another look at that. So I think this is an interesting question in terms of this is the decision point, right? Moving forward. And do we as a board want to do that? And I think if we're doing it here, we really are making a policy decision that we'll want to do in future bonds as well. We can come back and revisit that, but maybe get a sense of how other board members feel about that. And again, just to come back down to the details, you think it would be about a $6 million increase to Jefferson, to do Jefferson to that level.
Correct.
Do you have any idea for MPG? Or is this just from 3% as a?
Yeah, from a percentage standpoint, I mean, shooting from the hip, which I shouldn't do, but yeah, I mean, this estimate is high level. It's a 2%. MPG is going to be, MPG is in the position that we could do a more detailed estimate, but having not done that, yeah, it's probably going to be a safe assumption. It's going to be in the same ballpark. Maybe I shouldn't say safe, assumption.
So I'll weigh in. I think if it is doable, we should aspire to have our buildings ready to serve as community shelters after a seismic event, if it's doable. I was led to believe several years ago that it was really not financially doable. I think a 2% increment in cost is eminently doable. So I think it's an opportunity lost if we don't take advantage of this moment to up our game in modernizing the high schools.
So let me ask for a clarification. Are we talking all construction or new construction? Director Moore.
Well,
I believe we're just talking new construction.
Well, I just wanted to clarify what she's putting on the table.
Okay, so we're very fast approaching the limits of my knowledge and understanding of construction. But I would say certainly new construction. And if it's possible, I mean, this is where the doability factor comes in. If it would really be cost prohibitive to do the upgrade for modernizing existing structures, then there it is. But I would say wherever possible, we should try to achieve the level 4. And it's also, I mean, I suspect that might be a possible compelling argument for the Jefferson community to consider new construction.
I have a question. I still don't understand with upgrading the seismic from level 3 to level 4. Is it more expensive? It would seem it would be more expensive to retrofit than to do brand new. Is that the case? So we're talking about a 2% increase if it's a retrofit situation, not brand new construction.
The 2% is for new construction. We don't have an estimate for retrofit, and I haven't read it recently, but I'm 95% certain that the BSC does not recommend upgrading retrofits to level 4 because cost prohibitive. It's just more expensive to do that. And one other, maybe it's a minor point of clarification, is immediate occupancy can mean multiple things. This is talking about increasing the structural level to that. So really just the structural system. When you hear about immediate occupancy buildings, that also takes into account other things like utilities, upgrading utilities, so those could function after a large earthquake. This is not considering those components as well. So the operation of a building would very much would be in question. It's just the structural components would be more would be upside.
I just want to draw everybody's attention to the budget summary that we have, and their numbers are there for what the seismic upgrade would be for new construction, as well as for the renovation option for Jefferson. And they're both about, I mean, one's $5 million for new construction, $6 million for renovation.
And just to clarify, the renovation, that's just for the new construction portions of that project.
Okay, got it.
Yeah.
Chair Constam, as the board continues to discuss adding funds to the project, I think it would be a great time for me to present the capacity that's been used with their current before additions. And I wonder if we might want to look at the financial presentation just to frame this, right, as people understand, you know, as they're considering adding more things. I think it's important for the board to understand the capacity that's already being used by the current option.
Great idea, otherwise known as a reality check.
Yeah. So if we want to go on to the next slide, thank you. And I hope that you have those materials in hand so that you can make the numbers larger for you. At least for me, I need them a little bit larger. So this first slide shows what bonds we have issued to date. Okay, so if you see the yellow bar across the top where it says outstanding GO bonds, so this is what we have issued. These are not the program years. These are the years we actually sold the bonds. Okay, so sometimes that can be, as you're looking at the column headings, that can be confusing. These are the years of the bond sale. And then all the way to the left is the fiscal year for each row. And as you go across, you can see that we have in 2000, if you just use 2014 as an example, we had 2 bond sales that we had debt service for 43.2 million. And then that went against the total assessed value for the school district boundaries. And you can see that we had about 9 cents as a bond rate. And then if you scroll down to 2020, where it's highlighted in blue, you can see for this past year that we had 124 million in debt service for multiple bond sales. And then against the current assessed value that had 5% growth. So over the previous year, you can see we had a rate of 241 for our patrons. And so this just shows our future debt that's already in place. You can see what we have to pay even without going forward. You can see what is anticipated for our debt service, what we need to pay on the bonds we've already issued. Now, how is that relevant? Let's go to the next slide. So here, this is also that same debt service, but it's in a graphical format. So this is the debt that we have issued. Again, you'll see the colors and the years. Those are the years that we sold the bonds. Those are not the years that was what we would call the bond program years, okay? So you can see in each one of them, you can see we issued bonds in 2013. There's, you see the yellow at the very bottom, that's our first issuance. And then you go to the light blue for 2015. So you can see we have worked to stair step this all along historically. So creating those niches for future debt, okay? And then our latest issue that we did this spring, that was the remainder of the 2017 bond program. In the dark blue, you can see the 2020 that was just peppered in there on top, okay? So then going to the next slide, if you look at the top of this one, you'll see projected levy rates, 1.1 billion for November 2020 authorization. And then if you go out 4 years later and issue another 900 million, that would be for your current list for the 1.1 and the 900 million would be the 2 high schools plus another third for roofs and seismic and all those other things that we'd want to do. So you can see what our debt structure would look like. If you look at the 1.1 billion, we would issue it in multiple sets of bond issues. We wouldn't issue them all at once. And you'd see the blue turquoisey colors going across where we're continuing to stair step. And then if you go out 4 years and we issue another 900 million, you can see the purple that we would actually fill in for an 8-year program at that point. But then leaving good stair steps for the future. Again, in 8-year increments. So I just want to open that up for questions. I want you to see that quite a bit, we're we're maintaining that $2.50 rate across all future bond, a level levy rate for our taxpayers. But then we have, as we've stated tonight, many more projects, many more schools to go. And so I just want to remind us how much of our capacity that we're using based on the next two bond sales that our next two bond programs that this board has been talking about. Now we are bringing to you a 10-year plan that we'll be working on that. Dan has been talking to you a little bit about that, that work is starting in this next year, and that will help us then really think about what our priorities will be with the facilities assessment work that we've done, and then having that long-term discussion where we can really look at what are we doing over the next 20 to 30 years in terms of getting to modernizing our buildings. Okay. So I just wanted to frame that because I wanted you to see how much of it had filled in from those two bond projects that this board has been discussing already, meaning the 2020 and the 2024 bond projects.
So Deputy Superintendent Hertz, thank you. This is really helpful. So is it oversimplifying to say we have roughly $2 billion of bond capacity over the next 12 years? And the decisions we're making today about this bond, whether we're increasing $10 million for capacity or a few $1 million for seismic at Jefferson or sort of other decisions, we either offset that within the amount we're talking about, or we're reducing the amount of that future bond that'll be issued, and sort of again limiting a little bit more what we do in the future. That's the trade-off that as a board we're looking at.
Right. And I think that we will, as we get to the 10-year plan, that we are, that we'll even look what do we need over 20 and 30, but that long-term plan, we're going to need every dollar that we can get. And I just want us to remind us that each time that we set a higher and higher standard, that takes us longer to get to all of our buildings in the district. And I'm not trying to discourage your thinking, but I also want you to recognize our buildings have lots of needs. And as we continue to increase each project, that tends to carry forward in the next project. And I wouldn't believe that future boards would probably want to make the standard go down. So I want us to think about what are our standards long term. I don't think we've developed them. That you talked about that earlier tonight, Director Scott. That what are our standards and what do we need to accomplish in all of our buildings, and what is our capacity? So I just want to caution us of, as we continue to want to add more and more to this one, to remind us that we have a long-term objective as well.
Yeah, I really appreciate that. And I think that framing, because as with all of these discussions, it's the trade-offs that are important. And it's really easy to say, well, of course we want to go to level 4 on seismic. And everyone does. But when you then sort of put that up against going to level 4 on seismic for these buildings, and really for the next 3 high schools, right? Would also mean that some of our middle school and elementary school students would stay in leaky buildings or buildings without good boilers or without good roofs for longer. And that's really the trade-off we're looking at. And even given that, I actually think Director Moore has made a strong case. And I think as we, particularly in the Northwest in the subduction zone, there have been enough of those reports from City Club and other places, that really talk about the need to be thinking about resiliency, right? And resiliency after the big earthquake, that I think I probably can get behind sort of going to level 4 for some of these projects, but I think it's really important that we know it's not costless. There will be people and projects impacted by this for a decade to come by making that decision. So thanks for that.
And please don't take from me that I don't support resiliency, because that is not the case. I actually agree that having places for our community to go when we have a large earthquake is an important service that we could provide to our community. And when we're building new buildings, it's sure the additional cost is well worth the effort. I just wanted, as we're each board member has brought up a different perspective of what is important to them. And as we keep adding, I just want to remind us of the long term. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I'm assuming there's no questions on the numbers.
No. Can I just kind of respond to the cautionary note, which I appreciate. And yes, nothing is cost free. But I'm going to throw something out there as a possibility. And I have to say, I do not know if this has been thoroughly explored, but there is a shared responsibility across this county to develop resiliency plans. And I think the school district is willing to do its bit, even within extremely scarce resources, to serve as a resource for the larger community after a seismic event. What I don't know is whether we have engaged with the county and the city, particularly the county, which is, as I understand it, responsible for the shelter portion of the seismic resiliency plan. I don't know whether we have fully explored the possibility of some cost sharing. So nothing is cost free, but it doesn't necessarily mean that we have to be the sole bearer of the cost. So I may be delusional here. I mean, the county is as strapped for cash as we are. But if we're talking about kind of long-term planning, I think it's something that I would encourage the district to explore possibilities. That's all.
Deputy Superintendent Hertz. So we're looking at almost 1.2 billion for 8 years, and you're projecting a 900 million 8-year in 4 years.
So it's really the 1.1 or 1.2, depending on where you guys land, is a 4-year program.
Okay.
And then the following would be 900 million over an 8-year program. The purple goes for 8 years.
Right. And then what would an 8-year bond look like after that in terms of our capacity? Do you have a...
There are so many variables there. So we haven't run that model. I haven't heard from you guys yet what we're looking for. And really, we probably want to have our long range planning in place before we start setting up those models. But there is significant capacity in the future, but we're using 12 years worth of capacity. So I just want to make sure people understand that.
So I'm just wondering, looking at this, if it looks like we're might be constrained for that, not the next one, but the one after that, in terms of a smaller dollar amount.
So what's hard to know is how much growth we're going to have in the Portland metropolitan area. I do believe after the pandemic that will continue to grow. And so that increased assessed value does create more capacity as we go forward. Not only just the allowable 3% increase, but also new units and new buildings. So.
Okay.
And Scott, the other thing I would just add, this, but just for the audience, I mean, we have made sort of a policy decision to keep the tax rate at 250, but of course, future boards can make a policy decision to increase that or decrease that, which would increase or decrease our overall capacity.
So, well, they can try to persuade the voters to increase that capacity.
Precisely.
Okay. So I'm again, realizing that we're proposing a pretty big bond, because a lot of what we've added to it is building new schools. I mean, when I look at the 300 and what's the combined 365 million for the Jefferson cluster, which potentially could be 3 schools, depending on how things pencil out. I'm okay with spending a little more upfront to get some multiple new schools in play. What I think it's important, and this is where what Dan brought up about the 305 million as kind of a number for Jefferson. We've seen with the other high schools that having a firm dollar amount access, it brings some discipline to the planning. And so the planning process is, well, here's what we'd like. That ends up costing a little bit over that. So there's some value engineering and it goes in this back and forth. And I'm a little worried that the 305 gets used as, we've got this much to spend to design for, without when potentially we could spend 20 million or more or less. So I'm wondering if saying this amount will go to the Jefferson cluster, including a rebuilt Jefferson High School, would bring those trade-offs into play to say, if we are a little more disciplined over here, it gives us more money for this other school to be rebuilt in the cluster. Does that make sense?
I'm not sure I'm tracking specifically what you're suggesting, Director Bailey. Sorry if it's just me at 10:30 at night.
Yeah, that may be it. I'm trying to think, what's the bond wording going to be around the how much we spend in the Jefferson cluster?
So Roseanne, could you please put back the slide of the options? So I think just as we've done with all of our previous bonds and our modernization proposals, although I would say we are much more diligent and I think much more accurate here, the number attached to Jefferson High School is just the estimate that came from our external cost estimators. So that's pretty clear what that represents. And then the Center for Black Student Excellence, we have a breakdown in the budget summary about how much would go toward master planning, 40 or 42 million for actual facilities improvements in the clusters. So, and I think the wording should be changed here as it's written, planning, design, and pre-construction, because it's more than that. It's actual facilities improvements. So the way we have it described in the budget summary is
should take out the pre.
Construction and implementation. So really, yeah, just construction.
It's actually construction and school and potentially school improvements.
Yep.
Which I think, since given the size of the number at 40 plus million, that it would be good to recognize that.
I agree.
Small issue.
So I mean, if I'm hearing you right, Director Bailey, I personally wouldn't support aggregating those two numbers, because I think it's important for the high schools to have a really clear budget that is just tied very directly to the cost estimates for that project.
Well, here's the thing. This is true of all 3 high schools. There was really no constraint in that planning process. And so that's, we have a very late breaking a new build, completely new construction at Jefferson, which shows some possible substantial savings.
So I think we want to let the community have some, since we heard from the community that they were interested in saving the facade initially, I think like Director DePass said, we need to go back to the community and let them kind of, make that decision. So I'd hate for us to shortchange that community. But I do think, if they end up with a 281, which is the cost estimate for the new construction, then, that's a conversation of what other things, where do we roll that money? And I think, that putting it towards the Center for Black Excellence is an option. So it's late, so I'm a little foggy, but so far as the two sort of concrete proposals that I've heard from board members is to add like 10 million for capacity and to look at a 2% increase on new construction that would bring us to that higher seismic capacity. So that would be, I think, 5 million addition that we're looking at. And I'm just wondering, what are the other places in this that we're wondering and looking at to refine or have some questions about?
Director Lowry, I'm sorry, Scott, were you?
No. I think that's 12, 10 for capacity and 2 for the MPG.
Well.
Was that, Dan, did you have a number? I thought you said.
Did I miss something?
I might be making things up because it's possible.
So the estimate for Jefferson is 6. If there's a desire, we don't have an estimate for MPG. We don't have one. If we want to approximate something, we can. It's going to be, an estimate that's very quickly generated.
Yeah.
Hey, Dan, did these numbers presuppose the state seismic match or not?
When you say the seismic match, I'm not sure if I.
The grants, the state grants program for seismic improvements.
These do not assume that we're going to get a grant for any of the build, or like Jeff doesn't assume that we would get a NOSIP grant. I'm not sure if it would even qualify. It may, but I'm not sure.
Okay.
They're competitive grants, Amy, so it's not necessarily can't count on it. Yeah.
To your question, Director Lowry, I have one other area where I would like to make a recommended change, and it is cost neutral. And I think I emailed everyone about this, but really looking more closely at the line items here for special education classrooms, which are focus option classrooms, and making facilities improvements to those. And then ADA accessibility, I would like to see us combine those two categories. So 31.4 million, and really imagine that as special education supports and accessibility, so that we can think more broadly about what does inclusive education really look like, and really use our RESJ framework on what facilities improvements most serve our values around inclusive education. And I think all this does is it may possibly free up more money for accessibility or even adaptive technology under that. But we've heard, I've had some conversations in the community, and I think we've all seen some emails too about concerns about this investment specifically in the special education classroom. So I just think it's an opportunity for us to have more discussion and to really put this under more of a spotlight with our RESJ framework around inclusive education. So all I'm suggesting is combining those and keeping it cost neutral and taking having a community-led process around what do those improvements look like.
Actually, I probably support combining them, although before we combine them, I'd like to have, and I raised this issue at the last meeting, the level of investment in ADA. We picked, or what ended up is the lowest level of investment of the three levels. And there's been an adjustment, and I'm not sure quite why in the narrative that accompanied the ADA investments, because when I was looking through the May 19th one, I thought, okay, why wouldn't we go for the high end of the investment? Because basically what it said is that you get every school, the main level of the building is accessible. And I was like, yes, that would be huge progress. I'm like, I want to buy that. But then, which it wasn't even that, it wasn't a substantial increase. And then when I saw the materials that came out this week, there's been an adjustment in how it's described. And it sounds like, well, you get that, but you don't get any, there's like no elevators. I'm just wondering if you could speak to that, because when I look at sort of the big bump up in the curriculum, which I think it's great, but I also think that we have, and there was a lot of conversation last board meeting about meeting the Division 22 compliance, but I look at, we have a federal law that was passed last century that we are not in compliance with. And like I said, I got pretty excited when I looked at the budget option that said we could have every the main floor of every school building be accessible. And just going back to last meeting, I think Superintendent Guerrero very eloquently talked about how not only every student would have an opportunity to access their classrooms, but parents and other community members would also have access to the most important part of our schools. So I'm just curious about what happened. Both the number increased, we're still at the lowest investment on ADA that was among the packages, and then the top investment, or the one it's actually not even that much substantially over the lowest investment, but the one at 33 million actually sounds different now. And I'm wondering sort of what happened, and wouldn't that be a big step forward in meeting our ADA compliance issues, or not even compliance, but really what we want for all of our families?
Yeah, Director Bermetters, those are great questions. And so what I'm going to do is I want to ask our senior program manager, who I believe is still on the call, John Lyons. John, if you would just give an overview of the scope of the options, and also if you wouldn't mind speaking to the ADA transition plan that we're in the process of updating. I believe we're getting close to wrapping up our community engagement, but you can correct me on that as well. And then talk about how that ADA plan, these options, and then a future bond might all dovetail together. And Mary Mertz might be on as well, but John, do you mind kicking us off?
Yeah, absolutely. Good evening, everyone. So just to address the question about our first option here, the previous numbers you saw were around $11 million. And what that gets us is one accessible school at each configuration per cluster. So that recently went up from 11 million to 17 million, just based on a standardized elevator cost that we applied to all of our cost estimates. The language around the main level accessibility that was just referenced is $33 million now. There's more detail there, but philosophically that approach is no different. So that main level accessibility never included any elevators, which is why there's such a minor delta between our lowest option and our highest option. What main level accessibility does get you is access to all of your essential programming, and that is library, gym, cafeteria, restroom, and your classrooms, of course. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I just want to clarify, because this is really illuminating. So for $16 million more, instead of having it one school at each level in each cluster, every school in PPS would be accessible, the main level.
That's exactly right. Yeah, and elevators are by far the largest expense in accessibility. So by eliminating that scope of work, we're able to stretch those dollars much farther. And just to follow up on Dan's question about the ADA transition plan, if I could make a plug here, a draft of the ADA transition plan is on the district website, pps.net/accessibility. I would encourage everyone to go and view that. We've gotten some community feedback already. I will say main level accessibility is rising as the most salient or preferred option from the folks that we've talked to so far. We are having 3 virtual town halls later this summer to further gather community feedback. How this would dovetail into future spending or future bonds, I think I would prefer not to go into that with the answers and just really let the transition plan guide that work. But the way we're framing it currently in the transition plan is with this lowest option, just because it's been historically the most prominent one in the conversations to date.
Just to clarify, for $16 million more than what we've got there, instead of just doing one per high school cluster, every school is the same level. So it's not a different level of scope by school. It's just you can do them all.
It is a different level of scope because we wouldn't be able to access the second level of schools that are multi-level without elevators currently.
But you're saying in the 17 million, that includes the elevators?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay.
So Director Brim-Edwards, are you suggesting a 17 million addition to ADA then?
Well, I don't want to say that I'm raising this last minute because I did raise it at earlier meetings. Like, I think this is an investment we need to make. And in 2017, we, made, I think, some progress, but we, I think, need to do more in order for all of our students to have access. I mean, it's just such a basic thing to have access to our buildings. So I support.
Well, I want to be clear that we had a lot of conversations, and I do know that some things dropped off, and I know that you have advocated for a lot of these things, and Director Konstam, I know you've advocated for lots of different things as well. But this is kind of where we've landed, and so if we're looking at changing, I mean, I'm just trying to keep track of all the things we're considering adding. And so is that what you're asking the board to consider is adding 16 million to that ADA accessibility? I'm just trying to understand what you're saying.
Yeah, so last Thursday when we had a conversation, I raised this issue, and I think what staff said was, we're listening very intently, and there were some adjustments that were, so there weren't any adjustments made in this other than if it just a higher cost, but in this particular area. So I continue to think that we should make that investment because we're 30 years behind. And having a nephew who has needed lots of, not in PPS, but needed lots of adjustments to the physical space in order to be able to fully access his school experience. I think about all the other kids and frankly families that aren't able to do that because of just our old building. So I support going with the higher option, and I think Director Konstam has a good idea to meld the two together to get some synergies as well.
Director Brim-Edwards, would you propose taking that out of a line item in this, or taking it out of the 2024 bond?
Take it out of the 2024 bond because I mean, I just think we should be continuing to make investments. If you look at also our polling, there's always strong support for, I mean, it's one of the highest ranked numbers of people of what our community says that they expect us to be investing in. So health, safety, and accessibility, HSA, has always been sort of the core of our investments. And I know the modernization provide health, safety, and accessibility investments. But in the meantime, we've got a lot of other schools that need updates. So I would just add that.
So Dan, this is Director Lowry again. I just decided to make an estimate for MPGG, and I'm going to put 2 million. So by my count, we've got 10 million for capacity, 6 million for increasing the seismic at Jeff, 2 million for the multiple pathways, and then 16 million for ADA, which would be an increase of, again, it's late and I have to do math, 34. Yeah. $34 million additional. Are there other things that we're thinking about that, I mean, I know Director Constam, you made your cost neutral proposal, but are there other things that?
Yeah, and part of that cost,
to think about?
part of that, the purpose behind that cost neutral proposal is anticipating that there would be a shift. There could be a shift from allocations toward our special education classrooms, which are not in service to our values, I believe, around entirely around inclusive education. Yes, they are needed, but I still don't feel comfortable with that level of investment just in our segregated special education classrooms. So I wonder how much of that could be shifted to inclusive accessibility projects. So that wouldn't, I don't think we have the information to drop that line item and absorb it only into the overall physical ADA accessibility improvements, but I would like to see those combined, and then would be open to considering more, because I do agree that this is a fundamental, it's not only a fundamental value, it's a fundamental right that all of our students should be able to access their neighborhood schools. And it's not a lot of money, but I also don't want to go above, I certainly don't want to go above $1.2 million. This is where we polled. This is a lot of money. We can make these adjustments, and I'd like to see us have some discipline here. One of the reasons why, we're seeing these big numbers is because we have a bit of a hangover here from the 2017 bond, which comes partly from increased scope that came from decisions that the board made about things that were very worthy and necessary for our students, for which we had no budget. And so it's kind of a kicking the can down the road. So I just would like to see us have a hard conversation about where we want to land. And I don't know if my colleagues support increasing the overall number, but if we need to have a conversation about that.
So if we're going to substantially raise the amount of money for this bond, I know we don't have all of the planning materials we would need to do a thorough, comprehensive view of future bonds, but I think we do have to pay attention to the implications for the next bond, because I just want to note that Roosevelt expansion has completely dropped off the radar at this point. And I suspect they can, based on the information that I have, I think that the existing facility with the phase 4 expansion will be able to accommodate enrollment growth for the next few years, but probably not indefinitely. So I would like to know, if we bump it up even more, if we bump up this bond even more, what are the implications for the next bond, and what major projects will be able to be accommodated in the next bond.
So I'm just going to go back to our last meeting last Thursday, because at that time we had $29 million in curriculum, and now we have 53. So we had a $24 million increase in the curriculum, and the 29 million was sold or described as a fully funding of our curriculum needs. So then it went up 24 million, and I don't think we should be in a position of like who's ever in the last in the door, or who's ever, you know, when I raised it last week, it was we're listening, it sounded like something was going to be included, that we should ask those groups whose issues didn't get in, like funding ADA at a higher level, when other numbers change, to like, what would you cut out of the package? Because to me, other things have been added without that same level of scrutiny of, if we're going to add 24 million from curriculum, why wasn't it taken from something else? And I look at it that I think, in speaking to the general public, us fulfilling a much broader commitment on making our buildings accessible to students and their families is a great conversation to have with our community, because I think they'll be very, very supportive. But I don't want to get into we're going to fully fund ADA and special ed students are going to have theirs, the things that were added for them cut, because then it becomes like a zero-sum game of pitting, students and families with needs against each other.
So it is a zero-sum game, and I don't want us to lose sight of that. And I think that it's just really important that we be honest and transparent with one another and staff and the public, that whether we take it from a line item in this bond or whether we take it from the next bond, it is something else that we're not going to do. And that doesn't mean we don't support it, but I think it's kind of irresponsible to pretend like we can do it without having some sort of an offset. And all of these, you're absolutely right. The curriculum increase was an offset, same thing. And if as a board we want to talk about that, we can have that conversation, right, about whether we want to make that increase. But I think it's really important that we don't pretend like there's money that we can create here, because there's not. So making the increases in curriculum, or the increases you're talking about, will by definition mean we do something less either in this bond or in the 2024 bond. It may mean we don't get the Roosevelt expansion in the 2024 bond. Is that a trade-off you're willing to make? And I know you don't want to commit to that specific conversation because we don't know what the trade-off is, but there will be a trade-off. I think it's important to acknowledge.
Okay, but I already said I'm being completely transparent. I would take it from the 2024 bond, because I think that the community that hasn't had access to our school buildings have waited for a pretty long time, and so I'll be completely transparent. I'll take it from the 2024 bond, and I think on all these issues, and I don't think just last in, like, you got to cut something else. And I really don't want to be pitting SPED students, special ed students, against students who need access to our building. So
I want to be really clear. I think I've been misunderstood, because I was not posing any choice between special education classrooms and ADA accessibility. I was saying that I really would feel comfortable with more of an examination around investment in segregated special focus classrooms with our RESJ framework, because we really haven't had that conversation. And I can imagine that I would absolutely be convinced of the necessity of this investment for our focused classrooms, but we haven't had that level of conversation with the community. And I really want us to include looking at disabilities in all of our equity work. And that includes having access to our buildings, but also in looking hard at our delivery models and do they serve an inclusive view of how we want to educate all kids. So that's why I'm just suggesting putting those numbers together so that it allows us more flexibility for those conversations. But it's not an either or, and it's not necessarily a gutting of those focused classrooms. But it allows us more flexibility. And then we may, I would support adding enough to our accessibility investments here that we could make a commitment that every kid with a physical disability would be able to access the first floor of their school. I mean, that's a right. It's a right. And we're behind. And part of our role at the governance level is to be stewards of not just what our students deserve, but also our compliance requirements.
Okay, I have a question for the superintendent and maybe Dr. Valentino and/or, which is, what's the absorption rate for new curriculum? I mean, I think the original number was 29 million. This one's 53, something along those lines. Can you do all that in 4 years?
So part of that, if you look at the 53, part of that does include the middle school redesign, which over time is 10,500,000, right? And that was for the capacity and the redesign of the middle school. So if you take that out, you're at 43. The increase is to do a couple of things. One is, excuse me, to expand the ethnic studies program PK-12 or K-12, and PK would add their portion so that we could create a continuum PK around ethnic studies would be one. The other one is really to look at the practices that would be part of the middle school redesign portfolio, which includes project-based and problem-based learning. So it's really using resources to begin to pilot and prepare people for that as we consider the middle school redesign, including Kellogg and other schools that would be able to pilot the model alongside that. And the other is the integrated curriculum work that we're looking at. We began to look at math and ESL, but realized that what we need to do is to expand it more broadly and more comprehensively across STEAM, which is integration of math, science, and technology. And in addition to that, we began to integrate language arts with social studies and actually are looking at integrated ESL expansion. And so those were things that were left out when we went back to 29 million, or they were there originally. Then when it was reduced back to 29 million, some of those items were removed. And so they've been put back. The one that is the big change is the $10 million for the middle school redesign. And that figure comes from previous documentation that I had seen that was confirmed by Director Brim Edwards. I know that there was a number like that in the past that was added on, as well as from confirmation from Miami-Dade and the cost that they incurred for each school when they did the middle school redesign. So that's why those increases are there.
Okay, no, it's all good stuff. That's my question is, how can you is staffing capacity to implement? That's a lot, or it seems like a lot to me. Can that be done in 4 years?
Our plan was to front load some of these things so that they would then scale up, right? So they would start small and then scale up, and some of those things would be constant across all 5. And one of the things that, in speaking with the superintendent, we made clear is that we would not impact all teachers at the same time or all schools at the same time, but would be able to sort of structure it so that it happened in cohorts, and then we build out.
So is that and that's a 4-year project?
5 years.
5 years.
5 years. We're working off of a 5-year trajectory, knowing that in the fifth, that once we reach scale or capacity, we would not be seeking the additional funds needed, or they would be absorbed by general fund dollars for sustainability of some of these things.
Okay. So my, shifting money around, would it make sense to get the last tranche of that in the 2024 bond? Which would then maybe free up 10 million sooner for ADA. And maybe that's a bad idea, but I'm just gonna throw it out there to get us to a place where we're doing a trade-off that actually doesn't affect our workflow.
Director Bailey, I think we could also ask that same question of technology in terms of the capacity to implement all the work under consideration. But Superintendent, I imagine these were all questions that you and your staff went through as you worked late into the night last night on refining these numbers.
And numerous staff on the screen can attest that I was firing off questions all night on many of these topics. They're good questions. They're all trade-offs. What do you want to prioritize? Could we go another 4 years without curriculum at some grade levels and some content areas? We have for 15 years. So I just feel a greater urgency. So there is a good question Director Bailey is asking. How much can we actually sort of introduce and reasonably expect of teachers and us be prepared to support? Of course, we need so much work and material across grade levels and different content areas. So Dr. Valentino and I had this exact conversation earlier today around we would want to sequence those curricular adoptions because we don't want to saturate a given teacher to do language arts, math, and science all at the same time. So of course, that would be a consideration. And just to be more accurate about what I stated last Thursday about what the prior number would afford us is it ensures us being compliant to Division 22. That there actually is an identified curriculum in the core subject areas. But what we were proposing that was missing and that I described as being modest was the ability to do the more innovative work that we want to see in the middle grades with ethnic studies, with African American studies, with computer science, et cetera. And so this gives us the opportunity to really accelerate that work. So could we take it from here? That's a decision for the board to make. Could we go with new construction behind a historic facade and save $95 million with Cleveland and Jefferson? That's another route we could take. So I think all of it, is on the table here. I'm listening this evening to the board sort of think about those questions. And I think we all want to be prudent and strategic about taking seriously these public resources that we're being entrusted potentially with. And I think we can make a compelling case. I know that we're fine tuning here, but I think we want to make sure our buildings are safe and that they're accessible and that there's good things happening in them at the same time. So we're trying to strike that balance, I understand.
So, Chair Constam, I'm gonna. I think we need to get to a decision point on this. So, from a process standpoint, tell me if this is the right thing. I'm going to go ahead and make a motion to move forward the proposal that was put on the table, the one that we have in front of us from staff, and then I think board members, all the items we've talked about tonight that I know Ailey listed off, and maybe we can get again or just let board members sort of bring them up. And I think bring them up as an issue that we can take a vote on in terms of making a change to that. And then at the end of that process, we'll have a proposal that staff then goes back and produces referral documents around. Is that the appropriate process at this point?
I think that makes sense. General Counsel Large, do you have any input on that? All right. I think that makes
Sorry,
sense.
I was on mute.
Okay,
Roseanne,
great. So
can you put that slide back up, Roseanne, please?
Yeah, I'm gonna make a motion to move forward the proposal as is on that the staff have put together for tonight's discussion.
I second the motion.
So I didn't know we were in a decision-making mode tonight. I mean, I thought we were in, I mean,
Well,
decision-making is this guidance, what is?
Oh yeah, we have to have pencils down tonight so staff can prepare the document so we can refer them.
we do. We have to direct staff to prepare the language for referral, and they have to know what they're preparing it to say.
I did.
Clarity, are we on the 28th when we meet is a final vote on the referral language, is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
So I think we have a motion and a second. So my proposal is that now, as we discuss that, I believe board members can make proposals to amend it. And I think the amendments should include whether you're making a shift in line items or just adding to the overall total of the bond. And I think if we take each one of those individually, we can get some decisions and then finalize the discussion.
So I'm just going to raise a process. Go ahead, Michelle. Sorry.
That wasn't me.
Oh, that was you. I'm just going to raise a process question. So we got it, the documents very late. And my understanding is last week is we had a whole discussion so that the issues that got raised potentially could be added. We can go ahead with this process, but I feel that in some ways, what we talked about last week, that's not what we got delivered this week. We got a refined set of numbers and curriculum added, but none of the issues that the board members have brought up were raised. So, it's disappointing that that's where we find ourselves. But I'll move, if it's been first and second, and I'll move to amend it to add $16 million to make all of our schools, the main floor, accessible to students.
And can you clarify where that's coming from? Is it just increasing the size of the bond?
Increasing the size of the bond.
I would like to eliminate the specific line item for special education classrooms and combine it.
Wait a second.
Amy, can we take them one at a time?
Is there a second on Director Brim Edwards?
Can you repeat that, please? Director Brim Edwards.
Just actually going for the option that was provided to us, which is that for $33 million versus $17 million, that all of our schools, the main floor would be accessible to all of our students. So it's a $16 million difference between having one school per level per cluster and all of our schools.
Is there any concern about what we've pulled on for this?
It's
in terms of the total dollar number.
It's all in the, still under 1.2.
Depends on how many ornaments this Christmas tree gets put on it in the next few minutes, but I would say generally no. All right, so that motion has been put on the table and seconded.
Has it been seconded? I didn't hear the second.
I think I might have been on mute, but I seconded it. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
Any further discussion on adding $16 million to this line item for accessibility?
I have a question. Do we know the actual number of students who would benefit from this?
Well, it is, I think maybe a way to ask that question might be how many of our schools are currently inaccessible at the first level to students with disabilities. And I don't know if anybody can tell us what that is right off the bat, but it's the majority of our schools.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah. A lot.
Well, No, what I was trying to go at is how many students would benefit, like the actual number of students who would.
Right. I'm just saying, multiply the number of schools where students currently can't go to their neighborhood school because it's not accessible to them.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, do you mean specifically how many students with disabilities?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Does anyone have any kind of a response to Nathaniel's question? How many students are unable to attend their neighborhood schools because of accessibility issues?
I think it's important to remember that these are 100-year schools. So even if we didn't have a count for today's students, it's really thinking about students over the next 100 years. So,
Director
Sorry.
Constam, this is Brenda Martinek. Currently, we serve 16% of our student population as students with special needs. Not all of those have physical limitations, but there are a number of them who still use accessible ramps due to other needs. And then you're not only looking at the student population, but you're looking at parents and families as well. And there's about 10 to 12% of the adult population that at some point in time requires some sort of accessibility, even if it's temporary. We have a lot of accessibility issues for students who have recently been through surgeries. We have parents who have recently been through surgeries or have, been in car accidents and need even temporary access. And so it's a larger number than what one would think about. So,
yeah. And employees as well.
Correct.
And I think the other consideration here is that it's a right. It's a fundamental human right, and it's a legal right.
That's correct.
So I think sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, it's just a point of information. So if this $1 million would make the first floor accessible, how many of our schools are one floor? I mean, would it actually increase the accessibility of all of our schools if somebody needs assistance with this accessibility to get to the first floor? But if I remember correctly, this would not include elevators, correct?
Correct.
That's correct.
And actually, your question is somewhat answered, Director Moore, in the narrative, because it also talks about sort of programmatic adjustments that if you make the first floor accessible, that you also can choose where some of your programs are offered, so that if you have this one floor that's accessible, you actually, by moving some things, can make more of the school programs accessible to students. And it's addressed on page, there's not page numbers on this document. It's the second last to last page of the bond budget summary.
And also, this is how priorities were made for accessibility improvements in previous bonds. We've had elevators put into schools where there were functions on the higher floors that all students needed to be able to access, like, for example, the library, where you couldn't just say that student's classrooms will be on the first floor.
I'd like to ask the superintendent or staff in terms of their views on this. I think this is a really important issue. I do want to be a little bit careful when we talk about the rights issue. Even $31 million doesn't solve the school district's ADA accessibility issues. So this is a matter of making progress. And at $17 million, we would make significant progress. At $31 million, we would make more progress, but we would still have significant compliance issues and barriers that will need to be addressed in the future. I will tell you I'd like to see a little bit more of a plan, a little bit more of sort of a long-term ADA plan that we can work into both both this bond and the next bond. And I guess that's kind of what I assumed we were getting from staff with the 17 million, was a sense of, this is work we can do over the next 4 years. It makes significant progress. We're certainly going to have to be back again. If we do 31 million, we're certainly going to have to be back again as well. But I'm curious if staff have any thoughts on why this was the recommendation at 17 million.
I'll start the answer, and I'll let John Lyons jump in with some more details. The ADA transition plan has actually been updating. That has been a work in progress for a while and predates John being here on staff. So he took it over as it was partially underdeveloped. And I think that original, the making certain each type of configuration available in every cluster was previously what appeared to be the guidance would come out of the ADA transition plans before it was finalized. That seemed to be the direction that it was pointing. What John had mentioned earlier tonight was, with the feedback that we've been getting recently, it looks like the preferred direction might be to skew more towards making all of the first floors accessible instead of making a smaller number of schools fully accessible. But John, I'll let you jump in and tell me what I got wrong about that explanation.
No, you nailed it. So the one accessible configuration per cluster, I believe, is a vestige of previous commitments from other bonds in the absence of an ADA transition plan. So we technically do have an ADA transition plan. It is from 1994. So we are in desperate need of an update there. And that will be the document that will be our North Star and our guide moving forward on accessibility.
So, and I'm sorry, it is late, so I think I just need a little clarification. The 17 million, I think Director Brim-Edwards laid this out, but I've already forgotten. The 17 million, what is it by us versus the 31 million?
So the 17 million would be one accessible school at each configuration per cluster. So one accessible K-5, one accessible middle school, and one accessible high school per cluster.
And the larger amount, which actually now I'm thinking, was it 31 or 33 million?
33.
33, thank you, I'm sorry. That would get us every school, the first floor.
You got it, yep.
And your recommendation for the next 4 years, does staff have one?
My recommendation would be to follow the ADA transition plan, and I guess we're in an inelegant situation where we don't have that yet complete. But if I were to base my recommendation on the feedback we've received so far, I would say main level accessibility is the salient recommendation.
Which would be the 33 million.
Correct. Okay. Yep, you got it.
Okay.
So I'm sorry. I think I'm being dim here. So the $17 million will buy us accessibility, main floor accessibility, full accessibility of one school in every cluster, right?
Correct.
Okay, and that would include elevators.
You got it, yep.
Okay. But you're now talking about an ADA plan that is going to focus on main floor accessibility in every school. And the way to do that would be to make programmatic changes within the building so that would constitute full accessibility, right?
Correct. So within the ADA transition plan, we will evaluate a number of different options and phasing.
Okay. So suppose we ditch the elevators in the schools that we could accommodate in the 17 million and just adopted the main floor accessibility standard. How many more buildings could we accommodate within the 17 million?
Great question, Rita.
It is a great question. I would need to go back and do some number crunching for you, and I'd be happy to do that.
Okay, so I'm just going to throw out, this is the back of the envelope at 11:30. Okay, so you're talking about one school full accessibility per cluster. That's 8 schools, right? Including elevators.
One school, each configuration. So every cluster will have multiple schools, a high school, a middle school, a K-5.
24-ish, right?
Right.
Okay. So we've got 82 schools, I think, right?
Correct.
Okay. So if we ditch the elevators, I'm guessing we could probably double the number of schools.
That sounds right. Yeah.
I have a question about that though, Rita. Do we need an elevator at every single school, or would we not need an elevator in a primary school? Because the primary grades are generally on the first floor.
Well, he's talking about
single-story buildings.
I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, John, but they're talking about moving to an ADA model that doesn't use elevators as an accessibility strategy, but kind of reconfigures the way programs happen within a facility so that the main floor becomes the principal mechanism to ensure accessibility in every school.
That's correct. And it's not so much a question of what do we do to make this school accessible, but what do we do first? I want to be clear about that. It would be one step in a phased approach to accessibility.
Right. That's not going to fix everything. But I mean, in terms of the sort of basic facility needs, right? Okay. So granted, I'm totally making this up at this point. So let's just say, for the sake of argument, we could do 42 schools with the main floor accessibility. Would you have the capacity to actually do that within 4 years?
I'd need to look to Mr. Young for that one.
Yeah,
that would be a lot. Yeah.
I think there's two comments there. It obviously would depend on what the barriers were and what needed to be removed. And two, just another, and you may have not been going this route, but we're not constrained to 4 years to complete the improvements. Jefferson's going to take much longer than 4 years.
Well, I realize that, but we're going to go out for another bond in 4 years, presumably, right?
Right.
Okay, so if we're not going to be able to, because I mean, knowing what little I know about construction, my guess is you would be very stretched to do the main floor accommodation in 42 schools in 4 years, right? So how about we do this $17 million increment, adopt the new ADA model, because you already know that's where you're going. And then in the next bond, allocate 17 million to finish it up. How's that?
And the next bond will be informed by a newly adopted full ADA transition plan.
Right. But it sounds like they already pretty much know what they're going to do, right? You just have.
Instead of making stuff up, it seems like, I mean, we have a proposal from staff that was included among the options. And I think one of the things that when we pick, if we don't do everything, here's one potential inequity that could occur. So some high school clusters have many more middle schools, K-8s, and elementaries feeding into them. So for example, if we said one middle school, one high school, and one elementary in a cluster, if you're in the Lincoln cluster, then there's only one middle school, which is West Sylvan, and obviously one high school. So 100% of the middle schoolers and 100% of the high schoolers would have accessibility, and then it would be one of the elementary schools. If you go to the east side of the river, where you have just how things got configured, we can just take even Cleveland, you have Hosford and Selwood. So you'd only, instead of having 100% of the middle schoolers have an accessible school, you'd have whichever, whether it was Hosford or Selwood that got picked, one of them. And then kids would have to go to a non-neighborhood school to have something that's accessible. And you play it out, and Franklin, it's you're going to have even fewer kids have access because there's just many more components of the feeder pattern versus.
Okay, except
say,
you're missing the point I was trying to make, which was if we could start now with this new model of accessibility, instead of staying with the old model, which I think is what's built into this this line item for this bond. If you already know that you're going to be switching the model for ADA accessibility, ditch the elevators, make main floor accessibility the way you're going forward, starting with this bond, which means that we could do something like 42 schools-ish.
Or $16 million. And
So I think I'd like to move us to a vote. I'm gonna vote against this, not because it's unimportant. I think it's very important, but I think there's a long-term plan that we need. I think Director Moore's making a really good point about sort of capacity to do it. And I think what I'd like to see is, and I think we actually have this, is in paneling, a group to look at our long-term facilities plan. There's a whole bunch of things we need to plan for a 2024 bond. That's going to include, what if we do in the high schools, what comes next, how we start preparing for it, what are the additional projects, what's the ADA accessibility. The 17 million, I actually like the fact that the staff are beginning to think maybe we do need to be doing main floor schools. And I think as Director Moore points out, then with that 17 million, you can do a lot more. And I think from a capacity standpoint, we'll be back in a few years for that additional money, and it'll be a little bit more targeted, and we'll know where it's going, and it'll be part of a larger ADA plan, because I want to be really clear, this is a very small part of the district's overall ADA accessibility plan and what needs to happen, within that. So there's I don't want to pretend that even at 33 million, we would solve the issues, because we wouldn't. So anyway, that's where I'm going to vote. If any other comments, but I'd like to, Chair Constam, move to a vote.
Okay, I'm just going to make a final comment. I think that I've been around the district for 2 decades and engaged in a lot of the facility planning and the earlier long-range facilities plan. And I think the community that's been waiting for our buildings to be accessible have waited a long time. And we had this almost exact same conversation in 2017.
Okay, Julia, I'm going to interrupt you, because you've been making the same argument for the last at least 20 minutes. We've heard the argument.
Okay.
Vote.
I can speak to the motion.
I think you already have. Let's vote.
Let's take a voice vote on this amendment. Director Moore. The amendment on the table is to add $16 million to the ADA accessibility line item.
No.
Director Scott.
No.
Director DePass.
No.
Director Lowry.
No.
Director Bailey.
No.
Director Brim Edwards.
Yes.
I would vote yes too, but the motion fails. I do vote yes too, but the motion fails. All right, back to my point. I would like to put a cost neutral motion on the table to combine the 2 line items for accessibility and special education classrooms, so that we can have a broader community conversation about whether this targeted facilities investment is aligned with our RESJ framework, or whether there may be other ways to deploy those investments in service to our special education students. Do I have a second?
Second.
All right. Let's take a voice vote on that. Director Scott.
Sorry, before we vote, can I ask a question of staff? Is there any staff objection to making this change? Would doing this negatively impact your ability to deliver on what's been planned?
So Director Moore, I put together both the accessibility and the special education programs here, and I think there is a lot of wisdom in combining them. It would allow us to address the entire experience of someone or a student that these scopes of work are meant to assist.
Thank you. That's very helpful.
All right, so we'll take a quick voice vote on this cost neutral proposal. Director Moore?
Excuse me. I didn't quite catch Mr. Lyons' comment. Could you repeat it?
Sorry, I'll speak up. I'm just saying that I put together both the scopes of work here, and I think there's a lot of wisdom in combining them because it would allow us to address the gestalt, the whole experience of the student.
Okay.
And just one quick note, Mary Mertz, John and Mary talked about this earlier today or yesterday as well. So not speaking on Mary's behalf, but I think she would be in agreement as well.
Okay, great. Let's take a quick voice vote. Director Moore?
Yes.
Director Bailey?
Yes.
Director Brim Edwards?
Yes.
Director DePass? Director DePass?
Sorry, yes.
Director Scott?
Yes.
Director Lowry? I'll vote and the motion passes 6-0. I know Director Lowry's suffering from a migraine right now. She might have just left for a moment.
I probably unmuted when I meant, I probably muted when I meant to unmute, but I voted yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. The motion passes 7-0. Do we have any other recommendations or proposed modifications to the option that we see?
Yes, I'd like to move that we add, I believe $10 million was in option 2 that went out to the community for the additional capacity so that we're prepared for the middle school conversions when they happen.
All right. So I'll second that motion. We've had discussion on the item, so we'll do a quick.
Actually, sorry, this is Rita. Can I ask staff another question? Clarification. So Dr. Valentino mentioned that the curriculum proposal included $10 million for middle school redesign. And my question is, does that $10 million, or did that $10 million envision any structural changes, facilities changes, or was it exclusively for curriculum?
Directors, it did not include redesign of the facility. It was specifically it was programmatic more than anything.
But also to be clear, Dr. Valentino, that, excuse me, that's middle grades redesign, not just for configured middle schools.
Well, correct, but the expectation is the possibility of reconfiguration, right? And so part of that is the planning for that expectation.
Okay, thank you.
The document that we have talks about the curriculum proposal specifically says middle school redesign, and it looks curricular versus facility related.
So I have a clarification.
That's an error then, because I believe that this work is to focus on even our middle grades in our presently configured K-8s.
Right, we should update.
Yeah, yes. Yeah.
Director Bailey?
I have a question of, is that kind of planning an allowable expenditure in a bond? As opposed to
that's not what we're talking about right now. We're talking about capacity. We're talking about specifically for facility improvements for
understood. I'll save that for when we're done.
Okay. So the motion is on. We'll take a quick voice vote. Director Scott?
Yes.
Director Bailey?
Yes.
Director Brim Edwards? Director DePass?
Yes.
Director Moore?
Yes.
Director Lowry?
You can't hear you.
Yes.
Okay, and Director Bailey, Director Brim Edwards, I didn't hear you. You may have said yes, but obviously. Did you?
Yeah, somehow my screen blanked out. I'm a yes.
Okay.
Of course.
As am I. So the motion passes 7-0. Thank you very much. Do we have any other suggestions? Any other suggestions or proposed modifications?
So I would like to ask my question now about the curriculum. If that kind of planning is an allowable expense under a bond, as opposed to purchase of materials.
Sure, we seem to be on the same wavelength, Director Bailey. Anticipating your questions, I actually raised that, and we met with bond counsel as well as with our Deputy Superintendent Hertz and our General Counsel today on that very question, because obviously these are intended for capital assets, and so certainly materials qualify that would emerge as identified as part of middle grades redesign, and some limited project management, temporary project management, just like you would find in IT or any other area. But it wouldn't necessarily cover professional development or training in the same way we know that bond funds or resources could be used in that way.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Any other suggestions, recommendations?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to increase the Jefferson and multiple pathways to graduation to include level 4 seismic. So I believe that's roughly an $8 million increase. But I might ask staff to confirm that.
I thought it was 6.
6 for Jefferson, and I think we were sort of a rough estimate of 2 for MPG.
Director Scott, are you questioning my ability to estimate construction costs?
What did you have a different number?
I just said 2 million as a guess. So, valid question.
So just to be clear, so this would be coming out of, Director Scott, this would be coming out of the 2024 bond?
Yes, it would. That's right. It's increasing the amount of the bond.
Okay.
Okay, the motion is on the table. Discussion. I just have, this is somewhat related because it pertains to the overall cost for Jefferson High School. But when I look at those numbers and the $29 million differential between new construction and renovation for Jefferson High School, I appreciate that there's been a community process that, expressed some interest in maintaining the facade, but that was not in the context of a conversation about any cost estimates or any differential in cost. And I think that falls on the board to make those kind of hard conversations. And I, for one, don't feel like it would be imposing anything awful on the Jefferson community to have a brand new state-of-the-art 21st century facility. So I don't know if anyone wants to consider this at this juncture, but I personally would support putting forward the lower number for brand new construction for Jefferson High School. And I think that would free us up to make all kinds of other investments. But putting that out there for discussion.
Clarification, and would that include the seismic upgrade? Level 4.
Maybe we can get some feedback on that particular question, and then we'll marry them, Claire.
Yeah, so
has
could I
his hands raised, please.
Yeah,
Nathaniel.
so sorry, what was that?
Go ahead.
Great. Sorry. Yeah, so about the Jefferson remodel versus rebuilding. As you know, I go to Jefferson, and I was involved in the conceptual master planning process to some degree, at least. And I would strongly caution against going with fully rebuilding without a thorough community engagement process, because one of our core guiding principles, at least while I was there, was maintaining the historic aspects of Jefferson as a pillar of the community. And I think that by destroying the original 1909 building, that would be, very much contrary to that idea.
I appreciate that, Nathaniel, and I think it's compelling enough that I will withdraw my motion because we will still have an opportunity to consider this cost savings when in the master planning process. But I will withdraw my amendment for this purposes of this conversation for this bond. Thank you for that. Thank you, Nathaniel.
I have a comment to that as well. Thank you, Nathaniel. And that we're talking about a community that has been handed things and not been empowered to make decisions. And there was a very strong desire to maintain the facade. I think things might have changed, but it's up to the community to help us make that decision.
So this is Director Bailey. Every other building that we've modernized started with a budget, and people, the community put together a design that got estimated, and then there was a reconciliation because that dream usually cost more than what the budget was. And we did not do that with the master planning for Wilson, Cleveland, or Jefferson.
This is a community that hasn't had a lot of say. And this community, I think we're not going to say, here's an open wallet. We're saying there's a decision to make between two options. One of them is less expensive and it includes a modern building. The other one is more expensive and it involves maintaining the facade and redoing the innards. But I think it's up to the community absolutely needs to decide. In fact, I don't think the community is going to be really happy if we come in and do a top-down approach with them. I think they've spoken very loudly and clearly that that's not how they want to work with the district.
I think both options are still on the table, and we'll leave this estimate, which is the estimate for renovation. And if there's any momentum for the other, then it's a lower number and we're in a good position.
So I think the motion's on the seismic increase. Any conversation about that?
Right.
Should we take a vote?
Was that has been seconded?
Oh, I thought Director Broome Edwards seconded. Maybe I misheard.
I'll second it.
Okay. So we're talking about an $8 million net increase. We'll take a quick voice vote. Director DePass?
Yes.
Director Broome Edwards?
Yes.
Director Scott?
Yes.
Director Lowry?
Yes.
Director Bailey?
Yes.
Director Moore?
Yes.
And I am a yes too, with the caveat of wanting to definitely take up Director Moore's suggestion of talking to our partners about getting some investment in creating these spaces that are for the community, the entire community, not just our students and staff. With any luck, we can offset a little bit of that. All right. Do we have any other suggestions or interest in modifying the proposal before us? All right. Last person.
So for me, it depends on the language. I've already raised questions about enrollment, and I'll just leave it at that.
All right.
Director Scott, the language, Director Bailey, the language about what?
About Jefferson.
Well,
in the referral, or I'm sorry.
In the referral.
I mean, this is without question a proposal for a modernized Jefferson High School at 1,700 students.
Okay, well, I think until I see otherwise, I have real concerns with that, and I've made that clear.
I think Director Bailey, you've made this point before, and I do think what the process was that Nathaniel was a part of was the 1,700 comprehensive high school. And again, I think this modernization plan leaves us some time and some way to work with the community to make sure we're delivering what's best for that community. And I think that's a further conversation that can happen, but I don't think now's the moment to raise that again, other than just to note your continued questioning of that.
We also made a model that we're a learning institution, and we're learning kind of in real time right now about Roosevelt and what happens when we underestimate, capacity.
So I think Director Bailey, you raise a really good point overall about the enrollment. We certainly, even before we get to Jefferson, we have the whole issue of Benson. So hopefully, as part of this next year's work plan, we'll have some visibility to the timing of when some of those decisions will be made and the planning will be done. We had I was on the board then, but as part of the referral of the 2017 bond, that was supposed to be built in for Benson. So I think it's a good point to raise, and it should just get scheduled into the district's work because it needs to be done for Benson.
And just like the investment in Harrison Park that we talked about as part of the enrollment balancing process, we've also talked about making sure that we revisit our enrollment balancing for all of our high schools. So I agree, Director Brim-Edwards, we need to chart a path to make sure that that happens, and it's directly related to Jefferson. So
and let me be clear, I'm in favor of investing $365 million plus the add-on for seismic in the Jefferson cluster. I think there's some opportunity costs here. And that's my point.
All right. Okay, so I think we have made some adjustments here. We're going to see a slightly revised option and some slightly revised number, including a slightly larger bottom line number at our conversation 2 weeks hence. I think we have provided sufficient direction to staff as far as to beginning to write the referral language to bring forward. General Counsel at Large, is there anything that we're not attending to here in this conversation?
Well, Director Scott made a motion on the existing or the presentation that was made at the beginning of this meeting. And then there were amendments to it, but you haven't actually voted on the original motion.
Good point. That's why I asked you, so you could remind us of important things like that. So now we need to vote on the underlying motion for this amended proposal for our 2020 bond package. All right, so we'll proceed to a vote on that. Director Bailey?
Yes.
Director Brim-Edwards? Director Lowry?
Yes.
I thought thumbs up. Director Scott?
Yes.
Director Moore?
Yes.
Did I forget anyone?
Actually,
DePass.
Director DePass, you're not showing up on my grid. I knew where are you?
I say yes, and I'm having tech issues. I think WebEx just wants me to get to bed. So
okay, I'm with WebEx on that one, and I vote yes as well. So the motion passes 7-0.
So I just have a comment that I would like to see the language the Thursday before our board meeting, so we have the opportunity to review it. And I guess I'm just going to flag, I'm still feel just uncomfortable with where we are on ADA, but I'm supportive and I want to see the language as we well in advance of the meeting.
All right, absolutely fair expectation, and I think we can make a commitment that we will receive the referral language in advance. All right, thank you very much. Really challenging conversation. It's been a long time coming. Thank you everybody for such thoughtful engagement all the way along the line. Any last words on that, Superintendent?
No, appreciate another episode of the conversation. I think you summed it up nicely there, Chair. I think the staff is clear on the direction, and we'll come back to the board with the proposed language.
All right, and thank you. Oh, Nathaniel, I'm so sorry. This is our first formal vote, and you are now an elected representative, and I forgot you. That's really, really crummy. And our student on the underlying proposal regarding the 2020 bond package, our student representative, Nathaniel Shu, votes
yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I'm so sorry about that. All right, moving along. It is July, which means that we have a board leadership vote. So we will now vote on those leadership roles. Do I have a nomination for board chair?
Yes, I do, Mrs. Rita. So I want to just say a few words. I'll talk fast. I'm proud to serve on this board of exceptional group of leaders who have deep ties within the Portland community, an amazing breadth of personal and professional knowledge and experience, and a profound commitment to transforming PPS into the kind of district every one of our students deserves. In many ways, we're blessed with an abundance of talent within this group to match the plethora of responsibilities. This allows the board to practice a circulation of leadership across multiple roles, permitting each of us to contribute to the cause by playing to our strengths. For the position of chair, I'd like to nominate Director Lowry. Although she's been on the board for only 1 year, she's demonstrated the skills and disposition required to perform the duties of chair. In addition, she has chosen to decrease her day job responsibilities to free up the time necessary to fulfill the duties of chair. Having served in that role, I can attest to the fact that it can be an extraordinarily time-consuming role on this all-volunteer board. I'm looking forward to a productive year under her leadership.
I will second that motion. Any discussion on the nomination of Director Lowry as board chair? All right, all in favor, please indicate by saying yes.
Yes.
Yes. All opposed, please indicate by saying no. Any abstentions?
Yes.
All right. And student representative Shu.
Yes.
All right, so the motion is approved by a vote of 6-0 with 1 abstention. Thank you, board members, and congratulations, Chair Lowry. Director DePass, is there anything you'd like to share with the board at this time?
Sure. Thank you. And yeah, so I'm abstaining because this is my third experience going through the board leadership discussion. And tonight we heard from students, alum, and faculty regarding how racism has impacted their experience. And so I'll just share my experience briefly with this process. So when we talk about equity here, we mean to say, I think, is that what we're aiming to do is to align our practices, our systems, and our structures to center on race, to improve outcomes for Black and Indigenous kids, and to work towards a more just system in which to educate our students and hopefully to treat each other better. And those are aspirational foundations in which we want to do our most important work, and aligns very well with the PPS vision. In February, we attended a training at the Center for Equity Inclusion, and a document was shared with us that listed the ways in which white supremacy culture shows up in organizations. Because that's such an important document for me, I have it taped up in front of my computer so I can refer to it all day long. And we discussed these cultural characteristics in that training, such as characteristics of white supremacy, to include a sense of urgency, which makes it very difficult to take the time to be inclusive, power hoarding, where power is seen as a limited and finite resource, fear of open conflict, individualism, and then finally paternalism, where decision-making is evident only to some and not to everyone. And it's that last characteristic that I am hung up on, because the process by which this slate was decided, which I still don't fully understand, was not equitable, in my opinion. I think Danny Ledesma summed it up really well when she said, you can't expect to have equitable outcomes if you don't have an equitable process. And I think the way that this discussion has come about has highlighted that we actually, we agree with the rhetoric and we don't actually know how to operationalize equity. So I know the district desires to move forward with this vision of equitable outcomes specifically for students, but I would like us to see us get our own house in order. So I'm going to make a request going forward that we carve out the time to develop a more equitable and transparent process for selecting board leadership next time. I'd like to see pathways for each of us to advance to chair. And at the very least, I'd like to suggest that we have a conversation about what we need in leadership in the moment and for the next 6 months going forward. I'd like to be an equal decision maker with all of you, and representation matters on our board. We're one of the only, actually, we're the only board that doesn't have, our neighboring board that doesn't have a Black or brown person as a chair or vice chair. Because it was called to question, I also want to just mention and confirm that I will stand by the people that are voted in. I'll respect and work with them collaboratively. And this isn't about me, this is about the process.
Thank you very much, Michelle. I would support your proposal to revisit this process, and Director Lowry, you can work with Director DePass to further this conversation and think about how we might do things differently. I appreciate that very much, Michelle.
Yeah,
We will now consider nominations for vice chair. Liz, do you have in front of you the resolution number for this?
Vice chair is resolution 6146.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Do I have a nomination for vice chair?
I nominate Scott Bailey for vice chair.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right. Is there any discussion?
No, I'm just going to join Director DePass and her comments. I think for us to be successful, I would actually suggest that we, in our next board meeting or the next opportunity we have to get together and informally have a discussion about what inclusive practices would look like. Because again, I think the slate was just delivered to some people on the board without a lot of discussion. And I don't think that is going to foster collaborative working relationships moving forward.
Thank you. Thank you, Director Brim-Edwards.
So just before we vote, because it's been said twice now, and I feel like I need to be on the record here so I really appreciate what Director DePass said, and I agree with it. Actually, I agree with 100% of the idea of board governance and being very inclusive and transparent in that. Last year, after getting elected and coming in, it was a very strange and chaotic process. This year, it was a little bit less strange because I was used to it, but still kind of just, we don't have a way to get together. And that's because of public meetings laws, which makes sense. And so I think what we're talking about is actually getting together in open session and having conversations about what we're looking for, our goals, et cetera. So I fully support that. the idea that a slate was developed in secret and presented to people on the board is just inaccurate. And I think it's really worth saying publicly. The way this came about is the way that I think it is designed to come about, and the way that board members who have been on the board for years have actually, and this is the process. I was approached by multiple people on the board who were interested in being chair. I listened to all of those people. I did have a meeting with 2 other board members where we talked about a particular slate. They proposed it as an idea. I immediately called other board members, including Director DePass, to talk about whether they supported that idea. So there's not there's nothing untoward about that process. It is actually the way the process normally comes together. And it's the way the process, I think, has worked for many years. So I just think it's worth really saying on the record, people who are interested in being chair and vice chair have all the ability to talk to other board members. And in fact, that is what's happened. Now, is that the best process? I don't think it is. And I think we can do better than that. So I think there's a way to hold both, but there was no slate that was presented to the board that was developed in secret.
Well, I'll just say, because I was part of one of those conversations, that is how it happened. And maybe that's not the conversations you had. I'm just saying that's how it was presented to me.
And the same for me. And so I don't think we need to argue it here. It's midnight. We also should not be having this vote at midnight. We should deliberate in the public square. And yeah, I don't want to talk about it here. I want to advocate for doing a process that's much more transparent to someone like me. I'd like to have a more transparent process.
All right, thank you, everybody. We will now consider resolution number 6145, election of board vice chair. Nomination has been made of Director Bailey. All in favor, please indicate by saying yes.
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 All opposed, please indicate by saying no. Any abstentions?
Yes.
And
I think it was resolution 6146, I think.
It was
Yes,
for
it is.
6146.
6146. Director DePass abstains. I abstain as well because I have not had a conversation with Director Bailey about his interest in the leadership role. So Nathaniel? Going to our student representative, do you have a vote for the position of vice chair? Nathaniel,
you're
you're
on mute.
muted if you can hear me. I'm sorry, Nathaniel, you were muted.
Sorry. Yeah. I think I will abstain as well, only for the reason that I haven't discussed this with the DSC. I had discussed Ailey, and yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. All right, so the resolution passes by a vote of 5-0 with Director DePass and Director Constam abstaining and Student Representative Shu abstaining. All right, thank you very much. Congratulations, Director Bailey. And I appreciate the thoughtful conversation about how we might improve this process. We have I'm so sorry to staff for this horrible hour, but we just have a couple more things that we need to do. Sorry, we need to, excuse me, just one moment.
It looks like we still have 4 items. Conference reports, committee and conference
We
reports.
have the, yes. I'm sorry. So we have consideration of our search and seizure policy, which I believe the policy committee actually changed the name of. Can someone correct me on that?
I think that the name needs to be changed, that the policy committee proposed needs to be voted on here as an amendment.
Okay. Director Moore, as the chair of the policy committee, can I ask you to introduce this item, please, for this second reading?
Okay, I will, I was going to think more, but I'll keep it short in light of the hour. So this policy dates from 2002. This revision, it's a pretty substantial revision. It provides protections for students, primarily in the requirement that parents and guardians give consent prior to student interviews by law enforcement on school property. It also contains definitions of critical terminology in order to assist students and administrators in understanding the rights of students and the principles during searches of person or property. And the policy now requires, or once passed, this policy will require that the district document, track, and report on all searches conducted on district property. This has been in process for about 11 months. There was a very broad and deep engagement with community members. It involved the crafting of the policy draft, included multiple departments in central office. It was then reviewed by school administrators, the Portland Police Bureau, the district attorney's office, PAT, and community partners, as well as students and families. Special efforts were made to consult with students, families, and representatives of communities of color that have been disproportionately impacted by PPS's disciplinary practices. I want to thank everybody who was involved. In particular, I want to thank the students, the district student council, and I want to especially call out former student representative to the board, Melissa Morell. The students were instrumental in pushing the board, pushing the committee to be more intentional in reaching out to students and community members for consultation. And this policy is a good example of how elevating student voice makes for better decision making. I think this policy is a tremendous improvement over the policy that's currently on the books. The board policy committee unanimously recommended approval of the board with one amendment to change the name. And I'll offer a motion to amend the title once the resolution is on the table.
Sounds good. The board will now vote on resolution number 6144 to approve 4.30.040P search and seizure policy. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Director Bailey moves.
Second.
Director Moore seconds. Do we have any discussion?
Well, do we have any public comment? I suspect not. But
I don't believe so.
Okay.
Like Nathaniel was trying to speak as well.
Yeah, I'd just like to briefly comment on the policy. I'd like to state that for the record, I still have some concerns about the privacy component, especially as it relates to digital privacy. But weighing all the other considerations in the policy, I think that it makes sense to address digital privacy at a later date. And go ahead.
All right. Thank you very much, Nathaniel.
Amy, I'm just going to respond and say, Nathaniel, that's a great point. And we did discuss that. And that was something Maxine brought up a lot. And one of the things we've realized is that students have an expectation of privacy around digital devices that maybe they're not always aware of the laws and the things that are bound by the school board. So I'm really thankful. We had made a pledge with Maxine to educate and do some further work so students were educated on their rights about that. So I really appreciate that you've raised that and can help us keep that in our minds as we do this work, so we can make sure if the law is something, that's fine, but that we're really supporting our students and making the best choices so they feel like they're respected and their rights are whole. So thank you for that.
Yeah. Touching on that, it's part of my my issue with the current language is that it explicitly states that students do not have an expectation of digital privacy. So
yeah. Thank you. All right, I want to thank Jonathan Garcia and his team too for their support of all the student engagement on this policy through over the last 11 months as well.
Yeah, I appreciated the specific report of the student input.
Okay, we have the underlying motion on the table. Rita, would you like to bring forth your, Liz, can this title change just be a friendly amendment?
I think that's fine. I suspect it will not have much opposition. If it does, we can formalize it. That's fine.
All right, Rita, can you tell us what is the preferred name of this policy 4.30.040P?
Yeah, in order to make the title of the policy more descriptive and user-friendly, the policy committee would like to offer a motion or would like to suggest that we amend the title of the policy to read as follows: Students' rights regarding searches of person and property.
Students' rights regarding searches of person and property.
Yeah.
Does anybody have issue with that as the title of this policy that we're about to vote on? All right, seeing none, all in favor of Resolution 6144, please indicate by saying yes. Yes.
Yes.
All opposed, please indicate by saying no. Student Representative Shu?
Yes.
All right. Thank you, everyone. The motion passes by a vote of 7-0. We do have one more item on our agenda, which is committee and conference reports. I'd like to ask committee chairs to dispense with their committee reports unless they feel there's absolutely something urgent and essential at 12:16 a.m.
So I would just ask that they be moved to the next board meeting.
Absolutely.
What about our business agenda?
Yes, and we have our business agenda.
So
all right, so no other committee members, committee reports. Thank you very much. All right, at this time, the board will vote on our consent agenda. Board members, are there any items you would like to pull for discussion? Set them aside and vote after the consent agenda is approved.
We're just doing it right now. So I have an issue that there's three contracts. Somebody's typing. I don't know.
Oh, that's me. Sorry.
David Roy again.
He's being warm and friendly.
He's the loudest typer in town.
I'm multitasking, trying to get a couple emails out. Oh,
sorry. So there's three contracts for cab related services or transportation. And I'm not going to ask the question here, but I'm going to ask the question, but I don't need the response here, but it's relating to what sort of training the cab drivers have because they have unsupervised contact with students. So I don't need the answer now, but I want for the record my question and then the answer from, I believe, Ms. Large, just to put it in the record for the next time around. You're on mute, Amy.
Thank you, Director Brim Edwards. Do I have a motion and a second to adopt the consent agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Director Scott moves, Director Lowry seconds. The board will now vote on resolutions 6137 through 6143 in the consent agenda. All in favor, please indicate by saying yes.
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 Any opposed, please indicate by saying no. Any abstentions? The consent agenda is approved by a vote of 7-0 with Student Representative Shu voting. Are you still with us, Nathaniel?
Yes, and yes.
Okay, thank you so much. Student Representative Shu voting yes. All right, the next meeting of the board will be held July 28th. Under the steady hand and visionary leadership of Director Lowry. It's been my honor to serve as your board chair. It's been my honor to collaborate closely with staff as we've navigated some really complex and tricky issues. It's a privilege to serve with each of you. And with that, let's all go to bed. Good night.
Thank you, Amy.
You stretched it out another day.
Ooh,
Great.
all right, thank you. Good night, everybody.
Good night.